Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are continuing our coverage of Florida versus Donna Adelson. We are in day 2 of jury selection. We have a lot to go over from yesterday, and we have a lot to play for you today. So looking forward to doing all that with you guys. And before we do that, let's see who is with us in the chat. Always nice to see people joining us in the chat. Bree Roz, hello to you, the McCormick family. Thank you for joining us. Let's see who else is with us. Super, good to see you. Thank you from last night even. Awesome. Love it when people come in early. Selena K, good morning to you. Hope you're doing okay. Richard. Yeah, I saw your comment about East Coast. Dealing with some pain, Selena? Oh, I know it's tough. Just hang in there. Hey, Tammy, how are you? Good morning. Let's see. Before I get too distracted by all kinds of things here. Angelo, how are you? I've got a feed coming up and it's freaking me out. You guys will see in a second. Let me show you this feed. All right, hold on. Let me get there. That's what I'm seeing right now. Whoa. All right, we'll leave that alone for now. All right, so let's get back to Joni. Good to see you. Good morning to you. Shore Life, good morning. Ennis, how are you? Michelle Phillips, good morning to you. Smart, hello from Galveston Island. Stacy saying good morning. Oh, and we got a feed. All right, hold on a sec. We've got a feed. All right, here we go. All right, put myself down a little bit. All right. Joanne Jedi Platypus, hello to you. Thank you for joining us. Shirley Roth saying don't forget to subscribe and hit that like button. Shays, how are you? Have been in the bushes for the most part, but I love this channel and what you and Aaron are building over here. Aw, thank you. Yarn War Crafts, how are you? I hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Hey, Barry, good morning to you. Kelly, good morning. Green-Eyed Cat saying hello. Let's see. Lena saying, hi, squeeze me. Where you been? We're here. We're here. We have been here and we are here. Hi, JMS. Good to see you. Green-Eyed Cat, great intro music. Susan B. Womack saying good morning. Lynn, retired defense attorney, morning from South Africa. Richard's asking if anybody on the East Coast is getting any weather from Aaron. Yeah, last night it was when we went to bed. It was like pretty much straight across from Orlando-ish, but it's like 200 or 300 miles off the coast. So the worst that we're going to get are just waves. They were saying 8 to 10 foot breakers. So that's what our report was, 8 to 10 foot breakers. But I think as it gets closer to the Outer Banks, they'll probably get. They're just thinking tropical storm force winds, which is 35, 40 miles an hour. So in the grand scheme of things, that's really not that big of a deal. It's going to be more beach erosion, I think, for them. Hey, Shelly Beans, how are you? Good morning. Blessed Beyond, good morning from Connecticut. Protect everyone on the East Coast. Absolutely. Hey, Abe, how are you? Haven't seen you in a little bit. Good to see you. Meow from Pearl. Nice. JMS, you're in Connecticut, Long Island Sound, but Aaron will have no effect on you guys. They do start early, 8:15, and then Judge Everett said, what do you say, 8:30 to 5. I think that's what they're, 8:30 to 5. 8:30 to 5 is what they're going to be, that's what their schedule is going to be. Hey, Angelique, good to see you. Good morning to you. Jags Girl, good morning. Yeah, how are the breakers there? That's what we were hearing last night out of Jacksonville. The breakers were going to be 8 to 10 feet. Good to be back. Awesome. Good to have you back. Journey to Justice, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us while we wait for Judge Everett to come on. Thank you. Judge E is not playing games with this trial. That is true. Let's see, South Carolina be seeing high waves and lots of surfers. Yeah. P. Cooper, good morning from the UK. Thank you for joining us. Your waves are already double red flag. Oof. Yeah, there were reports that was going to be like 40-foot waves towards the center. Can't even higher? 100-foot waves? I mean, that's just insane. Hoping Judge Happy Buddha slept well. Going to look for shark's teeth after big breakers. That's cool, Jags. Shore Life says, I had to drive in torrential downpours yesterday. It was awful. I was white-knuckling it all the way to my apartment. Flooding was awful. Oof, wow. Hey, Sky Girl. Thank you for joining us. Electric Justice. So nice to see an even-handed judge. Judge Everett he's like one of my top 3, I think, or 4. I love him. I absolutely love Judge Everett. Yes, Judge E. And he's fun. It's fun to say Judge E. Judge E. It's the start of hurricane season, so it's not that shocking. Yeah, no, that's true. Peak is September 10th, September 11th. So right now, middle of August is when it ramps up. Peaks in September, dips a little bit, and then peaks again in October. So, Stephanie, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. Red Snap, good morning. Another hot day in Florida. Yeah, what are we supposed to be today? We're projected to be in the 90s. Not too bad. 91. I mean, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. All things considered. It's really funny when I look up north where my kin are from. Sometimes it's like the same. Right now it's 70 up there, 78 down here. Sometimes I'll wake up and it's like, 73 here and 74 up in Cleveburg. And I'm like, what? Oh, you're already at 94. Oh, 94, that's what it's projected. Yeah. Red Snap, that's hot. I don't know. Can we see Super Ball and the little ones? We can. Super Ball is right over here. Let me give full screen. Super Ball is right there, sleeping away in her little new bed. And the little ones, I'm not sure where the little ones are. That's Aaron just came in and said, where are they? It's always scary when they're quiet. Seagate, good morning to you. Jelly Beans, here I am in Kansas, as far as you can get from an ocean. Yeah, it's always scary when it's quiet. All right, we got some action here.
And who is qualifying today? All right. Is there anything that the parties need to address this morning?
I don't need to address it this morning, Judge, but at some point when it's convenient, I do want some clarification on one of your pretrial rulings.
Which one? There are quite a few.
The change.
The name change.
Just changing their names.
Yes. Concerning that, go ahead.
Okay. So, Mr. Zellman was kind enough to send me a transcript of what you said, but I still feel like I'm not entirely clear on what is admissible in my case in chief. There are several references to the children by the defendant as Adelson, even prior to the legal name change. Would that be admissible? in my case.
What is the purpose that it's being offered for?
As part of the motive to basically erase the father and make the kids first.
What is the response concerning those?
Your Honor, this is an issue for Wendi Adelson, not Donna Adelson. I don't see how that's relevant as to Donna Adelson unless they can prove up that Donna Adelson was involved in doing that.
Are there any communications, anything that would otherwise show a demonstration or a tie or some sort of link or tie between Donna Adelson and Wendi Adelson when it comes to changing the children's names?
Yes, communications referencing the children as Adelson, from Donna Adelson to Wendi Adelson, prior to the legal name change.
And again, you're saying this goes to the motive.
Yes, sir.
Do you have a copy of the email or communication?
No, sir, but on our next break, I can have that available for you to review.
Please do. Are there any other matters concerning the children's name change or any arguments that you anticipate bringing up in your case in chief concerning those?
No, I mean, I think what's out currently is the legal name change or a reference to it. So if these items are in that are tied directly to Mrs. Adelson, I would think we need to revisit. For context, you need to know that's before they would have changed their name. So that would be the only other item on the table.
Very well. Please provide the communication that you believe demonstrates the link or the tie. From there, I will address the ruling as need be. Mr. Zellman, you have a copy of the transcript that you both referenced earlier before.
Yes, Your Honor, it's what I provided to the court.
Yesterday or when? In
I
February?
can email that transcript to Your Honor directly if you would like.
You can send it to Lynn. I will review it during the lunch hour. Any other matters that we need to address for this morning?
Can't think of anything else, Judge.
No, Your Honor.
Right, and looking back at the progress that we made yesterday morning and yesterday afternoon, as far as having a group venire pool for jury selection on Thursday, I believe we currently stand at 64. My total that I wanted to get to originally was 100. However, I believe with both the morning session and the afternoon session, if we maintain the same progress, in all likelihood, we will hit that 100 or possibly even more. Once we've done that, we will be ready to proceed into jury selection on Thursday morning. The rulings that remain outstanding as to the defense's motion to suppress, the defense's motion in limine, the parts that have not already been ruled on, and the matter that was raised yesterday as to certain calls that the state seeks to admit. Those matters I am still reviewing. However, each party will have rulings on those matters before the jury selection with the group begins, if there are any topics specifically that you desire to inquire into that are related to the rulings. As to those matters, does either party need to be heard further?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Right. I'll just await the jurors at this point once they're brought up. Similar process to yesterday. I will just confirm that there is no other person that needs to be excused for statutory reasons, and then we will resume with the individual voir dire of the respective jurors. How many do we have, or at least are expected to report this morning?
I'm bringing up the final number, but she had 55 checks in.
Oh, right.
And it's going to with all the patients now.
Very well. With 55 having checked in, some may be excused downstairs. We may have some additional excusals once again from the courtroom, and then we will proceed. What's that?
We're printing the report now.
Okay. If If you need to use the restroom or take a break of any sort, please do so now before we get going. What's up?
Smelling burning wires.
I think it's coming from the beds, the way they did. I think that it's dramatic.
Like when you get facilities
So
or
that's what the other side.
This is unrelated to all these wires that are set up in here, right?
Yeah, they don't smell it anymore.
I'm concerned, as always, with justice, but not to be burned up in a courtroom. Joey appropriately informed us all.
That's nice. And do it again.
All right, for those that missed it yesterday, I'm going to replay what happened yesterday. So what Erin did last night is she took the entire day and she compressed it. Excuse me. She compressed it into, it's like an hour. So what happens is judge does what he did. He does a little, make sure there's nothing to worry about. Make sure both parties have nothing to talk about, or they bring up whatever they need to bring up, which we just heard. And I'll go over that in a minute. And then they bring in the jury, and we heard there's 55 of them. So they're trying to do 50 in the morning, 50 in the afternoon. So they're trying to get through 100 every day. So what they do is they'll do a morning session, then an afternoon session. So the morning session, we just heard there's 55. So right now they're kind of culling those, and they may let go a few for hardship or whatever. So what they do then is they take them into individual rooms or into an individual room, and they voir dire them individually. And we talked about that yesterday, and Brat, one of our great mods, found what happened in the afternoon session. So we did the morning session. I read through what the judge, the questions asked. It was pretty funny. And then we're going to do then the afternoon session. They didn't post, so Brat found that after they went home for the day. So I'll read that. So we have a full day for you guys. Going over yesterday, I'll play that. Going over what some of the jurors said. It's pretty funny. They're actually pretty funny. A couple of them said, because they asked, it's real high level questions right now. It's do you know the Adelsons? If so, how will that impact your opinion? Are there any hardships? It's very general. There's only 5 questions, to be quite honest. All right, hold on. All right, and then lookalike. Yeah, they did find another Donna lookalike. That is true. So again, high level. They just ask high level questions right now, and they go to a seal. So this is really all we get. And then the judge comes back right before lunch, and he says, "Hey, this is where we stand." And then they break for lunch, and they come back again. He does the same thing, and he talks to the jurors, and it's really funny. I'll play what he said yesterday. So if you hang in there, once they go to the seal and we know that they're not going to be speaking, I'll play that so you guys can see what happened yesterday. And then, like I said, Erin condensed it down to about an hour. What happened all day, she condensed it down to an hour. And then, so they do what they do. Jurors come in, they talk to them. We don't see that. They talk to them in individual rooms. What's up, buddy? Hey, come here. Come here. Oh, come say hello. Yeah, come say hello. I got a little one here. Hi. Hi. Here's my little guy. That's a little guy. Hi. Yeah, good boy. So they come in, they talk to the jurors, but they talk to them off camera, so we don't see any of that. And then they break for lunch. Then they come back again, and we don't see that either. And then the judge did come back before lunch, saying we have so many. Hold on. For those that wanted to see kittens, I got kittens. Kitten there, couple there. We got kittens. We got little kittens. Got one over here. Let me put it up on full screen. Little kitty here. Super Ball over there. Kittens over here. So, lots of kittens. I'm not sure where Houdini is. She's missing in action right now. All right. Hi, guys. And of course, Super Ball is Super Ball. She smacks him every chance she gets. She's so mean sometimes. I don't get it. You got to be kidding me. Yeah, Deviant. Good one. How do I get anything done? I don't know. It's difficult. It's difficult. Look at him. Little boy. Sweet little boy. He's going to crash there. And I got a little girl here just crawling in there. Super Ball's over there, giving them the stink eye. See Super Ball? Super Ball giving the stink eye. All right. You going to sit on my lap today? Is that where you're going to be? This is Riker. She's the firstborn. So Riker's the firstborn here. She's going to settle in, I think. She may turn out to be a lap cat. We'll see. All right. So how do I get anything done? Good question. It's hard. Sometimes it's really hard, especially when they're hanging on the curtains. All right. So again, high level, judge comes in, talks to both parties, brings a pool of 50 jurors in, talks to them off camera. We don't see any of that. Comes back right before lunch, says we have so many jurors, then breaks for lunch, then they come back again. We don't hear any of that. And it's real high level. They want to get to 100, at least 100, which it seems like they will. They got through 64 yesterday. They got through 64. And these are all prospective jurors. And they want to have this done by Thursday. Then they can do a more intense voir dire. And then they're thinking opening statements will be on Friday. So that's where we stand. All right. See, I missed the kitten stage. Mine are in the snooze all day stage. That's what Houdinis do. We call her Houdini because she was the first one that just kind of disappeared. She would just like all of a sudden just disappear. Like, where'd you go? So we call her Houdini for that. Irene saying hi, Feder. Cheddar Fed. I'm not sure if it's Feder Cheddar or Cheddar Fed. I haven't decided which way to go yet. Kathy, I mean, they are so cute. They are. Sparkling Princess looks like two Donnas today. I know, it's true, right? It's so funny. Hey, Spittin' Chips. Hi, kittens. Love from Australia. Love to Mummy Polly. Aw, that's so sweet. Thank you, Spittin'. That's great. Sparkling, I want a house full of kittens. William, those kittens are absolutely adorable. Phyllis, love them. They are cute. They are cute. P. Cooper, I get it. Gina saying good morning to the kittens, the kitties. All right. Let us continue on. It seems like, see, yesterday we saw, let me see. Oh, Shore Life. Super Bowl is the queen. Yes, she is. Yesterday we saw the jury walk in. So we did not see them today. We didn't see them today walk in. Hey, Gina, just popped out of lurking to say hello. Thank you, thank you. Valeria, good morning to you. Julia from Newfoundland. Awesome. All right, so it seems like, so yesterday we saw the jury walk in and we heard the judge talk to them. So I want to just, before we break out of this, I'm going to read what happened yesterday. And Brat was able to pull this. So I want to just read through what one of our fantastic mods, Brat, pulled through. So this is a day one recap. All right, jury selections. So we recapped yesterday morning. So this is yesterday afternoon. So continued late afternoon. The last dozen or more potential jurors were questioned individually by Judge Stephen Everett. One man said he knew nothing about the case, though he acknowledged seeing headlines and film clips about it on news channel. Everett asked whether he had formed an opinion about Donna. No, he said, later adding that he could be fair and an impartial juror. Everett told that man to report back at 11. Then asked another juror what he knew about the Donna Adelson case. Not a thing, he said. I don't watch news and I don't have social media. He added that he heard about a man who had been shot in his car, a reference to the victim in the case, Dan Markel, but he couldn't remember his name. He said his only hardship that he would take a hit in pay. Everett noted, you can't be fired for jury duty. The man agreed his boss wouldn't fire him. He can't. He's my dad, the man said. Yesterday, Judge Everett said, where do we get this cast of characters? I mean, Judge Everett is really, he's very, very funny. So let's see, some 300 potential jurors have been summoned. The first 50 were called to Courtroom 3G. One potential juror told Judge Everett that he had heard about the case from TV and radio and had somewhat of an opinion about Adelson's guilt or innocence. It's not favorable, the man said. Josh Zellman, who is one of Donna's attorneys, asked the man if he had a strong opinion about the case. He said he did. You already think she's guilty, Zellman asked. Yes, the man said. It's my opinion as of now. However, the man said he could set that aside, hear the evidence in the case, and make an unbiased decision. Zellman asked to strike him, but Everett declined. Remember, they get 10 strikes. They get 10 strikes each. Another man told Everett he was familiar with the case and he watched a good part of the Charlie Adelson trial, which was live streamed. Do you have an opinion? Everett asked. Let's see. I do. The man said, I think she probably did it. I think it may be difficult to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Everett asked whether the man could put aside his opinions. That's a tough question, the man said. I'm a human like anyone else. I would say no. So Everett excused the juror. The first juror to face individual questioning said he knew nothing about the case. As you sit here today, you have no idea who this is, Everett asked, as he pointed to Adelson. The man said he didn't. He was not struck from the panel at that time. All right, let's go to, I want to go to another resource. Hold on a sec. All right, hold on. Give me just a second, and I'll go to another source because we were able to get individual jurors. So just give me a minute. All right. All right, so I want to get through yesterday before I talk about today. So one potential juror is the sole full-time caregiver for a child under 6. That person will be addressed by the judge directly. They will be addressed at the bench and likely will be excused. Let's see. It looks like something might be happening in court here. All right, juror 10 was excused. He'll have the shortest day of the folks here. Now, this was yesterday morning. We're now in the side room, which is a one-on-one, where the one-on-one questions happen. Are you biased? Yes, as I spoke with a retired detective about the case and regularly read the newspaper and TV station. Any other concerns? I'm in physical therapy. Can you see the physical therapist after hours? No. We agree he can be excused, so he was excused. Donna Adelson was very involved in her own defense. She's taking copious notes and is referring to the juror list. At least one of her hands is free. I don't see leg shackles, but it's hard to tell. Doesn't look like she. Yeah, her hands are definitely free. Her hands are definitely free. Juror 17, do you have an opinion? Yes, I think there's enough evidence that she is guilty. Could you set that aside and base only on trial evidence? I believe so. Are you sure? Yes, juror 17 says. Other issues? This juror is a CPA and had past COVID issues. Would that still be on your mind in the jury room? No. Defense said you hesitated. Juror 17 said wanted to give a thoughtful answer. Any thoughts on dismissing because of medical reasons? Prosecution says, I don't feel it reached hardship. Defense says it's experiencing pain and had a follow-up during trial. I'm concerned about her ability to focus. So the judge did excuse juror 17. Juror 18 was a African-American woman in her 30s or 40s. She says she knows nothing about the case and hasn't even heard Donna Adelson's name. Recalls vague references on the radio maybe. Juror 18 is gregarious, says they like listening to Steve Harvey. Says they're a single mother to a 12-year-old who is in school. The father of her child is in prison, which perks folks up. Could you still do drop-off and pick-up? Juror 18 says yes. They advance. Juror 20 is a young white woman who is smartly dressed. She says, I know some of this case. There was an early podcast. I listen to true crime podcasts. Whenever I see an article about it, I look at it. Someone I know was on the jury for one of the other trials. Do you think you know more about this case than others? I'm not sure. Do you discuss with that relative? Not in depth. A few days ago, I heard on NPR that jury selection was coming up. What is your opinion that she was involved? Can you set that aside? I do believe I could. Are you able to or not? Juror 20 says, I don't know. Can you be fair to both prosecutors and defense? I would like to think so. Other hardships is she works at a restaurant. Only her staff is mostly students, so there's no one else to bring in. So juror 20 is excused. Juror 21 is a white man in his 40s and 50s. He has short-cut hair and sunglasses. What do you know? Juror 21 says, I read local media and watch TV news daily. I'm also on social media. I know some people who are close to the Markel family. I met Dan once through business. Well before 2014, though. Do you have an opinion? I am biased, and I feel like she has been found guilty through the media and the public. I lean to supporting that opinion. Can you set aside that opinion? Are the two sides on even grounds? Juror 21 says, I don't think I can, and I feel biased. So the judge excuses juror 21. Juror 22 is an elderly woman with a cane. I know quite a bit about this case. I watched coverage, let it go, and then watched it again. I've seen quite a bit of it on court TV. Do you watch local news? She says, only national news. What's your opinion? Guilty based on the media coverage. Can you set that aside? I would hope. My opinion is pretty fixed. Juror 22 is released as well. Juror 23 comes in, middle-aged Hispanic man, says he watched the case online. I mostly watch videos about the case on YouTube. What's your opinion? He says guilty. Can you set that aside? No, my opinion is firm. Judge excuses juror 23. Juror 24, she's a middle-aged white woman. I know absolutely nothing. I moved away and didn't move back until 2021. Do you watch local news? Just hurricane tracker and the weather. I wouldn't even know where to look. My only concern is the dates you mentioned. Husband and I have expensive travel over the next month. We spent thousands of dollars on that, followed by a cruise we've already spent money on. So Juror 24 is excused, and she says, I'm so sorry. Juror 25 was an FSU student at the time of Markel's murder. She does read the newspaper and other local news. Do you have an opinion? Juror 25 says, I don't know. This whole thing is very suspicious. It doesn't look good. Can you set it aside? Judge asks. I would like to think so. I have a lot of information in my head. Judge asks, is this a firm opinion? Could the evidence move your opinion? Juror 25 says it could. I could probably not be fair to both sides. Juror 25 is excused. Juror 26 is a middle-aged black man. Says his wife follows the case all the time. He texted her that she knew he would be in this jury pool. 26 recounts basically all of the pertinent facts, including the flight to Vietnam. Do your wife's opinions cause you to form your own? Juror 26 says, my opinion is that she's guilty. Can you disregard that opinion? Juror 26 says, no, he said with a smirk. Judge says juror number 26 is excused. Juror 20, here's where the judge says, I couldn't make up this cast of characters if I tried. I love Judge Everett. He's great. Juror 27 comes in. He's an older white gentleman. Says he reads the news on his phone. Judge asks, have you heard anything about this case? Yes, I've heard the circumstances. My opinion is that something bad happened. I haven't formed an opinion on if Donna Adelson is guilty or not. Judge asks, can you be fair and impartial? Juror 27 says yes. Any hardships? My wife is taking care of a 1-month-old, but someone else could assist. Defense. You indicated that you had strong opinions. Juror 27 says it's something that started very bad and went worse. It started with the hit guys and went to the son and now to the mom. It happened less than a mile from me. Juror 27 remains in the pool. So juror 27, we got to keep an eye on juror 27. So this happened less than a mile from him. So we have to keep an eye on juror 27. Juror 27, keep an eye on. Juror 28 is a middle-aged white man, close-cropped hair with a sweater. I heard an NPR report and the judge's summary of the case. I don't watch local news or read anything online. Judge asked, based on NPR reports, do you have an opinion? Juror 28 says no. Any hardships? I'm a stay-at-home dad and we're going on vacation next week. The money has already been spent. It's a reunion, so juror 28 is excused. Juror 29 comes in wearing a fun Hawaiian shirt. He's middle-aged and white, says he knows about the case and is very well informed. I read the Tallahassee Democrat and watch local TV news. Judge asks, do you seek it out? I have when the case started, so what's your opinion? She was involved. Can you set that aside? I can't 100% say that I could. Could you be fair and impartial? I'm a fair person, but from what I've learned, it would be hard to change my mind. Juror 29 is excused. That's a bummer. All right. Juror 29 with the fun Hawaiian shirt is excused. Juror 30 comes in. He says he hasn't filed the case, but he hears what his wife says. I selectively listened to it, he jokes. This transcript is public, judge says. Juror 30 says, she already knows, he jokes. Do you have an opinion at all? No. Any hardships? No. Juror 30 will advance. So 27 lives a mile away, less than a mile away, and juror 30 says his wife knows the case. All right, so that's That's it from the morning. I don't see anything from the afternoon. This person didn't post from the afternoon that I can find, which is kind of a bummer. I was hoping that we would see from the afternoon session. Hold on. All right. All right, so that's the extent of what we have. What are you guys up to? Hey, DSN, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Sharon saying hello. I was reading there, so let me see who all has come in while I was reading. Hey, Allie, thank you. RCK, $15 a day for the first 3 days and 30. Is that what it is here in Florida? I forget. Sinbad, jury 27 is going to be like Lori's jury 15, Carl, right? LBA, good morning to you. Idea Pants, hello to you. He's got JRN, he's going to a luau afterwards. Vicky, someone asked what a sibling was. I was just saying it's a brother or a sister. Hope 27 makes it to the jury, Spit and Chip says. JRN, juror number 27, gotta go. LBA saying good morning. Hey, Chris, good morning. Early morning from California. I hear you. Hey, Alice, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. And Tim, appreciate you guys joining us. Mac RN, good morning to you. All right. Yes, Allie B, I see people are saying there are 4 kittens. Yes, we have 4 little kitties. And 3 of them are within my sight. I'm not sure where the 4th one has gotten to. I'll show you. So we got little Fed over here. This is Fed or Cheddar. Cheddar Feder. We got Super Ball here, and then we got 2 of them sleeping over there. So surrounded by cats. All right. So seems like we're not going to get. Yesterday we had the judge at least talk to the jury, so it doesn't seem like we're going to get that today. JRN, Feder Cheddar. Valerie, good morning to you. Hey, Elizabeth, good morning. Yes. Everybody's sending their love to the little kitties. It's making you so happy. Funny, Mac. That's funny. Yep. It's nice when they sleep. All right, guys. I keep hoping that the judge, what happened yesterday is the judge addressed the jury, and we got to hear that. So we're not hearing that right now. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to play what happened yesterday. Aaron condensed it down to about a minute. I'm sorry, about an hour. She took what happened all day, and the judge talked. So this is basically what goes on all day. So what we did yesterday was we just replayed some testimony, from Charlie's trial. And for those that are kind of new to the channel or new to Donna, we planned on doing a 5-part episode, deep dive, pretrial prep. We had no idea that they were going to stream jury selection. So we started with Who is Dan Markel, episode 1. Episode 2 was The State Presents Its Case, which had Luis Rivera, Catherine Magbanawa testifying. Episode 1 had Phil's impact statement, victim impact statement. Phil is Dan's father, and then also Wendy's interview with the police. So that was episode 1. Episode 2 was Catherine Magbanawa and Luis Rivera's testimony. Episode 3 was Wendi and Jeff Lacasse, their testimonies. And then episode 4 was going to be It's All About Charlie, but then they actually started to stream jury selection. So yesterday we were playing all of Charlie's past testimony and what was going on in his trial, including the bump and wiretap calls. So today, oh, stop it. You heard her hiss, right? She's hissing at the kittens. Seriously, stop it. You're gonna, really? This is what I have to deal with. Dude, stop, all right? Be nice. All right? And then I get the bite. Be nice. So today was going to be focusing on Donna. So we're going to focus on Donna, and we're going to talk more about, I'm going to play what happened yesterday first, and then we're going to play the phone calls after Charlie got arrested and all the phone calls. You guys, she is just terrible. She's terrible. Look at her. Then she goes over and then she smacks him. Be nice. Right? She's like, she's so mean sometimes. All right. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to play yesterday's testimony. I'm sorry, yesterday's jury selection, so you can hear what happened.
I guess going to, or I'll just add.
All right. So again, this was yesterday's yesterday, I keep saying testimony. Yesterday's day one. Put this over here. And I'm going to move myself over here. Move myself up there. All right. So in the corner here is the bottom right corner. That is live court. So if you see any kind of action, that's we'll pull that back up. But this is yesterday's what do you call it? Jury selection. So replay of day one jury selection. So that's kind of that's what we're going to do right now. So all right, so this is a replay of day one jury selection.
I guess going to, or I'll just ask, as to that matter, does the defense have a position, or do you wish for it to remain the state is not to broach this topic other than what becomes ultimately necessary?
That would be our position, Your Honor.
Very well. As to the directs of any witnesses, Ms. Kappelman, Ms. Dugan, to the extent that it is possible to conceal the defendant's status as someone who is incarcerated, you are to do so if the door is opened. Once the door is open, the issue is the cat's out of the bag. But until then, do you need any clarification on
Judge King, just one, Ms. Kappelman and I were discussing, essentially, until it becomes necessary if those witnesses testify, that the state not bring that up. And that was my understanding. Okay.
Yes.
No problem, Judge.
I think there are many appellate cases on this issue where it talks about the jury can reasonably infer things. However, to the extent we're going to observe the fact that that is not to prejudice the jury that will be selected in any way, or after they are selected, we are going to observe that in accordance with the law. The jurors, as previously discussed, prospective jurors are going to be given numbers. While they are in this room, we are only going to refer to them by their number. The parties will have lists where there will be names and also address information that will correspond with the numbers. If you need to use the actual name of the prospective juror, please do so only in the room when we are doing the examination of the individual jurors. As far as telling the jurors that go through the individual screening process when to report back, I was anticipating telling them to come back on Thursday afternoon. By that point, I believe for this morning, this afternoon, Wednesday morning, Wednesday afternoon, and potentially also Thursday morning, we will have a suitable number of jurors at that point to move into group voir dire. As far as opening statements, and I believe before we were discussing this in the context of whether we would have available to us
You can go ahead and get a position.
All right. Good morning. Good morning. All right. I'm all the way down here. Yep, we're starting 3, 4, 5. Yep, all the way down. Yes. 6. Good morning. 7. Good morning. 9, 10. Good morning. Right through here, you're going to start minutes where you're on right here on the end. You're going to go all the way around to that tip right there. Morning, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Good morning. You'll have a seat right there. Just got one more. Yep. You'll sit on the end right here. Good morning. Good morning. Just a little bit. I'm with family today.
Red Snap, you go barefooted. That's what Aaron does. Aaron never wears shoes. She's constantly barefoot. What can you tell? You can tell a lot by someone in their shoes. Yeah, man. Are they wearing sandals? Are they wearing shoes at all? Are they wearing, sneakers? Are they wearing high heels? Are they wearing two different? I thought I saw two different kinds of shoes there. Are they wearing black? Are they wearing brown? Are they wearing orange? What's their personality type? My mom always said you could tell a lot about a person by their shoes, where they're going, where they've been. So Judge Everett should address them at this point. Hopefully we'll be able to see that. We saw it yesterday. We saw it yesterday where he addressed the jury. So we'll see if we hear that again. Super says, I know an English song. He says, young men say you are what you eat. Old men say you are what you wear. Sinbad always flip-flops and sandals in Florida. Deviant says, I wear shoes inside because the floor is cold.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, but let's try again. Good morning to all of our prospective jurors.
Good morning. Good morning.
Thank you. I'm Stephen Everett, one of your circuit judges here in Leon County for the Felony Criminal Division. You have been summoned here today as prospective jurors in the case of the state of Florida versus Donna Adelson. This is case number 2023 CF 3226. This is a criminal case. The state has charged Mrs. Adelson with the crimes of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and solicitation to commit first-degree murder. You will notice at times during the jury selection process that I will be reading to you today, or if you are instructed to return on Thursday. This is not because I do not wish to have a normal or free-flowing conversation with each of our prospective jurors, but rather any instruction that you are to receive on the law during this process must be specific and it must be uniform according to our Supreme Court. Is the state ready to select a jury this morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
And for the record, I'm going to note that Mrs. Adelson is present in the courtroom with her counsel. I believe downstairs you were qualified this morning. Was it Judge Ashenofi Richardson?
Yes, sir.
All right. Everyone remembers speaking with Judge Ashenofi Richardson earlier this morning?
Yes, sir.
She is very warm. She is very loving. It's hard to forget her. However, I am going to confirm with what has already been discussed this morning that everyone here is properly capable of serving as a juror and whether you may be excused for any statutory reason. When I go through the following questions, please raise your hands if you are answering yes to any of the questions that are being asked. First question, is everyone here at least 18 years of age or older?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I should see all hands, unless there are 17-year-olds trying to sneak onto a jury. Very well. All prospective jurors have answered the question in the affirmative. Is everyone here a citizen of the United States of America?
Yes.
Once again, the prospective jurors have raised their hands accordingly, answering the question yes. Is everyone here a resident of Leon County, Florida? The jurors have answered in the affirmative by raising their hands. Does everyone here possess a driver's license or identification card that's been issued by the Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles, or you have executed an affidavit as to your eligibility to serve? Once again, hands have been raised in the affirmative for all the prospective jurors. For the next series of questions, I will need you to raise your hands as well if any of these questions pertain specifically to you. Has anyone been convicted in a state or federal court of a felony crime or a crime of dishonesty, and you have not had your civil rights restored to you? None of the prospective jurors has raised their hand to this matter. Is anyone at the present time under prosecution for any crime at all in either a state or a federal court? No prospective juror has raised their hands. I'm also going to go briefly through the basis or the multiple bases in which you may be excused as a juror as a matter of statutory law. Is anyone a full-time sworn federal, state, or local law enforcement officer or investigative personnel? Please raise your hand if this applies to you. No hands have been raised. Is anyone an expecting mother or parent responsible for the full-time care of a child under 6 years of age? No hands have been raised. Is anyone 70 years of age or older? No hands have been raised. Oh, all right. I will address you at the end. I will just ask you to form a line in the aisle for right now if any of these questions apply to you. You can go ahead, sir or ma'am, and just get into the aisle. I will address you in just a few moments. Has anyone performed state jury service in the last year? And what I mean by the last year is August 20th of 2024 to the present. I do not see any hands that have been raised. Is anyone responsible for the full-time care of a person with a physical or mental incapacity who is incapable of caring for themselves, and you being here will create a hardship for them? No hands have been raised in response to that question. Is anyone a full-time student between the ages of 18 and 21 years of age who is attending a high school, any state university, private post-secondary educational institution, Florida college system institution, or career center? No hands have been raised in response to the question. Lastly, there is one additional one that I must inquire about. Has anyone given birth within the 6 months before your reporting date, which would be today, for your summons for jury service? I do not see any hands that have been raised in response to that request as well. You may approach. The parties may approach as well.
All right, so that's basically what happened yesterday too. I'll go ahead and I'll replay yesterday, or we'll pick up where we left off. But that's kind of what happens. That's what we're getting used to now in day two. So they have, first of all, they meet with the parties, make sure everything's copacetic and cool before then they bring in the jury. They talk to them, they ask them very high level questions, and then they will take them into individual rooms and talk to them even further. And that's what I was reading earlier, where we get to hear a little bit more about. We don't get to hear it. I have to wait till it's posted, and then I can read it. But then they just go to this seal, and then they come back at lunchtime. Judge gives an update, and then they break for lunch, and then they come back for the afternoon session. So pretty much that's what's going to happen. In the meantime, though, we're going to replay yesterday. Aaron condensed it down to 1 hour, so we're going to watch that. And then we're going to go into jail calls between Charlie and Donna, and we're going to kind of turn our focus onto Donna and how we got here. And again, if you guys missed it, we were doing a deep dive. We did Who is Dan Markel? Then we did The State Presents Its Case, which was Catherine Magbanua and Luis Rivera talking. Their testimonies. And then it was Wendi and Jeff Lucas's testimonies. And yesterday was Charlie and the bump and things of that nature.
The first thing that we're going to do today is to discuss what you may know about this case. This case has received publicity, and there has been a related case that was tried nearly 2 years ago. This process is going to be handled individually because you don't need to know what others may know concerning this case. Before we start that questioning, I'm going to give you some important instructions today. Many of you have cell phones, computers, and other electronic devices. Even though you have not yet been selected as a juror for this case, there are some rules that you must follow about using your cell phones, electronic devices, and computers from this point moving forward. You must not use your phones or devices to search the internet or to find out anything that is related to this case. Between now and when you have been discharged from jury duty, you must not provide or receive any information about your jury service to anyone, including your friends, co-workers, and family members. You may tell those who need to know where you are that you have been called for jury duty. If you are picked or selected for this jury, you may tell people that you have been selected for the jury and how long the case may take. However, you must not give anyone any information about the case itself or the people that are involved in the case. You must also warn people not to say anything to you or write to you about your jury service or about the case itself. This includes face-to-face communications, phone or computer communications as well. In this age of electronic communication, I want to stress that you must not use electronic devices or computers to talk about this case. This includes tweeting, texting, blogging, emailing, posting information on a website or chat room, or through any other means at all. Do not send or accept any messages, including email and text messages, about your jury service. You must not disclose your thoughts about your jury service or seek any advice or assistance on how to decide the case if you are selected as a juror. Further, you must not read nor listen to any news accounts about this case until you have been excused as a juror. Avoid the newspaper, television broadcast, particularly the local news stations. Also, avoid social media or any internet news sites. I am now going to provide to you a statement of the case that has been agreed upon by the parties. On July 18, 2014, FSU College of Law professor Dan Markel was shot while seated in his car. This happened in the driveway of Markel's home on Trescott Drive in the Benton Hills neighborhood. The killers traveled to Tallahassee from Miami to commit the murder in a rented silver green colored Prius. The defendant and alleged conspirator in this murder was the former mother-in-law of Dan Markel. She has entered a plea of not guilty. I will also read to you now from the material part of the indictment that has been filed against the defendant. Count 1. It is alleged that on or about July 18 of 2014, Donna S. Adelson in the county of Leon and state of Florida did unlawfully kill a human being, Daniel Markel, by shooting with a firearm, and the killing was perpetrated from or with a premeditated design or intent to effect the death of Daniel Markel, contrary to the Florida statutes. Count 2. It is alleged that beginning in 2013 until October 1st, 2016, Donna S. Adelson in the county of Leon and state of Florida did agree, conspire, combine, or confederate with Charles Adelson and or Catherine McBenoit and or other persons to commit first-degree murder, contrary to the Florida statutes. Count 3. It is alleged that beginning in 2013 until October 1st, 2016, Donna S. Adelson in the county of Leon and state of Florida did solicit another to commit first-degree murder, and in the course of such solicitation, commanded, encouraged, hired, or requested the person, Charles Adelson and or Catherine McBenoit and or other persons to engage in specific conduct which would constitute first-degree murder, which resulted in the death of Daniel Markel, contrary to the Florida statutes. The statement of the case and the indictment that I have just read to you are not evidence, nor are they to be considered as evidence or any proof of guilt. You must not be influenced by the statement or the fact that an indictment has been filed. It is merely informing you of the accusations that have been made by the state against the defendant. We are now going to talk with you individually and privately about this case. Some of you may be excused after the screening has occurred. Others may be retained to return on Thursday to participate in the next phase of the jury selection process. Individual voir dire is time-consuming, but will go a lot smoother if you are prepared to tell us what we need to know. These are the basic questions that you will be asked, or a variation thereof. Number 1, what do you know about this case? Number 2, what sources have you obtained this knowledge from? Number 3, based on what you know, do you have an opinion about Mrs. Adelson's guilt or innocence? Number 4, can you set aside your present knowledge, disregard it, and render a verdict solely on the evidence presented in the courtroom? Can you be fair and impartial? Number 5, do you have any reason that you cannot serve on the jury for up to 3 weeks? It will save us a lot of time if you think about these questions and you are prepared to give a prompt answer when you are called back. One specific thing that we're going to discuss with you individually is the time frame of this trial. We expect the jury selection process to take until Thursday of this week. After that process is complete, we expect the trial to start Thursday afternoon and continue from there. In total, we expect the trial will last for up to 2 weeks after jury selection has been concluded. From today until the end of the trial, this may be up to 3 weeks. We understand that it is a burden for anyone to serve for that length of time. However, we cannot make our system of justice work unless we have good people that are willing to do their civic duty and serve as jurors. Similar to military service, we do have to call on our citizens to make serious sacrifices. Jury duty is one of those times. You will probably never be called upon again to do something like a trial of this length and nature. However, I understand for some of you, this may not be possible given the circumstances. To give you some more information about what serving in this case will involve, you will not be sequestered during the trial. What that means is you will be capable of going home and returning the next day as you would normally. For the most part, we will work a regular business day, but on occasion it may be necessary to work a little bit longer based on the witnesses' schedules. I will do my best to adhere to a regular schedule. Please give some thought to whether you will have any major problems, including a physical problem, that would prevent you from giving this case your full attention and performing your duties as a juror for the 3-week period that we are discussing. Please be patient with us. We will be working as efficiently as we can. The bailiffs, the clerks, and court administration will be assisting here in the courtroom. You are to follow the bailiff's or clerk's instructions. Do not discuss this case while you are waiting or anywhere else until you have been excused. Please do not read or listen to any media accounts on your phone or anywhere else until you have been excused. Also, as well, while you're in the courtroom, you are not to speak to your fellow prospective jurors. You may read on your phones. You may use the magazines that have been provided for you as reading material, but you are to sit in silence while you are waiting to be screened. The bailiffs are going to be here to ensure that no one is speaking to each other about the case or any other matter while you are waiting to be screened. If the parties can please come to the jury room, we will begin with the process.
All right, so that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. Now they're going to take the jurors into individual rooms, or an individual room, and bring them in. I think that's that's pretty much it. All right, so we're going to go back to yesterday, condensed version. So let's get back to that.
Advice on how to decide the case. Further, you must not read nor listen to any news accounts about the case until you have been excused in this matter. Please avoid the newspaper and television broadcast, particularly the local news stations. Also, avoid any social media or any internet news sites concerning this matter as well. Mr. Zellman, if you still have the statement of case on your computer, I will just read it from that. You may. I'm going to read to you at this time a statement of the case that has been agreed upon by the parties. On July 18th, 2014, FSU College of Law professor Dan Markel was shot while seated in his car. This happened in the driveway of Markel's home on Trescott Drive in the Benton Hills neighborhood. The killers traveled to Tallahassee from Miami to commit the murder in a rented silver green color Prius. The defendant and alleged conspirator in this murder was the former mother-in-law of Dan Markel. She has entered a plea of not guilty. The statement of the case that I have just read to you is not evidence, and it's not to be considered by you as evidence or any proof of guilt. You must not be influenced by this statement. It is merely informing you of the accusation that has been made by the state against the defendant. Before we speak with you individually and privately about this case, some of you may be excused. Mr. Zellman, you can take it. I'm also going to read to you at this time the material part of the indictment that has been filed against the defendant. Once again, the indictment is not evidence, and it's not to be considered as evidence or any proof of guilt. You must not be influenced by the fact that an indictment has been filed in this case. It is merely a formal method by which the state makes an accusation against the defendant. It is alleged in count 1 that on or about July 18, 2014, Donna S. Adelson in the county, Leon, and state of Florida did unlawfully kill a human being, Daniel Markel, by shooting with a firearm, and the killing was perpetrated from or with a premeditated design or intent to effect the death of Daniel Markel, contrary to the Florida statutes. Count 2. Beginning in 2013 and until October 1st of 2016, Donna S. Adelson in the county of Leon and state of Florida did agree, conspire, combine, or confederate with Charles Adelson and or Catherine McBanawa and or other persons to commit first-degree murder, contrary to the Florida statutes. Count 3. It is alleged that beginning in 2013 and until October 1st of 2016, Donna S. Adelson in the county of Leon and state of Florida did solicit another to commit first-degree murder, and in the course of such solicitation, commanded, encouraged, hired, or requested the person, Charles Adelson and or Catherine McBanawa, and or other persons to engage in specific conduct which would constitute first-degree murder, which resulted in the death of Daniel Markel, contrary to the Florida statutes. I believe I said this before, but we are now going to speak with each of you individually and privately about this matter. Some of you may be excused during this process. The rest of you will remain to participate in the next phase of the jury selection process. Individual voir dire is time consuming but will go a lot smoother if you are prepared to tell us what we need to know. The basic questions that you will be asked are the following. Number 1, what do you know about this case? Number 2, what sources have you obtained this knowledge from? Number 3, based on what you know, do you have an opinion about Mrs. Adelson's guilt or innocence? Number 4, can you set aside your present knowledge, disregard it, and render a verdict solely on the evidence presented in the courtroom? Can you be fair and impartial? Number 5, do you have any reason that you cannot serve on this jury for potentially up to 3 weeks? It will save us all a lot of time if you think about these 5 questions and you are prepared to give a prompt answer when you are called back. We are going to discuss one thing with you individually, specifically as it relates to the hardship of serving on this jury. We expect the jury selection process to take until Thursday of this week. After that process is complete, we expect the trial to start on Friday and potentially go for 2 weeks after that. All in total, we expect the proceedings from today may take up to 3 weeks. We understand that it is a burden for anyone to serve for that length of time. However, we cannot make our system of justice work unless we have good people that are willing to do their civic duty as jurors. Similar to military service, we will have to call on our citizens at times to make sacrifices. Jury duty is one of those times. You will probably never be called upon again for something of this nature to serve in a lengthy trial. I understand for some of you this may not be possible under the circumstances. To give you a little more information about what this will involve, you are not going to be sequestered during the trial, meaning you will be capable of going home and returning to the courthouse each day. For the most part, we will work a regular business day, but on occasion it may be necessary to work a little bit longer based on the witness schedules. I will do my best to adhere to a regular schedule so it will not disrupt your lives. Please give some thoughts as to whether any of you may have a major problem, including a physical issue, that would prevent you from giving this case your full attention and performing your duties as a juror. Please be patient with us as we will be working as efficiently as possible. The bailiffs, the clerks, and court administration will be assisting here in the courtroom. Please follow the bailiff's or clerk's instructions. You are not to discuss this case while you are waiting or anywhere else until you have been excused. Also as well, there is reading material that has been provided by the court in the form of some magazines that are available to you if you would like to read. You also may look at your phones, but you are not to speak to each other or have any conversations about the case or anything else. For this instruction, does anyone have a question? Because I want to clear this up before we get underway. Again, you are not to speak to each other. You are not to discuss the case. You may look at your phones. You are not to look at any material that is related to this case. You also may read the reading material that has been provided by the court. Please do not listen to or read any media accounts on your phone or anywhere else until you have been excused. We will begin with the individual process at this point. If the parties, please, can relocate to the jury room. We will call each of you by your number, and from there we will go through the individual screening. If the bailiffs also can position themselves through the room as need be to make sure the orders are going to be enforced.
Got it.
concerning not discussing this case with anyone else, not watching any news reports. That is going to apply to you again until you are excused in this matter. Does anyone have any questions concerning this before you leave my presence? Please raise your hands. There are no bad questions, the teacher might say. Yes, ma'am.
Thursday, you know how long? Go by.
For that, once we go through the group jury selection process, I cannot tell you how long it will run, but we're anticipating on that day finishing the jury selection process, the jurors who are selected being sworn, and we go through the opening statements. After that, you will be discharged for the evening. As much as possible, we're going to try to stick to an 8:30, 5 o'clock day if you are selected as a juror. We may have to make exceptions on certain days, but that is the goal. Any other questions before we are dismissed? Yes, sir.
If we are currently here, we expect to return Thursday.
That is correct. Thursday at 11 a.m. Any other questions?
You said 11.
Yes, ma'am.
You said 11 a.m.?
11 a.m. on Thursday, report downstairs where you started off today. Okay. All right. I will see you Thursday. Oh, one more?
No, yeah.
Go ahead.
So if we're not the actual jurors that you guys are choosing, we just taking one. It won't relate to that until after that. So if I need to address it, then now I can address it now. It's work related, but I know with y'all with courts that'll be
Save it to Thursday.
Okay.
Believe me, we'll get it out of you.
yes sir, no sir, no problem.
Any other questions? Yes, sir.
Just to reiterate for my clarity, so this.
By both the state and the defense on Thursday.
Okay.
You are not a juror right now. You are still a prospective juror. You've just gone through the first round of screening.
Okay.
Don't read anything. Don't watch anything. Anything else? Have a good lunch break. See you Thursday.
Yeah. Give me your numbers.
We're just waiting on the jurors to return at 1:45 at this point. Are there any matters that we need to address before we continue?
Guys, can we approach?
Yes.
So again, just so you guys know, Erin took yesterday and she condensed it into, basically it turned out to be an hour. So right now they were at a sidebar, obviously. So that's why we can't hear, but we wanted to keep this in. We talked about this last night. Should we keep this in? Should we take it out? We wanted to keep it in just because you're seeing the parties interact. You're seeing Judge Everett there. If you can read lips, you can tell us what Georgia Kappelman is saying. But we wanted to keep this in. We talked about, should we take it out? Should we not? Should we leave it in? Take it out? I voted for keeping it in, just because you can see Georgia Kappelman somewhat animated. She looks a little worried. She may be talking about what she had for lunch, because this was after lunch. She may be saying, it's not sitting well with her. It was Taco Tuesday yesterday. Maybe the tacos aren't sitting so well. Maybe seems like Mr. Zellman there is not an issue for the defense. But and we were nosy. That's true, Nan. We're nosy. We want to know what's going on. See that? So that what he's holding there is a mic. That's for the court reporter. So that's Miss Fulford. She was a judge. She was a judge up here in Tallahassee. Real happy. I always appreciate Georgia's facial expressions. She definitely wears her emotions on her sleeve. Yeah, she always has like a worried face. Well, not always, but right now she looks worried. That concerns me. I don't like when I see Georgia worried. Look at her. I mean, come on, she's brilliant. Yeah, something's definitely going on. Maybe a plea, just a Texan? Well, we know it wasn't, because this is a replay from yesterday and they're in court today, so we know it's not. We know it's not a plea.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Take two. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Thank you. I'm Stephen Everett, one of your judges in the Felony Criminal Division here in Leon County. You have been summoned here this afternoon as prospective jurors in the case of the state of Florida versus Donna Adelson. This is case number 2023 CF 3226. This is a criminal case. The state has charged Mrs. Adelson with the crimes of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and solicitation to commit first-degree murder. You will notice at times during this jury selection process today that I will be reading to you. It is not that I do not wish to have a free-flowing conversation, but rather any explanations on the law that you will receive throughout this process must be uniform and must be specific according to the Florida Supreme Court. Is the state ready to select a jury this afternoon?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready to proceed as well?
Yes, sir.
And for the record, I'm noting that the defendant is present in the courtroom with her counsel. I believe earlier this afternoon, Judge Riggins qualified everyone. However, I am going to confirm with the qualification if there is anyone that needs to be excused on a statutory basis. That will happen before we move on through our process this afternoon. When I ask the following questions, please raise your hands if you are responding yes to the questions. Is everyone here that is a prospective juror at least 18 years of age or older? Please raise your hands if you're over 18. For the record, I will find that the prospective jurors have answered in the affirmative. Is everyone here a citizen of the United States of America? Once again, for the record, the prospective jurors have answered in the affirmative. Is everyone here that is a prospective juror a resident of Leon County? Once again, the prospective jurors have answered in the affirmative. Do each of the prospective jurors possess a driver's license or identification card that's been issued by the Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicle, or have you executed an affidavit as to your eligibility to serve as a juror? Once again, the prospective jurors have answered in the affirmative. Once again, please raise your hand if your answer is yes to any of the questions that now follow. Has anyone been convicted in a state or federal court of a felony crime or a crime involving dishonesty, and your rights, your civil rights, have not been restored to you? None of the prospective jurors have raised their hands in the affirmative. At this time, is anyone under prosecution for any crime, either in a state or a federal court? No hands have been raised for the record. The next grouping of items that I'm going to go over are people that may be excused by statute for falling into a specific grouping or class. If you can go ahead and silence your cell phones at this time. After I ask the question, if you are responding to this particular basis to be excused, please raise your hand and I will address you separately in just a few moments. Is anyone a full-time sworn federal, state, or local law enforcement officer or investigative personnel? Please raise your hand if this applies to you. No hands have been raised in response to the question. Is anyone an expecting mother or a parent responsible for the full-time care of a child that is under 6 years of age, and there is no one else to take care of the child? No hands have been raised in response to the question. Is anyone present 70 years of age or older? No response has been given to the question. Has anyone performed state jury service within the last year? The last year meaning August 19th, 2024 to today. No hands have been raised in response. Is anyone responsible for the full-time care of a person with a physical or mental incapacity who is incapable of caring for themselves, and you being here today will create a hardship for them? No hands have been raised in response. Is anyone a full-time student between the ages of 18 and 21 who is attending high school, any state, university, post-secondary educational institution, Florida college system institution, or career center? Please raise your hand. All right. I will address you in just a moment. Are there anyone else in the back? One hand was raised in response. I believe lastly, has anyone given birth within the 6 months before your reporting date on the summons, which would be today? Please raise your hands. No response has been given. Right, the one hand that was raised, please approach the bench. The attorneys may come up as well. The first thing that we're going to do this afternoon is discuss what some of you may know about this case. This case has received some publicity in the past, and there has also been a related case that was tried nearly 2 years ago. This process is going to be handled individually because you all don't need to know what the others may know about this case. However, before we start the questioning, I'm going to give you some very important instructions. Many of you have cell phones, computers, and other electronic devices that you have brought with you. Even though you have not yet been selected as a juror in this trial, there are some rules that you must follow about using your cell phones, electronic devices, and computers from this point moving forward. You must not use your phones or devices to search the internet or to find out any information that is related to this case. Between now and when you have been discharged from jury duty in this matter, you must not provide or receive any information about your jury service to anyone, including your friends, co-workers, and family members. You may tell those who need to know where you are that you have been called for jury duty. If you are picked for this jury, you may tell people that you have been selected for the jury and how long the case may take. However, you must not give anyone any information about the case itself or the people that are involved in this case. You must also warn people not to try to say anything to you or to write to you about your jury service or the case. This includes face-to-face communications, phone or computer communications as well. In this age of electronic communication, I want to stress that you must not use electronic devices or computers to talk about this case. This includes tweeting, texting, blogging, emailing, posting information on a website or chat room, or through any other means at all. Do not send or accept any messages, including email and text messages about your jury service. You must not disclose your thoughts about this case or your jury service, or ask for any advice on how to decide the case. Further, you must not read nor listen to any news accounts about this case until you have been excused by the court. Avoid the newspaper and television broadcasts, particularly the local news stations. Also, avoid social media or any internet news sites. I am now going to provide to you a statement of the case that has been agreed upon by the parties. On July 18, 2014, FSU College of Law professor Dan Markel was shot while seated in his car. This happened in the driveway of Markel's home on Trescott Drive in the Benton Hills neighborhood. The killers traveled to Tallahassee from Miami to commit the murder in a rented silver green color Prius. The defendant and alleged conspirator in this murder was the former mother-in-law of Dan Markel and has entered a plea of not guilty. I will also now read to you the material part of the indictment that has been filed against the defendant. Count 1. It is alleged that on or about July 18 of 2014, Donna S. Adelson in the county Leon and state of Florida did unlawfully kill a human being, Daniel Markel, by shooting with a firearm, and the killing was perpetrated from or with a premeditated design or intent to effect the death of Daniel Markel, contrary to the Florida statutes. Count 2. It is alleged that beginning in 2013 until October 1st, 2016, Donna S. Adelson in the county of Leon and state of Florida did agree, conspire, combine, or confederate with Charles Adelson and or Catherine Magbanawa and or other persons to commit first-degree murder contrary to the Florida statutes. Count 3. It is alleged that beginning in 2013 until October 1st, 2016, Donna S. Adelson in the county of Leon and state of Florida did solicit another to commit first-degree murder, and in the course of such solicitation, commanded, encouraged, hired, or requested the person, Charles Adelson and or Catherine Magbanawa and or other persons to engage in specific conduct which would constitute first-degree murder, which resulted in the death of Daniel Markel, contrary to the Florida statutes. The statement of the case and the indictment I have just read to you are not evidence, and are not to be considered as evidence or any proof of guilt. You must not be influenced by the fact that an indictment has been filed in this case. It is merely a formal method by which the state makes an accusation against the defendant. We are now going to talk to each of you individually and privately about this case. Some of you may be excused. The rest of you will remain to participate in the next phase of the jury selection process. Individual voir dire is time-consuming, but will go a lot smoother if you are prepared to tell us the information that we need to know. These are the basic questions that you will be asked, or some variation thereof. What do you know about this case? What sources have you obtained this knowledge from? Based on what you know, do you have an opinion about Mrs. Adelson's guilt or innocence? Can you set aside your present knowledge, disregard it, and render a verdict solely on the evidence presented in the courtroom? Can you be a fair and impartial juror? Do you have any reason that you cannot serve on the jury for potentially up to 3 weeks? It will save us all a lot of time if you think about these questions and be prepared to give us a prompt answer when you are called back. The last question that we will discuss with each of you individually deals with hardship. We expect the jury selection process to take until Thursday of this week. After that process is complete, we expect the trial to start on Friday and last for 2 weeks. All in total, we expect the proceedings from today will take up to 3 weeks. We understand that it is a burden for anyone to serve for that length of time. However, we cannot make our system of justice work unless we have good people that are willing to do their civic duty and serve as jurors. Similar to military service, we do have to call on our citizens to make sacrifices, and jury duty is one of those times. You will probably never be called on again to serve in a trial of this length and nature. However, I understand for some of you, service in this matter may not be possible under the circumstances. To give you a little more information about what this will involve, you will not be sequestered during this trial. What that means is you will be able to go home as you normally would and return the next day. For the most part, we will work a regular business day, but on occasion, it may become necessary for us to work a little bit longer based on the witness schedule. I will do my best to adhere to a regular schedule each day, so please give some thought to whether any of you may have a major problem, including a physical issue that would prevent you from giving this case your full attention for the time period in which we are discussing. Please be patient with us. We will be working as efficiently as we possibly can. The bailiffs, clerks, and court administration will be assisting in the courtroom. Please follow the bailiffs or clerk's instructions. Do not discuss this case while you're waiting here or anywhere else until you have actually been excused. Do not read or listen to any media accounts on your phone or anywhere else until you have been excused. Also, you are not to speak to each other while you are waiting to be examined by the court and the attorneys. You may read your phones. There are some magazines here available, provided as reading material, but ultimately you are not to speak to your fellow prospective jurors. Again, you are not to seek out any information about this case, but you may silently either read your phones, read the reading material that has been provided, or even if you want to, get some shut-eye, don't start snoring. But you're not to speak to each other. Are there any questions about this before we get started? Very well. If the parties can come to the jury room at this time, we will get set up and then we will start summoning back each of the jurors.
All right, I think that's it. I think the only thing is, okay, yeah, this is them leaving. Miss Dugan and Miss Kappelman. There's juror number 99's little paddle. There goes Donna.
No,
Probably one. You did like 103 today?
So we'll start with a new one.
I knew, yeah.
It's a new day.
That's my understanding. Here's the thing.
I'm pretty sure that's it.
We need to lock that front door. I'm actually well that thing.
There's nothing on the bench there, right?
Other than
Live for tonight.
this.
All right, so thank you to Aaron. Sherry loves the music. So yeah, Aaron comes up with some great music. It's kind of all based upon, because the family is involved, right? So Aaron was thinking about, The Godfather, family involved, of course, Jay calls her Grandma Gotti. So she was trying to get, find songs that talked about family loyalty, and then it turned toxic. We had the Adelsons versus the Markels almost. Well, not almost. That is kind of what it turns out to be. And then the very bitter custody battle that went on between Dan and Wendi. So that's kind of if you guys are members, you can go to our playlist for soundtracks, and Aaron created a really cool soundtrack that we'll play during the actual trial, like during lunch breaks. We'll play the music, the soundtrack that Aaron created. But definitely talks, or it speaks to like The Godfather, the family involvement, how it went toxic, all that stuff. So hope you guys like it. There's more where that came from. All right, so let us get to, let's see here. Let me find, all right, so now next up, so that was yesterday. And we need to now turn our focus to, we're going to go to the jail calls. All right, so these are the jail calls. This is from phone calls from prison, who is we are very grateful that they have allowed us to show this. We've shown we did Stefan Stern's. We have done Stefan Stern's phone calls. So we're very happy that they have graciously allowed us to play this. And we're going to get to it. Okay, so this is November 6th of 2023 at 6:40. This is the day that Charlie got convicted. So this is the day that Charlie got convicted. I don't know if I need closed captioning for this. Here, let me put myself, gotta put myself down here. All right, so here we go. So the bottom left corner, that's where we have the feed from today. So we're not going to hear anything from them until lunchtime. That's what happened yesterday. So in the meantime, we're going to hear, this is the day Charlie got convicted, right? November 6th, he got convicted. So here he is calling Donna at 6:40.
Prepaid collect call from an incarcerated individual at the Leon County Jail. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. Thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Hey.
Hey, Charlie. Charlie.
How are you guys?
Okay. We're still talking to you, so that's good. We're still talking.
I'm so sorry. I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to say anything. It is what it is.
They didn't give you a chance. They had their minds made up. You don't walk out in 3 hours.
No, trust me, it is. I knew what jurors like, and I knew what I had when I was up here. I knew what I was dealing with.
It looks nothing.
Look, it is what it is.
Have you spoken to Dan since he left?
No, I called you.
Okay. Yeah, there's something that he told us. You need to talk to him. You need to ask him what. Ask him what you tell my parents.
Yeah, no. I'm going to talk to him, but I'll call you in a little bit. But take it minute, relax. Not getting upset, not going to change anything. So I'm going to get you checked.
All right. Call Dan. Ask him to tell you what he told us, okay?
Listen, I'm fine. Just take something to relax, okay?
All right, we're going to be okay, Charlie. Just please give Dan a call and call us back later, okay?
Yeah. Tell Mom to take something and relax.
I will.
I know what I was dealing with. She didn't take something. She don't go crazy and get upset.
Okay. I love you. We talk a little bit later, okay?
I got full power on my phone. I'll call you guys in a little bit tonight. And that's,
all right, just call Dan first, okay?
I'm going to call her in a little bit, but I'm calling Dan first, okay?
Okay.
Love you guys.
Love you, Charlie.
The caller has hung up.
Hey, guys.
Oh, Charlie.
So
you spoke to Dan?
I'm like, been there for a while. Been there for a long time. He was occasionally trying to get to go eat and get out of the road. He stayed on it for a long time. He said he was going to call you guys when I got off the phone and I was going to call you in a little bit.
Yeah, he did. We were able to get through to Bree.
I spoke to Bree. Roland has fallen asleep in her lap.
Okay.
She's like, when I was in a Roland, I'm like, just don't say anything to him yet. There's no reason to.
No.
Yeah, I can't handle that. That's the honestly the only thing.
No. I know. You don't have to do anything now.
No. Honestly, the only thing I really wanted to do is just dad in my life. Just to be a dad and have a son.
I know. Believe me, I know.
I just wanted to be a dad. I mean, when I was with Bree, I dated her for 6 weeks. I found out she was pregnant 6 weeks after we'd broken up. And I was like, no, I want to keep it. I want to be a dad.
I know you do.
Yeah, I know, Charlie. I know.
Take a breath, Charlie.
Take a deep breath, Charlie, please.
Honestly, I'm like, I don't know if I'm in a state of shock.
Yeah, you're in shock. We're all in shock.
Yeah.
All in shock.
I had a feeling though, so it's not like, listen, I've been up in Tallahassee for a year and a half. I mean, I got a taste for how big this case was. I had no idea. There was no way in hell I was ever going to get a fair trial up here. No,
but that's
way in hell.
No.
Listen, even with the jury consultants, they ended up using X's on people that were like fucking horrible. Like not even like selection. It was just like get the people off that you like. I mean, honestly, I sat there and like the same people that I said let's X off our jury. To be honest with you, were the same people the jury consultants were like, yeah, you can't have these people on your jury. So it wasn't even like picking good people. It was about just keeping the fucking horrible ones off that we couldn't have come on. There was no like, every time I said, oh, this one, I had the same numbers down that we had to get rid of that we had on the paper that they had to get rid of. There was no, you know.
I know. It was, listen, these people didn't deliberate. We know what happened. They were decided before. They went back, filled out their papers, and came out. That's not a deliberation. They looked at
a couple things. Got on it. They probably ate for an hour and then talked about some stuff. Went through this paperwork, filled it out. Because they went all the way to like I guess 1:30 with the opening stuff. And they probably took lunch till 2:30.
Yeah. They didn't deliberate. They did nothing. They did absolutely nothing. Vigilante.
When they came in and I saw when they came in this morning and nobody looked at me, I knew because they'd already made up their mind.
Yeah.
Sometimes I wish I went with my gut instinct for life.
Dan did a great job. You spoke well. They listened to nothing. Absolutely nothing.
No. They cut and pasted emails. They cut and pasted lines from text messages and gave us their own meaning. You know, like, oh, kitty face. Oh, like.
I saw what they did. Oh, it's a mistake.
Yeah,
like it's nothing.
It was like, I don't know. It was like they dressed it up into something it wasn't. They just, I don't want to talk about it. I'm in shock. I'm partly in shock, partly not surprised, partly just certain things that I don't want to go into, but I just wish I went with my gut instinct. My gut instinct was not. I wish I would have gone with my gut more in life. What it's about, right? You guys take care of yourself. I mean, I'm not saying I needed you guys getting sick out there. One more thing on my head.
Yeah, no.
Yes, I don't have much. You know, I don't really have much in life anymore. So it was something happened to you guys.
Yeah, well, we'll be fine.
We'll stay tough for you, Charlie. We'll stay tough.
Come see me. You know, I can. I don't even know what it's going to be like, but I did ask Dan if they put me in, if they maybe get me in some protective, it's called protective management, where people are like, that I guess have high profile cases or people that are like police officers, when they go into custody, they put them in certain areas, but they can't put them in general population. I heard there's camps that are like that. I'm in shock. He said they're going to work on that. They're going to work on the appeal.
Right.
I mean, listen, it's such a high profile. You know, it's like you have to get an appellate lawyer. It's such a high profile case that, I mean, listen, everyone's saying all the right things. But listen, I had a good life. I really did. There was about 45 out there. And,
let's see what develops. Just let's be patient.
The judge gave these people plenty of warnings. I'm sure they sure they followed their little instructions.
I'm sure they did. Yeah.
So they were listening. These are people who took a Appleton. These are all people from Tallahassee. There's no way there's no way under a rock. There's no way you don't know about this case. You know, this is the biggest. This is like this is the biggest case they've had up here since from the 80s. This is.
Charlie, they weren't listening. They weren't listening to anything, because if they had a brain and they were listening, it was very clear.
Yeah,
but the answers don't listen. They just go. They just do. They don't listen.
Yeah, and they're hammered with someone like George Kaplan, who makes it real simple for them.
She didn't even. She had no evidence. She had nothing.
No. They had emails. Look at the emails. Oh, look at the emails. Which is,
emails that never mentions anything about danger or violence.
I trust me. I know it's not how that's not how they use it for. They use it to paint a different picture. To paint the picture. You know, I mean, Jesus Christ, they made a deal about me calling the home line. We've had it since 1979. Like, you only lived there for 3 months in 2014. So you're only there 90 days in 14. They ran a chart going to 16. Well, yeah, it's because the house was sold in 15, and you're only there 90 days. I mean, there's nothing special about calling my home phone, but they put up a pie chart, and they made it look like there was something very suspicious about calling you at home.
Yeah. It's just a picture. They painted a picture without evidence. That's what they did.
Yeah. They literally they had a theory. I don't know what to talk about it anymore.
Yeah, there's no point. There's no point right now.
No, I can't really talk on it. Even though this is calling on a landmine.
Yeah.
Right.
I know.
Right.
All right.
So it's only for the night that they moved me over to E1 because when you get convicted, they know your sentences like this. They want to
Say that again. They're moving you?
No, they already did. When I came back to the jail, I had to roll up my stuff and they moved me to E1.
And what is that?
They let me keep my clothes. I'm not in my regular cell anymore. They have me in a suicide cell.
Is it your own cell?
Yeah, it's my own cell, but it's got a hole in the wall and shit on the ceiling. I can't see the glass. It's got a video camera. People fucking screaming.
I know, I hear them.
And I'm just like in my little cell, like a solitary green cell with lights on. I can't see out. Like I said to the officer, put me in here. I'm like, listen, I'm not suicidal. But I guess whenever you're convicted and stuff, they put them in one of these for observation. The chief of the prison can come talk to me tomorrow. They're going to have a therapist come talk to me tomorrow. I'm not suicidal. You can't leave me in here that long. You crazy when you self. They know they can talk to you in the morning. I'll probably get moved back to my pod and back to myself. They just do this a precautionary thing.
Yeah. Oh, God.
That's what they sometimes, right?
Not even believable. Unbelievable.
I don't want to say no way to anybody with a fellow lawyer. This case is so big. It is so publicized. This isn't some guy trying to get an appeal on the case. This was like what had to be sold up here. They had live coverage. They had, they pull out all the stops. It's not something.
I know. I know what they
we're
were
not making a mistake. You know what I mean? It's not like, we thought for a minute, you got brought back on appeal, or the judge made a super ruling. They were dotting every I and crossing every T. I love you guys.
I love you, Charlie.
I love you, Charlie. I love you.
Look,
I love my
get through
whole heart.
tonight and get
Please.
through tomorrow, and just call us anytime, please, okay?
Yeah, no, listen, take something so you don't end up having a heart attack tonight, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Listen, I love you guys a lot, okay?
I love you too.
I love you, Charlie. My whole heart. I love you. Please. I love you.
Understand, just take care of Roman for me and keep an eye out for him.
You know I will.
We will.
I know it.
And that's
Charlie.
That's Wendi. By the way, I wrote Ben like a month ago. He never wrote me back.
I know. I'll find out.
Yeah. All that.
No. How's Wendi doing?
I can't talk to her. I don't know. I don't know.
You haven't talked to her?
I did not talk to her. I can't do it. I can't talk to her. Anybody else but you, Dan.
Yeah.
Listen, I love you guys a lot, okay? Everything's gonna be fine. I'm gonna be strong.
I know you will.
And Dan's gonna look out for me. They're gonna try to. I already told them, so don't harass them about it, because I've already spoken to them, said it twice, and they said they're definitely gonna look into it and do what they can.
Exactly. I know. I know. Say that again.
Yeah, about the protective, trying to get into the protective management because of the publicity on the case.
Right.
And look, I don't want you guys. I know you're upset. I just don't want you guys getting sick over this.
We will. You just be strong, okay, and then we'll be fine.
Yeah, you're strong.
I've been dealing with this for how many years now? You know, it's like.
I know.
Now you get what I listen. I haven't been myself. Listen, for me, for how many years for how many years I had it was hard to be normal with everything going on. It's kind of, and I still try to work and I still work and I'm still I don't think nobody ever got what was going on in my head. And I can tell you.
No, I know that.
Nobody ever knew. But I always had a feeling.
No, I know that. I know that.
I remember, honest to God, I remember the last time that we all went to the show in Rome and we were taking video. You don't even want to know what I was thinking in my head.
We'll take care of Roman, but just hang in there, okay?
Hang in there, Charlie.
I'm good. No, listen. I woke up today in jail and going to bed in jail. Nothing changed for me. Unfortunately, we didn't win. I don't even say it. I'm still in shock. I'm still, honestly,
I know.
I cried a little bit when I got in the cell, but I'm still.
You're strong. You're strong.
It's set in, but it hasn't set in, and
Of course not.
It doesn't feel real. And it's almost like, if it makes any sense, it feels like it's no different than it was yesterday. I'm just in the same cell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's like my worst fucking nightmare, to be honest with you.
Yeah. No, I know. I know, Charlie. I know. It's for all of us. It's for all of us, Charlie. It is for all of us.
I don't know what to say.
I don't know what to say either. We're here, Charlie. We're here. And anything that can be done, we're going to try to do. You know that.
No, I know, but don't. Do me one favor and don't get sick. Listen, tonight, please take something now if you haven't already.
We already did.
We did, Charlie. We did.
Take another one. But listen,
all right.
I love you guys. You're my parents.
I know.
I love you, Charlie. I love you.
I love you more than you do. Hang in there. I don't want to make you cry, so you're just taking it easy tonight, okay?
Again, if I want to call you tonight.
Yeah, call us anytime.
Anytime.
We're up.
Anytime, Charlie.
Okay.
Please, anytime.
Okay. Okay.
Love you. Love you. Love you.
Bye, sweetheart.
Love you.
Love you guys.
Love you.
Love you guys.
The caller has hung.
Hey, hon.
Hi,
How
Charlie.
are you guys?
We're okay.
We're all right.
I got, by the way, I only have like $15 on my phone.
On your phone.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. I'll take care of it right now. I'll take care of it right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
I called Michael. I talked to him for like 20 minutes.
Yeah. No.
I think he had texted you guys.
You did. What about commissary or eye care? What about those things?
I got food for. I'll get the food when I get back into the pod from the guys I gave it to. I'm not that hungry. They had chicken tonight. Chicken that I ate it. And they gave me 2 packages of tuna fish back. They'll give me my food back. Last night I thought I may be getting out today, so I gave away all my commissaries that I had saved up.
Right.
The 2 guys I gave it to, friends, they'll give it right back. It's not, they're not keeping it or anything. But I'm just in this one cell for the night. So they just have me like, yeah, I'm just in a cell for the night. In the morning, the chief of the jail is going to come see me, and they're going to have they have like nurses that come and they're going to ask me a bunch of questions. I mean, I'm not suicidal, but I guess they just do that so they don't have a problem with you, have you under observation, you know? I understand why they do it, but I told the sergeant to put me in here. I said, if you keep me in here long, I'm going to go fucking crazy. Like,
they'll let you go back. They'll see you're okay. They'll let you go back.
Yeah, no, I'm fine. Listen, I woke up in jail. I'm back in jail. I've been here for a year and a half. I guess that was very big swing of emotions to go from like thinking you're getting out.
I know. We're all set.
Yeah.
It took a whole bunch of clothes from a couple of weeks ago. I packed up a suitcase for you, so that when you came, I had it ready for you to go to a hotel with it. And I had everything ready for you. We were sure you were coming out.
I didn't, honestly, the way I've been to Tallahassee for a year and a half, I could tell the temperature up here. I could tell how everybody knew who I was. This was not a case that this was not a normal case that goes through the system. This was a special case.
I know, honey.
You know?
I know.
This was not, and I said it, and I knew it. I knew I should have. I knew what they wanted to do. You know, I stayed, and I saw it coming. I saw the freight train coming. Probably fine. What else I can say? I'll be fine. Got to be strong.
You got to be strong.
Yeah.
Just fucking stars.
That's what it's doing, Charlie.
What's
that?
I'm saying we'll try to do everything we can to help you.
Don't give up, Charlie.
No, I'm not giving it up. I just listen. This was Tallahassee Super Bowl. But when I sat, it's funny. I was so optimistic and everything. When I sat this morning and I saw what she was doing in clothes, and I kept writing down notes like she's lying. Like she's lying. Like she's making shit up. Like she's making issues of things that are not related to anything. It's not even evidence. they're just saying I guess it's circumstantial evidence that I called my parents' home phone number. Like, and they put together an impressive pie chart that the 10th grader could figure out there's nothing special about it. But she made it out to be special. Everything was special. Everything was boom, boom. You know, Wendy's book that she wrote became like, you know, Wendy's putting down Tallahassee. Wendy never put down Tallahassee in her book, but she kind of spun it on to be like,
She did not.
you know, the way Wendy looks at that, like it was like Wendy was putting down Tallahassee. She wasn't putting down Tallahassee in her book. But it's the way it was, you know, you take the text and you take the email and you take the book, put some more pictures of emails up, and you got the show.
I know. Believe me.
And I'm sitting there watching the show, and you know, at the end of the show, she's quoting Ryan Fitzpatrick, who I didn't know in 2014. Giving information on 2014, and I'm like, what the fuck am I watching? Like, I spoke to the guy twice in 2014. He was my best friend in 14, evidently.
Yeah, but I know, I heard it.
Like, I'm like he was my best friend in 14. And then they say, listen, whenever the thing that he gave instructions, and he told me, like, whatever the prosecutor says or the defense attorney says in closing, it's not to be construed as evidence. It's not presented as evidence. They're just summarizing things in the case. You got to listen to what you heard during the trial. It doesn't go like that. These people just look and listen to the closing, and the way everything was like spun at the closing, I was like, this isn't reality. If these people are watching this is not reality, but they had this 2-hour production.
Yeah, she lied. She lied several times. I know. We all caught it.
Like you did. You know, each person's, you know, has their own. It's like everybody who walks in has their own agenda, or you know, or a bone to pick, or a tail to spin, and everything just gets taken as like face value. Like I feel like a fool for even thinking or letting people convince me that I was gonna have a shot. I really feel stupid. God, you know, they say, go if you've got instincts and don't listen to anyone else. That's ignorant. Hello? 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 Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
The caller has hung up.
Hey.
You couldn't hear me. I knew something was wrong. Yeah.
No, I couldn't. Did you hear me saying hello?
No, not at all. Because I was
Yeah,
doing the same thing. Yeah, it just went quiet.
And the bars didn't go down on my phone.
So you've got what? The same, they take your mattress and put it in another room?
Yeah, I rolled up my mattress and I got a blanket and it's just in another room. So it's like a solitary cell. You know, it's got a camera in here, it's got a glass, and it's just got a bed. You know, I'll have contact with anybody. Hopefully people won't be all night.
Different floor or same floor?
No, a picture of my pod. You can't picture it, but there's like a contact. My pod's got, is there 2 stories? You know, it's got a second level.
Right.
So it's got a second level and then a first level. And then on the halfway to the bottom, there's a concrete wall. And then they have all the suicide on a quarter of the pod underneath all the cells up on top. So it's like set up just like the pod is, but it's got a whole wall that divides it, and then it's got have 15 adults back here, 6 men, 6 women, and they got cameras in each one of them, and they have an office that sits and watches all the closed circuit cameras in each cell. And that's so there's a toilet, a sink, and it's got a bed, a slab, rolled up by mattresses, like they brought it in here, and it's for tonight, and I'm sure 5:30 in the morning they're probably going to bring 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning. You're getting the nurses for 6 o'clock. I'm sure the chief will probably have her at some point. Check me out of it. Hopefully allow me to go back to the pod that I came from.
Yeah.
I'll be there for at least another 30 days. And then I'll be transferred. I just thought I was going to get, honestly, I thought I was going to get a fair shake. And I never, put it this way, I never thought I was going to get a fair shake. I got led to believe that I was going to get a fair shake, and I started to believe it myself. You know, I just,
Dan is writing to me while we're talking, Charlie.
Yeah,
he said, hang in there, we're going to continue to fight. You can just stay with it. Not giving up on you, just wait.
I know. It's just a big case for Tallahassee. It's not your normal case comes back on appeals and they let a guy go like that.
Yeah. Was he flying back to Miami?
He drove.
Oh, he drove.
I mean, I stayed around because I thought I would get a fair shake, but that's not what happened.
I know.
You know, it's like I should have stayed around for this. This is not taking class. Like, I don't know how, I just don't know how Dan was so optimistic. He was very optimistic, which I appreciate. But
because the case was good, and he was good, and you were good. It was the jury, honey. It was just what you said.
There was no jury in Tallahassee that would have let me go. That was never going to happen. I mean, we were like outsiders up here. Let's put it that way. We were definitely outsiders and looked at as like people from another planet that shit on Tallahassee. You know, when she started doing that whole thing about Wendy's book, I was like,
are you kidding me? I know. What does that have to do with anything?
Well, it paints the picture.
That's what she
knows. Like, what are you doing? Why were emails a constant like theme? You probably lost 80% of this. Listen, you never win. You have to get it. The best you do is, like one of the guards was saying to me, he goes, the best you're going to do is hang. You have to have unanimous. I mean, 12 people have to vote your way. I mean, you think you're going to get all 12 people to vote your way? You're crazy. Not up here. The best you do is hang. If you hang, then you do it. The best you do is hang. If you hang, you stay here. You stay until they retry it. And they get another bite of the apple.
Yeah.
You know, like, these people fucking hated me. I mean, they looked at me like, like some guy that's making $5 million a year.
Yeah.
I wasn't.
I know you weren't. Well, they're not finished, this family. You're just the start.
Well, I know.
Look, there's nothing, as you know, there's nothing you can do right now. You get through the night, you'll see these people in the morning, you get back to your cell. I'm going on to secure cash at last, the money to the account, so we'll be okay. And you need commissary money too, right? Commissary and...
Like the commissary, man. I probably hold off on that because I got commissary money. I just need to get all my on my shed, I mean, what?
Well, check tomorrow and see what you have, and you'll tell me what to order for the eye care, okay?
Yeah, hold off until next weekend to order it. And then I think the first camp I get to, I don't think you can order commissary, so we go a little bit without commissary. Trust me. Until I know it's safe for me to get stuff, I'm not gonna, like, wherever I go, until I know that it's safe, I'm not going to be ordering like I have, you know? Like I've had my own cell, my own badge.
You said you're going to probably go back to your own cell tomorrow, right? Charlie? Hello?
Yeah, sorry, the bars just went down for a second, I'm back.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, I thought tomorrow you'll go back to your own cell, right? The private cell?
Yeah, I should. I'm going to be in Leon for
a month.
I'm going to be in Leon County at least for another month, because then they have sentencing, and then they'll move me after they do sentencing.
Yeah.
Like I'm only going to be here for probably a month, and then they usually do sentencing, and then they usually move you like the following Tuesday, when the buses come. Then they move you to like an intake center. You learn all the stuff like you have to do. Kind of like they keep it like military, how they want things done, and then from there they'll tell me where they're going to ship me. Somewhere to pick apart. So last thing I need is for you guys to get sick of, because I don't really have much else.
You're going to be fine, Charlie.
Yeah.
I just need you to be okay. You'll be fine.
Yeah. No. I'm going to take a shot. I'm still in jail. I was in jail yesterday and in jail today. I'd be more comfortable if I was in my cell. I'd be more comfortable if I was around the people that I talk to.
Right.
Walk around the little rec deck area.
It's already 9:30. They'll put the lights out at 11, so you get to go to sleep. And
this time, well, I haven't had that.
They don't shut the lights off?
No, but I can honestly, I've gotten to the point I just put my head underneath the blanket, and then it's dark. I've got a sheet, and then I've got a thick blanket. So I do that, and then I can sleep.
Okay.
So I'm in here, and it's just pacing around. They don't shut the lights off. They got the cameras on it.
Okay.
Well, they have a guard sitting watching the cameras. I don't know. I just literally was really thinking I was getting out.
We all did. We all did.
That's what we all
just a shock.
Like I came to believe I was getting out, but like the temperature here in Tallahassee wasn't time. You know what I mean? It's just like the way everybody was reacting to everything. It was like everybody was drinking the Kool-Aid too much.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, I should have.
I know.
I would say trust your gut instinct.
Yeah.
Like, should have trusted my gut.
I know.
Instead of listening.
Your gut's always right.
People.
Yeah.
No, and then I have like, you know, people convince me otherwise, and then I'm like, oh, okay. No, cool. Should have gone with my gut instinct. Like, it was so, trust me, it was so on, it was ridiculous. Like, my gut instinct was so on, but I didn't trust my gut. You know? Like, what we get it. Like a good gut instinct. It's a good gut instinct.
Yeah, I know.
You know, I trust it. I do I knew when I was sitting eating sushi with Roman that last time that I was with him. Like when we all went to sushi in Weston.
Yeah.
Remember, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I look at the pictures all the time. I know exactly what you're talking about.
You know the video when I'm eating sashimi with him?
Yeah.
I swear to God on my life, I knew when I was sitting there taking the video with him. I just did. That's what was going through my head. You know, wasn't enjoying the moment as much as I was thinking, like, this is on video. Really, I had a weird, you know, like the turtles. It was weird. It was almost like an out-of-body. I felt like it was out-of-body experience while I was doing that. Like, just, you know what I'm saying? Like, it just...
I do. I was there with you.
Like, I was there, but I just felt like this was like I was literally cherishing every moment. More so than I should have been for eating sushi with my kids.
Yeah.
That's all my head is just trust me.
I'm sure it's
I want you guys to take care of yourself because I don't have much else to manage my life with now. Worse if something happens to you guys.
I know.
So, like, you need to take something to relax. Like, take something to relax.
Yeah,
we will. So, you know what I mean?
I do, sweetie. Yeah. I do.
Yeah.
I know.
Well, I know we're going to figure out a lot of shit in the next couple of weeks anyway.
Right.
I know today's not the day to figure stuff out.
Not today. No.
I'm honestly, I cried a little bit myself, but I'm more just like, state of shock.
You're in shock. I know. You're in shock.
Like this. You know, it's very...
You know, we all are.
I mean, I just hope.
Just,
yeah, talking about
what's
that?
I was just going to say,
yeah.
Just hang in there, please, because things might change.
No. Things can change. I mean, miracles can happen.
That's right.
But it's number one in this case is that we have to get moved out of Tallahassee. I mean, it was an absolute joke when I was sitting there. Fucking, you know, it was a spectacle. It was literally a spectacle. Out of 152 people we had come in, 93 were honest enough to say that they already, what they knew about the case, and reveal their biased opinion. We had 5 people on the jury with law enforcement in their family.
With law enforcement in the family.
Yeah. Like, I had a guy that was a 20-year sergeant in the Army and then retired in the post office 20 years. Or working in the post office. 20-year sergeant in the Army. Like, 20 years black sergeant from the United States Army. Like, you're not looking, like, how is this 16-year-old retired sergeant from the Army look at me? Like an alien. Like an outsider. I mean, I was a total outsider up here. This was not, nobody could have won this case up here, let's put it that way. Not even, I mean, you think Dan could be that wrong?
You know, I guess
like you gotta have 12 people vote your way to get out.
Yeah, I know.
They didn't have one. They didn't have fucking one.
You could only make so many X's. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the X's that really need to be used, they're X's. They said, oh, it's time to put Charlie in a fair shake. Get him out of here. They used their 12 to get anybody that would have given me a fair shake that made it through. I used my, sorry, they're 10. I used my 10 to get rid of, people I needed to get rid of. You know, but I still don't, I mean, I know it's the system or whatever, but like, I still don't understand how they can be taking so many things that have nothing to do with the case, from like the whole phone number to email to people's statements who have like vendettas, like, and then like present them like, oh, this person said this person said this person said you're arrogant. I mean, he's so arrogant. He's so arrogant. What makes me arrogant? He makes a lot of money.
No, they're just trying to paint the picture.
Yeah, they throw some adjectives. You know, you think you're untouchable. I never said I was untouchable. Someone described me as that. Said, now you can keep referring to me. Okay. Well, you're painting me like that, and then you throw that adjective there, and then you spin it, and you come up with a fucking chart that shows that I call the whole phone number only, 99.8% of the time. I never call the whole phone number. What can you call it? It's there its own line.
The prosecutor knows she threw in lies. She knows exactly what she did. She played games with a jury and got it. Got what she wanted.
And she's a Tallahassee person, and I'm not. Very simple. I just, you know what? Part of me is just mad at myself because I saw the freight train coming. It just, you know what I'm saying?
I do.
We know, Charlie. We know.
I know exactly what you saw.
So, taking the day off tomorrow at work. Sherry called in. They were fine with it. They understand. She's pretty upset.
Yeah, I know.
For a while.
I know.
Did you talk to her?
We've been texting back and forth. I couldn't talk. I didn't want to talk to anybody. Talk to you and talk to Dan. That's it. I don't want to talk to anybody else. But I texted, and I know. I understand. I know what happened with her.
So I didn't call her again. It's really, yeah, that sucks.
Yeah, but it sucks.
Like, it's not even. I just don't want you guys to get sick over it.
We'll be okay, Charlie.
Try to keep it together, Charlie. We'll try.
Really, we'll try.
Do everything you can.
Yeah.
You haven't talked to Wendi at all, have you?
I told you, I'm only talking to you and Dan tonight. I don't want to talk to anybody else. I just can't.
Did you text with her at all?
I just texted. When the verdict came in. That was it.
What?
Just when the verdict came in.
How was she?
What?
Very upset. She's very upset.
Very upset. Very upset.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I love you guys a lot.
I love you so much, Charlie. Please, I love you.
Just be strong, okay? Just be strong.
Yeah.
And we'll be okay.
No, listen, I'll be strong. Maybe call Bree again.
Yeah.
I don't even know if I want to call Janice. I may call her for 2 minutes just to touch base, but that's it.
Yeah. If Bree's still up, I know she'll call you. I know she'll talk to you.
I may talk to Janice for a few minutes. I don't really.
If you don't feel like yourself, that's all.
Yeah, I'll call her. I'll call her.
Okay.
Very surreal. I really thought I was going to get out.
I know.
Not much else.
Not much else. Not much else.
I'm having that down.
Talk to her and then try to put your head down and just take deep breaths, you know.
I'll be all right. Take one day at a time.
That's right. Yes, you will.
That's right, Charlie.
Hopefully I'll get to see you guys soon at some point.
I hope so too.
Yeah.
I hope so too.
No, I will. It could be not as soon as I want it, but
we'll see you soon, Charlie. We'll talk every day. We'll see you soon.
I'll talk to you guys every day and just, what priorities do is I just want to take care of Roman as best I can.
We'll make sure that happens. And have faith, because there's a chance that this is going to change. So just have faith, okay?
Yeah, no, I do. And listen, you never know. It just has. It has, in order for it to change, it definitely has to be out of Tallahassee. The jury selection was
a joke. It was a sham, actually. It's a sham.
It was a sham, and put it this way, if I would have known that she was going to be able to do what she was doing with, making the case about text messages and emails and Jeff Wallace statements and Ryan Fitzpatrick statements and, make a whole case out of it. Jesus.
I mean,
I did not think that.
The lying was so obvious, I don't understand why that they couldn't see it. It was blatant.
Well, it's not that. I mean, look, you should go to a book. You think anyone on there has read a book in the last year? I mean, I didn't even read Lincoln's book, but how many people on that? I mean, someone writes a book. I mean, what'd she say in the book? I mean, she was putting down Tallahassee in her book. She was foreshadowing some place that they were stuck in. If you took out 90% of what she was saying was just utter fluff. It was just painting a picture. I mean, you trust me, this was not, she wasn't putting on a trial, she was putting on a show. I mean, I thought it was going to be more fact-based than show-making.
Yeah, only one side had facts. The other side was just blatant nonsense and lies. Yeah, that's evidence.
What about the text message where I said there's 5 reasons why Wendi shouldn't buy a house in Tallahassee? How about the one is that a house is a pain in the ass? And there's constant maintenance. How about 2? I bought a house and my house appreciated in value by 50% by the second year I owned it. There's 5 reasons. They may have to be it's just they didn't look at anything.
I'm sorry?
They didn't look at anything that they had to be honest with you. There was nothing.
I mean, it's really a sinful. He presented well. He did a great job. I mean, there's no complaints on that part at all. Nothing.
No, I know he worked hard. There's no doubt. This was a case was never going to be won in Tallahassee. Never was this case going to be won in Tallahassee. That's the only thing I can tell you that's positive. 100% positive. I just kind of, I didn't expect that from the prosecution.
No,
I thought it was all the show.
Such a joke with no evidence what she could pull off. It's just because that's what they wanted. That's what they wanted.
Well, listen, they painted a picture, and people hated you from the picture they painted. And that made the rest very easy.
Shameful.
Look, the number one thing I can't have is you guys get sick. Please.
I promise. I promise we'll be okay.
You need to take Xanax, take a deep breath,
Yes.
relax. It's not worth it. Take a little less. You might as well take a little more. Just try to relax.
We will. We will.
Yeah, I love you guys very much.
I love you very much.
I love you too, Charlie. You know, I've always loved you. I've always loved you.
We'll take care of this, Charlie. Work through it, okay?
Yeah, I'm staying strong. I'll be fine. Stay strong. I'll be good. I'm getting myself tomorrow. Move around a little bit.
Okay.
I'll be all right.
Okay.
I'll tell her just to give you guys a few days before you come.
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
I'll tell Janet to call her at the end of the week.
Yeah.
So you guys dealing with a lot right now.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
I love you, sweetheart.
Love you, Charlie.
We'll talk tomorrow, okay?
All right. I love you a lot. Have a good night, okay?
I love you, Charlie.
All right.
Good night.
Love you too. Love you guys. Have a good night. All right. All right. Bye, guys.
Bye.
The caller has hung up.
Hey, guys.
Hey, honey. I
Charlie.
just added that $100, so it should show up on your
Oh, okay. I just didn't know if you did because I called Janet and said you got $10. So if it doesn't show up tonight, it'll show up tomorrow. That's fine. I just wanted to remind you because I thought maybe you forgot because you were all upset.
Oh no! I just did it literally as we hung up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's cool. It'll be on there at some point. Then.
Yeah. If it doesn't show, I mean, they already sent me. Let's see. They already sent. Let me see if the confirmation is through.
No, don't worry. I'm sure you did. I can always call you collect.
I have a lot of money on mine, so call collect. But I just got the confirmation, so it did go through.
Okay.
All right, honey.
All right. Listen, I love you guys a lot. Take an extra Xanax and just relax. Okay.
We will, honey.
We will.
We will.
All right. I'll call you tomorrow. You guys have a good night. Okay.
We will.
Call me anytime. Call us anytime,
Okay.
please.
All right. Love you guys. Take care.
Okay.
All right. Bye.
The caller has hung up.
Thank you for watching. Please like, subscribe, and turn notifications.
All right. So while we're in between, hold on a sec. Let me just put myself over here. So we are in between. The live court is still doing their initial questioning, selecting the jury. So I'm going to read what has happened so far, and then we'll get back to some phone calls. All right. So this is from the court. Here, I want to show you this. The defense was studying the panel. This is pretty interesting. Check this out. Let's see. This is the defense studying the panel. So that's a photo. That's from the pool photographer, Jeff Burlow. Burlew? Not sure how you pronounce his last name. Anyway, that's from the pool photographer. So we have 51 prospective jurors seated in the jury box and the gallery. Prosecutors were smiling softly. This is from this morning. The defense studying them intently. One potential juror said, "Wow," when he turned and saw the assembled media. For a moment, it looked like Donna Adelson was looking into the gallery to see who was in attendance. So far, though, it's only been media members. Looks like 2 of the prospective jurors are older than 70, which under state law means they could be excused without any other reason. One older woman says she wants to stay, as does an older man. We did hear that when Judge Everett said, "Is anyone over 70?" And we heard them say that. Now, Judge Everett says the trial proper is expected to start on Thursday. So they're trying to make this start on Friday. So what they're doing is they have a pool of 50. They have a pool of 50 potential jurors come in the morning. They talk to them. They find out high-level stuff, and then they have a juror in the afternoon. They have a pool of 50 come in the afternoon. They're trying to get to 100, right? So they're trying to get to 100 jurors. So right now they were at 64 as of this morning. From yesterday they had 64. And the high-level questions are, do you have any hardships? Do you know the Adelsons? That's the high level. Then when they pass that, then they're going to go into a more intense voir dire, and that's when they're really going to drill down. So let me read through what, here are some jurors. So now taking our turn in the side chamber where potential jurors will be questioned one-on-one. Juror number 3, which is number 103, all told, she's a middle-aged white woman with glasses. She says she knows nothing about the case. The judge says, "Can you be fair and impartial?" She says, "Yes." The judge rules number 3 will be back on Thursday. He warns her not to seek out media information. Juror number 4, he's a young black man. He says he doesn't read the news and hasn't heard the name Donna Adelson before. Judge says, "Is there anything that would prevent you from serving?" He says no. Juror number 4 is returning on Thursday. Juror number 5 enters. He's a younger white man. He says he's read some articles, but not recently. Judge asks, "How did you see this?" Or how did you see this? Yeah. He says, for work, I monitor the news, but I haven't heard Donna Adelson's name. Interesting. So he monitors the news, but he hasn't seen Donna Adelson's name. Judge asks, "Can you be fair?" He says, "I think so." Judge says, "Think so?" He says, "I can be fair. Yes, sir." I have some appointments, including a doctor and an exterminator. All of it can be rescheduled. Defense says, "Do you regularly read Florida politics / Sunburn?" I haven't heard that term, or I don't know that one. He says, "Yes, but I haven't come across other articles." Juror number 5 will return on Thursday. Juror number 6 enters. She's a younger white woman who says she's seen some headlines on social media several years ago. She says, "Yes. Do you read the Tallahassee Democrat or watch TV news?" "No, but I see news on social media." Judge asks, "Do you know the Adelson name?" Juror number 6 says, "Yes, but no deep dive." So she knows the Adelson name, but no deep dive. Juror number 6 says, "I'm not sure if I would be paid during the process, but I do work for the state." The headline you saw, what was it? The defense asks, "On Facebook with an FSU logo, and it said Professor Killed. I did click on it, have seen the names, but didn't click on those." Judge asks, "Ask your employer if you will be paid. If it will cause you to not pay bills, you will be excused." However, juror number 6 remains in the pool and will report back on Thursday. Juror number 7 is a young white man wearing a simple white t-shirt. He says he only knows what the judge read off today, but his parents have mentioned it before. It's really interesting. I love hearing like this whole backstory of like how these jurors, they're on social media or they've been at to FSU, which is Florida State University, which is where located in Tallahassee. I'm just fascinated by this. I think this is great. My parents said my jury duty might be about this, he says. His parents mentioned it last night. Judge asks, "Can you be fair?" Juror number 7 says yes. "Any hardships?" "I have a baby shower for my best friend's first kid. I will be the godfather." That's really funny. Judge says, "They can handle this without you." He chuckles. He says yes. Defense says, "Your parents followed local news?" He says yes. Judge says number 7 is to return. Juror number 8 is an older Asian woman with a light jacket. Judge asks, what do you know? I watched local TV 2 days ago and Googled to find out about the case. Do you have an opinion? She says, no. Judge says, you hesitated. She says, well, she was accused of hiring the gunman that shot the professor. I am aware, but I don't have an opinion. Judge says, you would disregard what you learned? Juror number 8 says, I believe so. I can follow the instructions. Judge says, you can be fair to both sides. She says, yes. Juror number 8 will return. So that's all from this room. All right. So that's all. So they take turns. So these reporters take turns. So another reporter is going to come in. Interesting. All right. So we heard a little bit, little tidbits there, little tidbits. Interesting. Let's see if I can find anything else over here. All right. So that's pretty interesting. So what do you guys think of Donna? So she's standing up. She's not shackled at all. She's got she has I'm not seeing any shackles on her. Not seeing any shackles on her. So she has Mr. Zellman, Joshua Zellman on the far right, Jackie Fulford, she was a judge. She's the one in the dark suit, white shirt, and I'm not sure who the woman on the far left is, possibly a paralegal, maybe another co-counsel. I'm not quite sure what her full role is. But Miss Fulford was a judge before. She was a judge before. Here, check this out. Jackie Fulford, she was ordered to retire. She was ordered to retire back in 2015 because of a physical disability. Wow. She had a physical disability. Holy smokes. And then she also faced misconduct charges. I had no idea she was ordered to retire. That's pretty insane. I wonder what happened. Jackie Fulford disability. She was Supreme Court orders judge involuntary retire. Holy smokes. Tallahassee judge who's presided over several high-profile state-related lawsuits has been ordered off the bench immediately and permanently. She also ordered a woman to pay $15,000 in restitution at a rate of $1 per month. Okay. So the Florida Supreme Court declared Fulford involuntary retire from judicial service according to its order released on Wednesday. This was September 30th of 2015. Investigators previously found that Fulford suffers from a permanent disability that seriously interferes with her ability to perform her judicial duties. Is this really the same person? Guess it is. Holy smokes. Wow. Her disability was not disclosed. Investigators previously found Fulford suffers from a permanent disability that seriously interferes with her ability to perform her judicial duties. She's been on medical leave since April. Her disability was not disclosed. Fulford also allegedly coerced an attorney into working pro bono for a client, meaning providing legal work, influence, and position to get involved in a domestic battery prosecution of the son of her live-in significant other. She also visited the son while he was in jail. The JQC found Fulford violated the code of judicial conduct and created an appearance of impropriety through her actions. In recent years, Fulford has been in the news for ruling various state initiatives as unconstitutional, including efforts to privatize prisons and require state employees to contribute towards their pensions. The state Supreme Court later reversed the later case. So the state employees to contribute towards their pension, that got reversed. Oh, was it cancer? Oh, that's too bad. Well. She also once ruled against a 1994 voter-endorsed constitutional amendment that banned gill nets in state waters. Last year, she ordered a former state revenue worker charged with wrongfully taking sales tax money to pay restitution of nearly $15,000, but Fulford said the woman could pay it $1 a month. So Charlie Crist appointed her in 2009. She was elected afterwards. All right. Interesting. So she lied about having cancer. That's too bad. But here she is representing Donna. Here she is representing Donna. That's pretty interesting. All right, so that's Jackie Fulford. I went down a rabbit hole there. So that's Jackie Fulford in the dark black jacket with the white shirt. So we got Fellman, right? Mr. Fellman there. Joshua Fellman. Zellman. Sorry. Joshua Zellman. Jackie Fulford. So Zellman and Fulford. And I'm not quite sure who the woman in the black shirt with the tan jacket. Not sure who she is. So that's Donna's lawyer. Yep, there she is in the blonde hair, dark jacket. Mary Brown, thank you so much for your $5. Appreciate that. Here, let me pull this down. Just a moment. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate your $5 donation and support. Reminds me of Lori Daybell, but Judge, they're going to know my name, right? Want some coffee? Thank you for joining us. Perfect match. Isn't that weird? Sherry says, I knew I didn't care for her. Yeah. Want some coffee? We're behind this photo is the live court, and they are doing their individual talking, meaning they're meeting one-on-one with each juror right now, and they're asking them 5 questions, basically. Do you know the Adelsons? Do you have any hardships? So that's what's going on. Around 1 o'clock or right before 1, they'll break for lunch, and that's when the judge comes back and he'll talk to us. Then they'll bring in the next set of jurors, which is 50. They're doing 50 at a time. So right now they're doing individual voir diring, I guess is what you could call it. Psychosaurus Rex. So the defense attorney was forced to retire. Yeah. That's what I just read. I didn't know that either. I knew that she had some improprieties against, that there were some allegations, or I guess they weren't allegations. They came claims against her. So I didn't know that. Doncaster Lass, why would you hire an attorney with such a bad background? Ask Sarah Boone, Aaron says. Crazy Mary says the cancer lie was what brought the house down on her other misdeeds. That's too bad. Betty says one liar representing another. Sinbad, she lied about the cancer. Yeah, that's terrible. I mean, I guess she wanted to continue being on the bench, right? Are you kidding me, Colleen? Seriously? She runs her law practice out of her funeral home? No way. Are you kidding? Is she pro bono? I'm not sure. Jenny, ask Sarah Boone. Yep. That was from Aaron. She gets in a good one every once in a while. Psychosaurus Rex, how is she still able to practice? I guess if she's just independent, she can come out of retirement and keep her bar card. I guess. I don't know. She was invested in private prisons somehow. She wanted to privatize them, right? That's what I just read. She wanted to have them private versus, what's it, state and federal, right? Selman, it's a Z. It's Zellman and Fulford. Yep, Zellman and Fulford. Zellman and Fulford. I got to remember that too. It's not Selman. Zellman. Joshua Zellman. Zellman with a Z. So she can't be a judge, but it's okay to be attorney. I know. I don't know how. I've never run across that. I've never run across. Usually, it's a attorney going to be a judge. I've never really seen a judge go into an attorney, but I guess it happens. Sure. I mean, why not? If you love the law, I guess. Yeah. I don't know. Boone had the best lawyer, though, right? Or Lori had the best lawyer. Joanne, Jedi Platypus, I'm sorry, but someone who lies about that is a disgrace. Yeah, it's pretty, I know that, I'm not sure how I feel about that. I mean, I feel terrible for her that she had it. Clearly she's beaten it, but why lie? I don't know. That's terrible. Hey, Moki, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Betty, because birds of a feather flock together. I have cancer. I have fought cancer 3 times and despise people using it as an excuse or an out for something else. Fair enough. You speak from the truth there. Nothing we can. Yeah. Sorry you had it 3 times. Fantastic that you've beaten it 3 times. That's amazing. But was she using it as an excuse? It seems like she was just hiding it, I guess. I don't know. Does she have to be a lawyer to assist the lawyer? She represents herself in court as a lawyer. Like she says, I'm pretty sure she's like she talks. She talks to the judge. So not anybody can just walk in and talk to the judge, as Aaron knows. Aaron has firsthand experience about that. That you have to, she's representing Donna. So. All right, so Aaron did some great research here. So Jackie Lee Fulford, she is a member of the Florida Bar in good standing. She is eligible to practice law in Florida. Her bar number is 19460. She's out of Tallahassee. I have an address here. Let's see if we can find this address. Oh, Aaron says her website doesn't work, though. Surprise, surprise there. Okay, 4948 Six Oaks Drive. There it comes up, Tallahassee. Let's see where. Young Fulford Funeral Home and Crematorium. No. Psychosaurus with the win. Boom. Booyah. So it is a funeral home and crematorium. Wow. Psychosaurus, you are just the bomb. Unbelievable. So there she is. Oh my God, I got to pull this up, you guys. Got to pull this up. Got to pull this up. There she is. No. Okay. We're definitely pulling this up. All right, hold on a sec. All right, let's get rid of this. Let's go over here. So this is the feed. This is this one. Okay, here, hold on. Let's pull this up. Let's see if I can get this to work. All right, there it is. Family-owned on-site crematorium. So this is their. Now, sometimes I can't scroll through, which will be a bummer. Come on, let me scroll through. Dang it. I can't scroll down. I hate when they do that. I'm not able to scroll. All right, so that's their. I can't scroll down right now. Maybe, let me see, hold on. If I can do that. No. Here, maybe About Us. If I click on there. All right, Aaron to the rescue again. All right, so let me go back to here. All right. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, there she is. There she is. It's the blonde. That's her. There she is. So she's a lawyer as well as this. So there she is. We have years of experience caring for families from all walks of life. Read the history. Young Fulford Crematorium and Funeral Services. Jackie Fulford, one of the owners of Young Fulford, is a trial attorney and retired circuit court judge. Her first career was in the savings and loan industry, starting part-time in high school and continuing on for many years before she went to law school to achieve her childhood dream of becoming a lawyer. Jackie was a career prosecutor, the chief assistant state attorney for the Second Judicial Circuit, and for an interim period, the actual state attorney here in Tallahassee. Jackie was born and raised in Okeechobee, Florida, where her grandparents owned a dairy business, and her father, Larry, had spent a lifetime working in the cattle business. She also loves helping people and first learned about the funeral industry through her friendship with Skip. She's a devoted mother to her children, Mary and Stuart, loving meme to her granddaughter, Emily, and Gemma to grandson Brantley. If she ever has any spare time, Jackie enjoys doing anything that involves the outdoors. Interesting stuff. So there you go. So they own a crematorium and funeral home. The things you know, the things you learned here, I suppose I should say. Huh. All right. And get off of that for a moment. Crazy stuff, right? Better Call Saul, the Grim Reaper's funeral services. That is really, really interesting. I hope she changed the number since she started on this case, Stacy says. I'm giving credit to everyone. What credit are you? Aside from all her shadiness, I think it's good to have a lawyer at a funeral home for all the legal issues that may come up. Yeah, no, I hear you. Iowa backyard, the more you know. Totally. All right. Thank you, Joanne Jedi Platypus, one of our fantastic mods here. Good job there. Points to you. Points to Joanne Jedi Platypus. Thank you so much for that. Good job. Good job. Good job. What we love about our moderators here, they are always doing research and finding such great things for us to then present to you guys. Sharon says, Donna picked one just like herself, right? All right, let's continue on with some phone calls, right? Phone calls from jail. That's what we have lined up for today. I want to catch you guys up on the morning session so far, what we've been able to hear. And sounds like jury selection is going really, really quick. Again, if the judge finds, if all they have to do is get to like 100, they just try to get to 100, and then from there they're going to whittle it down to 12 plus 3 alternates. So they're just trying to get to 100. So right now they were at 64, plus it sounds like they've got at least another 5, 6, 7 more. So, Joanne, you said that she owns a funeral and crematorium. You were the one that said that she owns a funeral and crematorium. So I'm giving you kudos. I'm giving you kudos for finding that Jackie owns a funeral and crematorium. All right, so next up is going to be the day after Charlie was convicted. So we heard the day he was convicted, which was the 6th, and then now we're going to hear from this. These calls took place on the 7th. So these calls took place on the 7th. So we're going to hear these. Let me pull that back up so I can get to this. All right, hold on a sec.
Somebody get pretty involved for a minute.
All right. So these are from phone calls from prison. So if you guys are not familiar with them, please go give them a huge subscription and like their content. They are fantastic group over there, and they provided us with this content. So thank you. Phone calls from prison. All right. So this is from November 7th, which was the day after he was convicted, and these are a couple phone calls.
So the chief's going to see me at some point today, and whenever he comes through, and then supposedly Dan's going to come to the jail. And I asked them, they said, when your attorneys get here, they'll take you out to see them. I'm sure I'll see them behind glass.
So I thought I didn't know that Dan went. I didn't know if he went home or not yesterday.
No, he's driving home today.
Okay. So they will let you see him today.
Yeah, but I mean, it's going to be behind glass. I'm going to be picking up a phone, talking to him through a sheet of glass.
So, did you get sleep last night?
On and off. I mean, they got the lights on, but it's bright in here. It's like yeah. I just wanted to call and say hi. I don't even know why.
No,
that's okay.
I'm glad you did it. I was actually just talking to Dan, so it's not like we were sleeping.
Yeah.
But
you were talking to Dad or Dan?
Dan.
It's cool.
Yeah, but gonna have to talk when we have a moment about things that we need to take care of. Okay?
Yeah, I know there's money and stuff like that. No, I got you.
Roman.
What?
I have things I need to take care of for Roman, and ways that we can take care of him and help him. So there's that, which is the most important. And then figuring out about the dog. So gotta take care of things, Charlie. We gotta take care of things.
It's like I'm dead. I mean, I hate to tell you this. It ain't a whole lot different. Oh, fuck.
I know. Please, I know.
Oh, fuck. I listen to everybody. You got no idea.
No, I know.
You have no fucking idea. That's all I gotta say.
Charlie, I know. I love you. I love you. Look, maybe something will happen. Maybe this mistrial will take place and get a different venue. Let's hope for that.
Let's just see. Okay.
I know we gotta talk about Roman and the dog and the house and everything. Like I'm young.
And you. That's you most of all. That's you.
Please.
No.
It's not over.
No,
it's not over. Please.
Charlie, we'll try everything.
No, I got you. But just say.
What time is coming? Do you know what time he's coming?
I think he said if I don't see him by 11, that means he couldn't get it to TV, so he's on the road. So I'm sure probably 9 or 10 is when he'll come by.
Okay. Well, I'll get back on the phone with him. You give me 15 minutes and call back. I'll have a better idea of what's going on. Okay?
Yeah, I'm going to be fine. I mean, listen, I don't want to say anything to Roman because he's at a point now where he's asking for me every time I get on the phone with him.
I know. No, I'm not going to say anything to Roman. No. I'm just talking about what things we're going to do to take care of him.
Yeah. No, I got you. It's just I want to see my kid grow up. Oh, fuck.
Charlie, I still think there's hope. Please,
Charlie.
just think there could be a chance here.
please,
and we're going to work on it, okay?
we'll work.
No, guys, you guys don't get too upset when you get yourself sick.
Charlie, we're fine.
Oh, okay.
We're going to see what we can do.
As long as we can talk to you, please.
We're going to see when we can see you, okay?
Please, yeah, we'll do everything we can. Everything.
Yeah, no, guys, I got you. I mean, I don't want to talk about the case on the phone at all. I'm just saying, one thing I don't want to do is talk about the case at all. And I don't want them to be too upset, because if I'm too upset, they're gonna keep me in the box.
Yeah, no, let's do that. Let's not do that.
No, I'm not. But I'm just saying.
I'll call Dan back. Call us in about 15
Give us
minutes.
15 minutes. Let me talk to Dan, okay, honey?
Yeah, talk to him for like 20 minutes. I'll call you back. I'm going to get pretty involved for a minute.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
8:30.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
I love you.
Hi, honey.
I'm reading for a little bit.
You're supposed to agree a little? Okay.
Yeah.
I spoke to Dan, so I know he's trying. I know he's trying to get in there. I know he wants to see you before he leaves, so he's working on it. It's not like so he doesn't have a time yet, but he knows that's what he's working on, is getting in there to see you.
Okay.
Okay. And so at least you'll get to see him this morning. And yeah, just taking care of stuff.
Listen, you're better off taking the Xanax than getting yourself having a heart attack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. But we did that. We did that. So
yeah.
We sound better than before, right? We did that.
Yeah. No, definitely. Trust me, I wish I could take it better.
I know. You just have to take deep breaths. That's all you can do. I get it.
When it came by my room to check on me at 6 and then 8:30, I'm like, I want to get out of it. Like, they put me in this room for observation, but this room is going to make me crazy than like being in my own room. Yeah, you know, it's like I can't. It's a mirrored glass, so it's got mirrored glass and a video camera in here, and like lines being walls with blood and shit on the ceiling. Literally, not like figuratively. Like,
yeah, I know. I get it.
The feces all over the place. It's like, you're like in a box and you can't see out. It's a concrete box.
There's no outlet to see out at all. Nothing.
There's the cell door has 2 panes of mirrored glass. You just look at yourself.
Just look at yourself. You can't see out. Okay.
And then there's like a 3-inch wide pane of glass on the back wall, but that's frosted. You can just tell if it's light or dark outside. And then you got the bright lights that they don't turn off, and you got the video camera in here. It's actually like makes you go. At least I got my clothes on. You know, like no room in it. So people on here, they strip naked.
You have scrubs, or you have your clothes on?
What do you mean my clothes? Not my court clothes. Just my scrubs.
Okay. I didn't know if you still have your court clothes on. Okay.
No. They make you, as soon as they bring you back to the jail, they change off and you give it to property.
Yeah.
Speaking of having, when Dan comes to jail, I'm going to have him pick up my all my property here. I got the flip-flops and the shorts and the sweatshirt that I was arrested in, and 2 suits and that kind of stuff.
Did you want me to tell him that, or you're going to tell him when you're there? Maybe I should tell him ahead of time so he has, a little heads up as to what he needs when he's there.
Yeah. Might as well pick up all my property. Yeah, because otherwise someone will have to pick it up before I get transferred.
Right. Okay. All right.
Otherwise they only hold it for like 60 days.
Yeah, okay.
So I'm going to make the best of what I can make the best of. And
Say that again, Charlie.
I'm going to make the best of what I can make the best of, I guess.
That's right.
I just literally.
I think you're in shock. We all are in shock.
I'm kind of in shock. I feel less in shock. I was like in my own cell that I've been in for the last 13 months. You know, but it's like changing the cell, and then like it's also like everything was going so good. Like I was feeling so positive. Everybody was saying everything positive, and like you know my initial thought was about going to a trial in Tallahassee was it's going to be a fucking joke. It's absolutely, and I had no idea how much media, and that's before I even knew how much media is attached to this case, social media, and how big of a case it's gotten. That was before all this.
Yeah.
Like, trust me, like I don't have access to like what people have access to, but I know I wake up in the morning at 7:30 in the morning. And like this morning, I have the radio I'm listening to, and the guy's talking about my case, and legal experts on talking about things, talking about Appleman, talking about the whole case. Mentor lawyer is calling into the radio while I'm sitting in my jail cell listening.
The comments after you testified, trust me, were all positive. All positive.
But you got to understand.
But that's not the jury.
And I don't know the detail. But when I was sitting there and I saw her closing, I was just like, because of what she was doing. She was like,
I know, Charlie, but you know what? Yeah. They decided before that.
No, I know that because when they came in Monday morning, none of the jurors looked at me. They would not make eye contact with me. Monday morning, they wouldn't make eye contact. But that's not a good sign. And like a couple, like even during, I mean, like it was just, I just my gut instinct about, they say like follow your gut, it makes me like it's like I remember like when I had that pet telling me like no he's fine, it takes some time for the antibiotics to come in. And my gut was telling me like no, this is so wrong, it's not the Benadryl. Doing it again, so like he's dying, like there's something wrong with him. But I wanted to believe everything I was being told because he was a vet. That was like, I'm not a vet with, and I'm like, no, I knew there was something wrong, but I was like, I wanted to believe that it wasn't what I was seeing before my eyes, and I thought I was doing everything, and I kept asking the guy, listen, is there any chance in the world that he will die? Is there any chance in the world? No. Like, it was just a spider bite. Yeah. Thanks, buddy. And I swear to God, I saw something bite him, but it struck him quickly. The yelp. And I was like, no, I couldn't have seen what I just saw because it was also the day that he got bit. And I was like, no, I couldn't have just seen that. It's impossible. Yeah, that's all I thought. I just couldn't believe when I caught out of the corner of my eye and believed that that's bullshit. See where that got me? And I knew there was like, I kept asking him. And just the same kind of shit with this. Like I knew. I'm not saying I didn't know, I knew. And then I sit here and I'm like, it feels like the same thing, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Me too.
It's like I knew, but it's like, who am I to know? Like I knew. I had a gut instinct. I knew what I wanted to do, and I knew what I should have done. And it was like, listen to what, like I got some good advice. I knew what I should have done, and I didn't do it. And now it's like it wasn't there, so too late. So what do I say? Maybe it's good that he died. It would honestly be that much harder for me being in here with him out there. What else is going on?
Not much, Charlie. Not much.
No. I just need you to just stay strong, Charlie.
That's right.
You've been strong for a year and a half. I need you to keep it up. I really do.
Trust me, I am. I just, you don't understand. I mean, this is not like some case that didn't go well in Tallahassee. This is like the state capital, the place of law and order. This is everybody here is government or law enforcement. There's 9 separate law enforcement agencies in Tallahassee. 9 separate. I mean, you got the head of the Florida Highway Patrol, you got Tallahassee Police Department, you got the Capitol Police Department, you got the FBI, all the, FDLE, Sheriff's Office, County Jail. I mean, there's literally 9 separate agencies that are in Tallahassee, police agencies. Because they have a crime problem. Crime capital. It looks like a nice city when I drive around. It looks like there's a lot of nice trees, kind of mix of not too small town, not a big town by any means. That looks like a college town. I just think
Dan said to tell you that he's heading there within the hour.
Okay.
So, but I did tell him about
my clothes.
Yeah, I said, Charlie asked you, where am I here? I don't know where I'm going. Charlie asked you to please pick up his property before you leave. And he said, of course, I'm heading there within the hour.
Okay. Let me tell you something. Yeah, I just talked to Bree for 30 minutes before I called you back.
That's what you said.
But it's over the next couple days, I guess we'll talk and we'll figure out what to do with the number, what to do about a number of items and things.
Yeah, what I would like you to do is on those calls that you want to talk to me, call, and he will get the information to us, but don't talk to me over the phone about any of them.
Yeah, no, I know, of course. I'll tell Dan and Dan will relay the message.
Exactly.
As far as the dog and stuff and anything else.
Okay, perfect.
So it's,
give it a lot of thought. Anything that you want.
Anything that you can think of that you want or needs to be done or whatever, you have a couple of days. Just think about it and let us know what to do, let Dan know what to do, and we'll follow it through.
Yeah, no, I'll make a list of things we'll probably get taken care of. And so, I talked to Janice last night for less than 5 minutes. I just told her my parents are having a tough time, and that, probably later in the week, maybe by Friday or Saturday, I'll have them give you a call, touch base, and figure out what we're doing with some things.
Right, you'll have a better idea then. That's right.
So it's funny. I love Buddy. He was a great dog, but I was in such a fucked up headspace when I got him.
I know.
I was so depressed with losing Enzo that should have been my sign. That should have been my big fucking flashing neon sign right there. But I still tried to make things work and get a new dog and honestly I was depressed with having him the first so much time, and then I had him a year and a half, and then I've been gone a year and a half. Exactly. I got him in August, and then I got him in October. So I had him for October to April. That's 6 months plus a year. So I had him a year and 6 months, and then I've been gone a year and 6 months. So I've been gone now longer than I had him. I'm so depressed. I'm trying to replace Enzo, but Enzo would just made it harder. So sometimes you gotta like look at certain signs you get in life and just follow them, you know?
Yeah, that's right.
And, you know, like sometimes things happen and it's a sign and you're like, you know what? This is my sign. Like, not that maybe take course or something. Like, not trying to,
I know.
you know, keep
I know what
going
you're saying.
ahead. You know exactly what I'm saying. Not keep going ahead, going ahead, and like,
right.
getting, you know, get this new puppy dog, pretend like everything's okay, like, but into the end, I should, you know.
I know what you should have done.
And no, it's just like, what do you hear? I mean, but it's funny, like when people die and you're in jail, it doesn't even seem real because you're not looking at photos of them. You don't like, you're not going to the funeral. You don't like talk to people. It's just kind of like you just don't talk to them on the phone. But a lot of people I don't talk to on the phone, so it doesn't feel like everyone you don't talk to on the phone is dead. It just feels like they're alive. You're just not talking to them. You know, like in this past year, I mean, I can't fucking believe Bud died. Like, can't believe Anthony got sick at the very end, but like, can't believe Anthony's dead. Can't believe Bud's dead. Like, it's real, but it's not real, you know?
But it's not real.
Like,
yeah.
just like that. You know, you're not going to the funerals. You're not talking to people that know them. You're not seeing photos of them. You're removed from everything. Nothing feels real anymore. It really doesn't. I mean, you're just like in a concrete box. Telephone. I mean, that's the only way I can describe it. Like, I've gotten outside like 4 times maybe in the last year and a half for 30 minutes. And like when you go outside, it's literally like you're inside a circle where there's like the size of maybe a basketball court and a half. And it's 60-foot high concrete walls all around you. So your eyes can't even look further more than like 80 feet in front of you. You know, unless you look up at the sky, you don't see trees. It's just, it's just very weird. Like very, very weird. And it's like, and being in this cell now, it's just like, I just wish that.
I know. You're not going to stay there. This is until they straighten this out.
No,
you don't.
I'll get back into my other cell and it'll feel good.
Right.
And I'll
right.
get to
it's whatever business you have to do.
That, and then I'll make my list of things I need to focus on. And when I do that, I told Bree I don't want to say anything to Roman for a long time.
No, you don't have to.
No, like a really long time.
Yeah, that's okay. That's what Sorry, let me shut the phone.
So it's just fucking amazing. My life was so good at one time. Like I had like everything.
You know.
I mean, like literally, like I worked hard, set up perfect, I did everything right, and then it's like nothing was given to me. Nobody was out there, you know, pulling strings and helping me out. You know, it was all done by me.
Yep, it's true.
You know, I mean, none of it. You know, even every bit of it that went well, everyone would say, "Oh, your dad's a dentist," or your dad gave you his practice. I was like, "No, I travel to these offices on my own. Like, I don't even do the same thing my dad does. We do different things." You know, just I think I'm still I'm like in shock, and then I go from shock to reality to shock. Like, I just stupid, not following my gut instinct. It's really okay. And I know you can always second guess, but like when your gut tells you something, your gut tells you something.
Yeah.
You know, and you listen to you get advice, you know, at least if you go with your gut and it's wrong, you can blame yourself. You know, that's the one thing about following your gut instinct, is that you got nobody else to blame but you.
No. You're right. Your gut's always been right. You gotta get you out of there.
Please stay calm.
No, trust me, I know.
You know what you have
to do. I know what I have to do, but I also just know the last 3 weeks have been like, between, you know, meeting with the lawyers and meeting with, you know, the whole process every day and getting like, you know,
totally
waking up at 4 and walking up at 5 and dressing out and getting shackled, going up, you know, the whole process of being shackled for 3 hours before you get into the courtroom.
Nobody has any idea. No idea.
Then you got to walk with these shackles for 10 minutes to get downstairs to the cell they put you in. Then you're eating while you're shackled up. You know, like there's a white bread with a slab with like peanut butter on it. And then they bring you back up to there and you sit in the court and you actually think that it's all going to be like, I thought it was going to be a trial of evidence. Like, a trial of like what Dan was preparing me to think that's what we were dealing with.
That's right.
Like, this is
vigilante. This was not a real trial. I know exactly what this was.
It wasn't. I mean, like when I saw that closing, I looked at Kate and I go like, this is not good. Like I just knew, like when I saw that, what she was doing and what she was portraying and what she was saying, and it reminded me more of like a Dateline special being put out there for everybody, with like, you know, just like with her, you know, hometown Tallahassee delivery, you know, to the hometown Tallahassee crowd, you know, like it was just like.
That's what she did. Heavy on the southern accent, added that all in that she doesn't usually have. She added it in every little trick of the book.
She really laid it all thick, and the hometown girl brought it home. And like, you know, like she really like, I mean, honestly, everything that they, you know, this is cut and paste, take a line out here, take a line out there, like, even to cut and paste from 50 hours of tapes, like you could make anything look like anything you want it to look like.
Of course.
You know, and
played games. They cheated, they lied, they played games.
You're quoting Wendi's book. Like, what in the world is Wendi's book? Like, you know, you're using like this highly educated lawyer writing this book to bash Tallahassee. You know, like, there'd be people that hate you just for that. That's like you think you're too good at this book.
I know.
A, I didn't write it. B, I never even read that part of it. I mean, I think I read a couple of chapters, but I don't remember reading that. But it was like, you know, I think she like quoted Wendi to make it seem like I'm a fool, you know, and like, oh look, even his own sister says, you know, like taking things out of context.
Yeah.
And it's like,
take anything out of context, you can make it sound ridiculous. That's what they did. And either they had a bunch of stupid jurors, or these people knew what they were going to do before they walked in.
Well, they also got riled up by the hometown girl, and they had it all. Look, it was like she made a TV production. Oh wait, I said TV again.
What? Like, don't say that's the code word.
I just said TV. Don't say that.
Yeah,
like,
code word.
They put it together. Anyway, just
anyone with a brain who looked at that knew better. Anyone, not these.
But not when you dumb it down like this. You're like, it's worse than this every time. It's got to be related.
Yeah.
What else could they be talking? What else?
What else?
Like, wow. I mean, listen, the problem too is when you hate, once you get the jury, like, this is one thing that Dan said to me. He's like, look, the jury doesn't have to like you.
Right.
And I used to always say, look, but if they fucking hate you on a personal level, that's a different story. And I always felt like that. Like if the jury, if they hate you, they ain't voted with you.
Yeah.
And that's I mean, listen, I know people have said, like, oh, you have to look at the law, look at what you're charged with, look at the evidence, and see if the state has proved it beyond a reasonable doubt. And then when she's describing, when the state's describing of, like, what beyond a reasonable doubt is, she, like, softened it up to be like, well, if you think he's guilty, then you vote this way. Like, okay, so if you think 51-49 guilty, then you vote guilty. If you think more guilty than not guilty, that's not beyond a reasonable doubt. Beyond a reasonable doubt is like, you know what happened.
Yeah.
Like, you know what happened. Not like he said landline. He called his parents' phone number from my cell phone to their home phone that they've had for 40 fucking years. Like, that's really odd. Yeah, it is odd. I would never call that number. Does it have anything to do with anything? No.
Nothing had to do. We all know that. None of what she said had anything to do with it. None of it.
Wendy's book, the landline, the TV, the this, the that, like, none of it had anything to do with it. But it was all like, it was literally like on a fourth grade level, made for TV, sensational, cut and paste. How could you not see how simple it is? Like, but she was quoting people who fucking hate me or hate Wendy, who have a motive.
That's right.
Like I see it coming in. Oh, look at what they're saying. Who his best friend says. Wow.
Anyone who saw Lacoste testify knew he was lying. He was twitching. He was turning red. He was talking beyond any question that was asked. The guy's a liar, a liar. Everybody knew it.
But when she sums it up in the summary, it wasn't him testifying. It was her putting the package together for you. And the package was Georgia Kaplan Presentation 101. And that's what you got. You got the 2-hour summary. It was a nice, tight 2-hour summary with a bunch of, like, tidbit of facts that were pulled from different things and, like, nothing that was evidence. But it was enough to make you want to read Wendy's book. That was she's bashing Tallahassee. I can't talk about it anymore. I just, all I could say is, like, in life, if I would say anything, I would show up with, like, gut instinct on a lot of things. That's all. A lot of different things. Because now it's outside of a miracle.
So you'll talk to Dan this morning. He'll be there this morning, and he has some things he wants to discuss with you. So whether he does it then or whether he does it when he's on his cell phone later, one way or the other, he'll know when he can discuss with you. Okay?
Okay. Yeah, no. I'm going to be strong. I'll be fine. Just kind of going crazy myself. It's literally, I got a mirrored door and 4 walls. It's like, and the lights don't turn off.
You had 5 months in solitary. Tolerate this one day here. You'll do okay. You'll get out of it.
Yeah, hopefully he'll get me out. Like, I told the nurses, I'm like, listen, I'm not suicidal. I said, I just went to trial, I lost, so they put me here. I said, but it's really not good for my mental health. I'm fine, but you put me in here, I'm not going to be fine for long. Like, this is not fair. So I think they kind of they got that. So I'm waiting for the chief to come see me. So maybe when Dan gets here, he can also tell them, the guy's actually fine. you're actually putting him in a bad place.
Yeah.
So
I know. You'll talk to Dan about that, and then you'll talk to him in his car going back. So that will be, we'll be able to discuss other things. But yeah, for right now, that's fine. You'll do that.
Yeah.
Listen, we are obviously not going anywhere. So anytime today you just feel like picking up the phone, call me. We're not involved in anything but you. Okay?
It's good to hear your voice.
Make sure you guys eat something. Don't
what you have
don't
for
not
breakfast?
eat.
We should have the same thing. What did you have for breakfast today?
I took 2 bites of an apple.
Yeah. I figured.
It's like that. I'll have to get some. The guys can give me my food back once I get in there. They're not going to keep it. They're normal guys. I was in such a good mood Sunday night, and so psyched. I kind of felt like the hard part of the trial was behind us. Like Dan is going to fucking kick ass at this closing statement, and it's really going to be like a
he did.
Like an up
He did a really good job. He did.
Yeah, but it wasn't made for TV. You know, his was more factual. You know, his was more like if it was a normal case, a normal person, in a normal courtroom, in a normal situation, would carry some weight. What he was up against was he couldn't. She kept the autopsy photo up like 2 or 3 different times for probably 4 or 5 minutes each time on the big screen in front of them to look at.
Dan did not want this tried in Tallahassee. None of us did. Believe me, that effort was made.
That was like, you know, and what happened was horrible, and that, you know, and then everyone's sitting there looking at the photo, and
they didn't listen.
Sweet Georgia Kappelman was just stirring it up. So it's like she couldn't. I really thought that, put it this way, girl. Yeah.
Walking in Monday, everyone had a different thought. Not this. Absolutely not this.
I mean, I was told that the worst it's going to be is a hung jury, and I'm thinking I went into Monday thinking I hope I don't have a hung jury.
Yeah.
When you're on a private line with Dan, ask him that question. He'll explain something to you. Okay? When you're on your private line.
Yeah. No, whenever I talk to him in the attorney booth or on my phone, it's always not recorded.
Right, just not when he goes to the jail to visit you now, because that's not private.
No, it is. They put you in the attorney booth. Oh, yeah. They don't record talking to him.
Okay.
Yeah. So listen, I'm gonna hold out hope, keep my head up.
That's right.
And you guys.
We can't visit. That's what we found out. We still can't visit you at the jail. So.
Oh, I know that. I know that. Oh yeah, they don't have visitors here. They haven't had it since COVID.
I know.
So it's gonna be after I get moved, and then it's probably gonna be, from what I've heard, the way they do it is they move you to one place, like an intake place, and then from there they send you out from there. So you it'll be in 5 weeks from now. I'll get sent probably to Camp Washington. And then from Washington, whatever prison that they assign you to is where you go from there. You see what I mean?
Yeah, it'll be a little while. Okay.
So honestly, I would plan on it being, if we're in November now, I'd probably get moved to somewhere else, the second week of December, and then I'd be there for a month to the second week of January.
Only Florida, right, Charlie? Only in Florida.
Yeah, no, I'm going to be in state prison. So I already spoke to him about it's like protected custody, but they actually have camps that are like, this guy was telling me, I told you about the guy who was in the jail cell across from me, right?
Yes.
That was the courthouse. When this guy's been locked up since '08, and he looks at me and he's like, you Adelson? Yep. And he's like, oh, I know all about your case. And I'm like, how do you know about my case? You've been locked up since '08. He goes, oh, because we hear about stuff in prison still. And he told me, like, you got to be in protective management. It's like,
that's what they call it? Protective management.
You know, like if they get a police officer, they get sentenced, they can't put them in general population. But he said it's basically, it's actually kind of good. It's like, they don't keep them, at least the way he was describing it, is if you can get to a camp that's just all protective management, everybody there are people that have to be protected. So it's not like they have you in a cell by yourself, locked down 23 hours a day, and they're like, okay, you're protected. You're by yourself 23 hours a day, you have to come out an hour a day. Outside of that, you have to be in your cell. I think this is like a general population of all people that have to be protected. So it's like, I guess they put, you know, people that have high profile, people that have police officers, people that they can't put, they keep them all in the general population group into themselves.
Yeah.
And it's actually pretty good if you get into one of those.
Yeah.
So,
well, you know, anything he can do, he's going to be doing. You know that. You know that. You work on it.
Yeah. And listen, that is the one advantage of it being a high-profile thing, is that they don't want to have a problem with themselves either, because it makes the facility look bad.
Yeah.
Because if you're high profile, you're going to be, they know you're going to be targeted. There's no question at all. Like, it's so if they take the precautions, then it should be fine. Listen, I'm just going to stay strong. I just feel, you know, you have to understand it. I know it's Monday morning quarterback, but it's like I just feel like I should have followed my gut. So my gut tells me something, like a lot of things would have been different in my life. Many things. I'm just not talking about any one thing in particular.
No, I know. I know that's right.
It's just like, I don't know, maybe the way I told you to that same day when Enzo died, like maybe my brain is just wired, fucked up, where I realize things, I recognize things, I know what's going on, and I know it's the right thing, and then I let some fucking vet tell me that it's a spider bite. And I said, he yelled. He yelled. You don't yell from a spider bite. You yell from a snake bite. Still treated it like a fucking spider bite. I didn't even take a blood test on him. I think I was so hung up on the date that it happened and the other things. I just was like, no, this is impossible. This is fucking impossible.
Yeah.
This is impossible. Like, I just kept telling myself, there's no way this just happened. And I didn't follow my gut. But who knows, maybe honestly, if that would have been, if Enzo didn't die, it would have taken me in here 100 times worse. So, who knows, he would have fucking bitten somebody while I was in here and then caused a problem out there. It would have been that much harder on me. I just look at it now as like, people, you know, you see signs and you know you're done closing something, fucking obey.
Yes.
Yeah.
I do know.
Just unfathomable. Just such a high point on Sunday night, literally going through my stuff, giving everything away. I had to get my stuff back.
You knew when they came to get you to bring you in the courtroom so quickly. You knew.
When they came, I go, you guys are ready for me? I go, does the jury have a question or something? He goes, no, we have a verdict. I go, do you know what the verdict is? He goes, nope, they don't tell us that. They just said they got a verdict. I go, oh. And they asked the Kaplan's closing. I go, so would a verdict be a hung jury? He goes, nope, a verdict means that But like as I was walking up there, I just remember him saying the words to me. I said, "Oh, so a verdict could be like a hung jury and reach an impasse?" He goes, "No, verdict means a verdict. You're either not guilty or guilty." I was like, "Oh, fuck!" Like after the closing she did, and how the people walked in the courtroom that morning and looked at me,
we were watching the whole time, and when we saw the time frame, I went, no, not in 3 hours. They eat for an hour, and then they went back there and just filled out their papers. That's all they did. No deliberation. Nada. Nothing.
Well, with Dan was also, when Dan was telling them, okay, now look at this wire, this number wire, this number second into the wire, play this and listen to this. I saw people, nobody was writing anything down. I was like, okay, they're not even listening to what he's telling them to look at. Like, it's like, she's just telling them, like, go with your gut. After I make you sick from my 2-hour presentation and make it so simple for you, I'll either read to you what Wendi wrote in her book. Like, so, Dan went person by person, like, broke down each witness, like, like, what to focus on. Like, I mean, he really, like, it wasn't was not going to happen.
It wasn't a summary. It was detail. It was information. It was exactly why there's reasonable doubt on numerous reasons.
And Capel made it seem like, reasonable doubt is not this crazy thing. It's not like, you don't have to know what happened. You don't have to be, it just means you think the person's guilty. Like, oh shit, like, that's like saying 51-49. Like, do I think the Chiefs are going to beat the Dolphins this week? Yeah, I really think the Chiefs are going to beat the Dolphins. Like, that's where I place my money. But like, did I know? Do I have proof? No, just like the gut tells me the Chiefs are more likely a better team and more likely to beat the Dolphins. That's what I bet. And that's not like, 99%, or not 95%. I'm just pretty sure that that's going to happen. And I think that's kind of how they made the jury deliberations feel like when they're giving the instructions. Like, beyond reasonable doubt, it's not this crazy high burden of proof. It just means that a reasonable person thinks that this is what happened. Like, no, that's not what, that's not really what reasonable doubt is. Reasonable doubt means, like, is there any other way something could have happened? Like, I think it was the way it was presented to them. I was like,
That's what Dan said. It isn't fair that the people who present the case end the case. They start, he's supposed to finish. He said it's not a fair system. They laugh no matter what he said, and he was great. He was beyond great. They hear her laugh. They hear her laugh.
And any good points he made, she spent the next half hour drowning them out.
Yeah. Sweep that away. I know. We heard it.
So it's like, ladies and gentlemen, use your common sense. Like, this, I'm like, oh my God, like, it's not like, oh, my common sense. Oh, I think the Chiefs are going to beat the Dolphins. Okay. But that's not beyond a reasonable doubt the Chiefs are going to beat the Dolphins. It's the way it's phrased, the way it's worded, the way it's presented. Like, you think you're like, you're pretty sure, okay. Use your common sense. Chiefs are a better team than the Dolphins. Okay, they don't win that. They won the Super Bowl. Where are you going to put your money today, guys? Like, that's kind of how I felt like it was being laid out. Like, I've always heard people say, like, beyond a reasonable doubt means, like, pretty close to 100% sure. If you can't get 100, it's pretty damn close.
That's right.
Like, not the way it was described in that room. Like, it was just more like, we use your common sense, guys. Like, what do you think happened?
To list 10 perfect examples with evidence of reasonable doubt. He only needed to list one.
No, she's just like, you heard Wendy's book. You even heard her on the stand. She even said, like, they take little split 5-word phrases.
Yeah.
And it happens to the person. You heard her. She said this.
You're having some water? Is there
I just
water?
Yeah. Got
okay.
Water that works in here. I just said, like, that was so, and in a way, I just wish I went with my gut. I thought it was I don't see how that would have been. I know hindsight's 20/20, but like,
yeah, I know. You'll say that.
I wish I went with my gut with Enzo. I wish I went with my gut with a lot of other things. And it's just like, you get mad at nobody but yourself. That's the problem. Like, at least you go with your gut, you make a mistake. You're like, you know what? I went with my gut. This is where it got me. Like, my gut always led me to good places in life. When I don't listen to my gut, it's really when I get bad places.
Yeah. I know that.
My gut, like, told me with Enzo that they can't get their butt sick. They think it is serious. I said, patient use medication changes if I got on the last page and stay in the hospital. Yeah, the same thing. That's just a little bit quicker with an IV. They're going to do the same thing for us. And, they charge me like $2,000 plus if they want to keep them for a couple days. Thinking like, I don't want to be paid for that long. I'll take care of them. I'll think about what I want to do with Buddy. I'm kind of leaning towards. I haven't decided yet. I mean, Bree kind of hinted to me, Roman wanting a dog.
That's what he was telling me about 2 weeks ago, that the mother was going to get it. She wants a big dog for him. He loves the big dog. So that's why I was thinking natural. That's a natural.
Well, I can tell you this. I mean, these are my two thoughts.
Yeah.
One thought is, Janice has spent the last year and a half taking care of him. He's familiar with Janice. I mean, he's been with Janice since he's known her since right, since he was 8 months old. She also has her little puppy dog, so it's like the two of them get along. And like she's got obviously grown fond of him. She's been with him for 2.5 years.
Sure.
She may have maybe a better fit. My only concern with Roman is that it's an apartment, which is not the biggest thing in the world, but he's used to nice long walks. Bree can't take Roman and Buddy on a nice long walk. And then, Bree's working from, 8 in the morning until 5 at night. And then she's going to come home and she has to take care of Roman and the dog. Like, it's a big dog. The dog needs some exercise. So my other thought was seeing if Bree wants him. My other thought was seeing if the only reason I don't want to see if Tim wants him, because who knows, Tim and Bree's mom can break up next week. But if they're doing
wait, I missed that. If who wants him?
Bree's mom's boyfriend has a great ring.
Right.
So who knows? That's maybe an idea. But also, like, Bree's mom and the guy can break up on both for that.
I know, and the other thing is that, just what you said, I mean, Janice has taken, I have to tell you, she's taken very good care of the dog, and she is attached to him. If she will have room wherever she's going, that's fine.
Right.
She doesn't, she doesn't.
So that's the thing. It's like, will she have room? Will she want him? I have a feeling she's going to want him.
But she is or isn't?
I think she will, to be honest with you.
Yeah. But she's got to fit him into an apartment with another dog. And that's going to be but maybe she'll rent a house. Who knows what she'll do? Yeah.
Who knows what she'll do? I don't know what she'll do.
Yeah, but it's certainly, I agree that that's the first person to ask because of her relationship with him and the fact that she has taken very good care of him.
I think that's the first. And I mean, honestly, it kind of kills me. Is that but maybe Roman asked me about Buddy. So I get on the phone with him sometimes. And he'll say, like, me and you are water balloons with Buddy when I see you. Like, I don't know if it's...
I don't know if it's good mentally for you, for him to have him, honestly, and he's a very big dog for Bree and Roman to manage. She's in an apartment, you know, and it's a lot.
It's gonna fuck well. I mean, it's gonna be like the one thing that don't remind him of me every day. And when the dog dies, it's gonna be like the fourth thing to fuck him up.
Right. No, I don't think it's mentally good. To be honest, as much as the idea is there, I don't think it's mentally good for Roman. It really isn't. It really isn't positive for him.
He talks about Bubbles and asks Bree about Bubbles. He asks me about Bubbles, but then it's going to be like, here's Bubbles, where's Dad? Like, he's the dad with Bubbles. Because that's what we did when he came over. He'd spray Bubbles with a hose. He'd throw water balloons with Bubbles. Like,
right, that's why it's not good, Charlie. It's really not good.
It's basically it's gonna fuck him up. He's gonna have the dog without his dad.
It's not good. I would ask Janice. You ask her when Janice not. We will be sure that there's a good home with land. Who will take good care of him. We wouldn't just, you know us. We wouldn't do anything like that.
Janice is a good. Listen, it's not like she's moving out next week. And we'll figure out what we're doing with the house and everything.
Right.
So it's not like you got a little bit of time to figure stuff out. Not like it's happening tomorrow.
That's right.
But I just, part of me always felt like, maybe it would be good if he had something to remember me by. But I think it would be bad.
It would be bad. It would hurt him. In the end, it would hurt him, and you don't want to do that.
It'll be like the one thing that was, like when he died, it'll be like the one thing that was with me and him, and then it's gone.
Yeah.
Lose your dog hard enough, but I think tie it in with me is going to be like, it just doesn't feel, I go back and forth, like, it was still here in jail, going to different himself. It doesn't feel real, but it's real. Like, I just feel like I got told to fill the goods. Basically, it's like going through fucking gut instinct. Like, look at how far I got in life by following my gut.
Mm-hmm.
Like from school to business to friends to like everything was like building everybody else. Like I look at all my friends now who are light years ahead of me before I came in here. But like back in like when I was 35 and they were 35, I was the one paying for stuff because like I was so much more successful than they were, giving them advice.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Like.
Yeah, I know.
What the fuck? I mean, yesterday I was giving Jerry advice that he should go back and he was questioning whether they should do dirt or not. I said, no, go on and tell him that's the biggest mistake of your life. Don't go for it. And then he was in his residency, and then I was light years ahead of him. Light years. I've been out practicing for like 6, 12, 13. I was out practicing for 7 years when he was like opening his office. So it was like, think about how much further I was ahead after doing what I did for 7 years, and here he is just taking out loads of his office and start from scratch, building that place out. Now it's like,
Listen to me, hon. Try to take some deep breaths. Try to get yourself calmed down. I know that's an unpleasant situation you're in. And let's get your time with Dan, and then hopefully hopefully they'll come and get you the hell out of there. But just call us and let us know what's going on and where you are.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, I'm fine. I don't need to keep repeating myself. I'm just,
No, you're not, not repeating yourself. You're not repeating yourself.
No, I am, because I've heard myself say it 4 times.
That was bad. This is now. It's okay. You tell me anything you want.
I just,
I know.
I should have. I'm not just talking about any one thing that they do.
Oh, I know. I know.
All my coaches think make my own decision. At least I can look back and say, you know what, that was my decision. Good, bad, or indifferent. I made the decision. It's I get to look at myself. Recognize something for what it is, and then make a decision, and then let somebody talk me out of it. It's when I'm I wouldn't talk about myself, getting talked out of things, but it's just very. This is a place where you can do a lot of thinking.
Yeah, I know that.
I have a very active mind. I don't have one of these minds that are I like a German Shepherd. I've got to be busy doing a job or doing something. I can't just sit idle. Some people do. It was my ADD where I always have to be on the move and doing something and active and driven and going someplace and always thinking. And this is the opposite of that environment. Yeah, no, it wasn't. It wasn't a real trial. I mean, it really was not No. I mean, not that I've been to other trials before, but I can't imagine it being
No.
It was.
Everything that could have been done right for you was. And it was these people waiting for the hanging outside. They just made up their mind. They did what they did. They wanted to know what they did. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that. That's just my opinion.
The people that you got on that jury, we had to wait our exit. I mean, when I wrote down the people that we needed to kill off, the people who made it through the way it is, there's 152 people that they questioned. Yeah, 5 questions each, 152 people. When those people, after 2 days, we got to 150 people, we only had 60 people out of that 152 people. So then out of those 60 people, 21 come up and they take seats. Then we start questioning the 21. And then, people at the 21 are trying to get thrown off the jury. The guy who plays the New York Yankees has no interest in associating himself with this case. The guy who was a restaurant manager and had managed a chain of local restaurants, no interest in associating himself. So these guys are taking themselves off of the jury, right? Then you see who you have left, and then you ask them a bunch of questions, and then you got to get rid of people that you just know they're going to be horrible for you, absolutely horrible. The woman whose husband's a sheriff's officer, and she goes to church, and all her friends at church are law enforcement, and she's close with a lot of law enforcement. How could she ever go to church on Sunday if she voted for me? So we had to use an X on her. It was people, a guy was a detective for 20, 40 years with Miami-Dade, and he was a fire arson specialist, and he was telling us about his photographic memory. He knows about the case, but he can be fair. He hasn't come off. So, when I wrote down all the people who were okay, these are the ones we got to get rid of. I looked at the jury experts, and honestly, 8 out of 10, I think, of the ones that I had X's on them, they had the X's on the same people. Yeah, they're just yeah. I mean, these are guys who do it for a living. It's I don't, but my vibe was no. And then even with the other 2 or whatever that we debated on, it was a toss up. They weren't but it was just like one lady was, when Dan was speaking, was like in the first day she was falling asleep with her face in her hand. Fall asleep. I'm like, literally, like, some like 65-year-old black lady just like looks at her, closed her eyes and put her face in her hand. So I'm like, he's questioning a witness, so you can have information that you're fucking falling asleep. You know, and then really it comes down to the summary, the presentation. You just like, you sit everybody down and have to watch a kind of session. But that's worse with this other accent. I think people bash in Tallahassee. And they say the prosecutor said in closing is not to be construed as evidence in the case. What do you think people walking out with their ears?
Yeah.
Right? So why the hell are they talking? They're saying stuff that's not evidence, but then you're going to go back and deliberate on it.
No, they didn't do anything. They didn't look at one thing.
No. I'm telling you, when Dan was telling them the places to go look, like at what time and what recording to go listen to for yourself, they weren't even writing the notes down. They had no interest. Like,
because they made a decision without listening. They made a decision.
She's like, well, if you feel like this is, and I'm telling you, like, I just wish I went with my gut instinct on a lot of things. That's all. Not one thing in particular. Lots of different things. I wish I went on my gut. Because then at least I know it's in my hands, you know? I like it in my hands.
That's right. I know.
Not like, oh, I have faith.
But just remember what I said to you. There's a lot of things that you need to talk to him about. Just remember what I said to you about some things that went on that he needs to tell you, okay? So please remember that's important, okay? All right. You'll talk to him, and then whenever he gets there, it's, 10 minutes to 10, so whenever he gets there, you'll talk to him. He knows about getting your property, and then when he speaks to you, you'll ask him that question. What'd you tell my mom? She couldn't tell me. Okay?
Yeah, no, I'll ask you. By the way, what are the chances that when the FBI arrests me, I didn't have a shirt on, so they went in my closet to go grab something. They grabbed the orange sweatshirt that says unemployed.
Oh, God. Yeah.
That's the sweatshirt that I got for the Broward Jail. You know, do you remember the one I bought it in South Korea when I was in Wisconsin?
I do. We thought it was funny. Yeah.
It says unemployed across the front. And what's funny but not funny, I was joking around with Chad once. And I said, Chad, watch this. With my luck, I'm going to get arrested in this sweatshirt. When if I ever get arrested, I'm going to be wearing this sweatshirt. I said that to him. I'm like, because, you know, I mean, it's the most, listen, I don't have any clothes that have writing on it, actually. But it's like the most ridiculous thing. Like, you know how, like, John Belushi has the sweatshirt that says college?
Yeah.
So this was like the take on it. It's all bunch is unemployed across the front. So I was like, man, watch, if I ever get arrested, I'm going to be wearing this sweatshirt. I actually wasn't wearing it. They picked it out for me.
Really?
Yeah, no, I didn't walk out with it. They went in my closet to go get this. Otherwise I was just going to be walking into Broward County Jail in a pair of shorts. So they put up. And I don't even think they read it. I think they just looked in my closet, saw an orange sweatshirt, pulled it off the hanger, and kind of walked outside with it. Here you go. And they got me a pair of flip flops because I was barefoot. I thought for sure I had a burglar that night. Morning.
Yeah, because you heard the barking.
Well, it's not just the barking. I heard the dog barking. I heard the glass breaking.
Yeah.
And then, because I have 10 windows at my house, it's like the original windows from 57 on my bedroom. I didn't put hurricane windows there. So what do you call it? I heard like it sounded like someone was jumping my fence. I'm like, oh, you hear the glass breaking, the dog barking, and somebody outside your bedroom window. Like, I thought I heard voices, and I definitely heard rustling and someone on a fence, like, jumping in the middle of a aluminum fence. And I was like, holy shit, like, I got a burglar. Definitely a burglar. They were bashing, like, security cameras. That's what they do when they do a raid.
Yeah. Quit the raid.
Yeah. And they didn't have, usually I've been told since that what they'll do is they'll put like a blue light that's, not with any sound, but like a circular blue light that's flashing outside. So that the homeowner looks outside, they know, okay, it's police. Because otherwise, you can easily mistake that person for a burglar. It's dark. They're coming on your property, and technically, when someone in Florida, when someone comes past the fence line, it's considered a burglary. Like if they come on your property, it's trespassing. But if someone comes over your fence, they're now burglars. They're now considered a burglary of the property, and you can actually stand your ground state. Like if someone's burglarizing your property and you're in fear for your life, you can shoot them. This wasn't a burglary. This were semi-automatic rifles and SWAT team helpers. It was so stupid. They could have if they would just knocked on my door, I would have come right out.
Sure. Let's do it that way.
No, I could have easily been shot. I could have easily thought I was catching a burglar. Meanwhile, they thought I was coming at them. Just misunderstanding, Could easily happen. How many of these guys, if they think they have a burglar in their backyard, they're going to come out, armed and ready?
That's right.
Yeah, probably most of them. Yeah, you got to identify yourself.
Of course. I know.
But this is a special case.
Yeah.
Anyway, so Dan will get that stuff. Hopefully, put it someplace. So hopefully one day I get to wear it again.
That's right. Yeah. Sure, get it to us and we'll keep it for you. Don't worry about that. Let's just take care of you for right now and move on what has to be done this month. That's important.
Yeah, no, I'll make a list of different things. And like I said, I think probably the best thing with Buddy is to let him be the Janus.
Yeah, no, I agree.
That would be my number one.
I think that's a good idea.
I think it's good for Roller to talk to me on the phone. I don't think Bree realizes how much exercise. Like, he needs to go on a real walk. Jan takes him on a 15-minute walk every morning. Probably 3 15-minute walks a day. Bree can't do that with holding Roman by the hand, so he doesn't run anywhere.
No, of course not.
Dog and he pulls hard enough that Jason had to let him go once or a couple times because he would pull her over otherwise. He's a lot bigger and stronger than Bree.
Yeah. No, it's not a good idea. I mean, the original thought was there, but mentally, it's not a good Roman, so I wouldn't do that.
No, I think it would be torture for him. It would be like that's the one thing that we always did together, and it's just literally going to remind him of instantly. It'll bring instant memories back.
It'd be better with Janet, and if it's not her, trust me, we will figure something out. Okay?
Yeah, I could also talk to.
All right, I had to stop it because we got some action here. This is what happened yesterday too. It was like 1:45, 12:47 Eastern. This is what happened yesterday. So, camera is moving. This is exactly what happened yesterday. So we're going to be ready. We're going to be ready for them. So, camera movement. We'll get back to that. That clip was almost done anyway. But I do want to give you some updates. Let's listen to what Judge Everett has to say. But I've got some photos to show you, and then we'll hear what Judge Everett has to say. And then we'll strike that against what I read online. Actually, can I show this real quick? Let me see if I can show this. What is this? Oh, here, Mindy. Okay, here. So this is them when they're in the room and they're talking to potential jurors. That's the state and the defense. So that's the room that they're, and there's Judge Everett on the left. So prospective jurors come in and they talk to them. So that's pretty interesting, right? When I did jury duty, which was way back when in New York City, I sat in a room, small room, and there was like high school. Remember high school desks? You would sit at these desks, and there was like maybe three or four rows and like 3 rows. Maybe it was like a 3x3 row. So they had like probably like 9 of us in there. So this is way different than what I went through, and I did not go in by myself. I don't know if they're taking groups or if they are truly going in one by one. I think they're going in like one by one. Michelle, welcome to Rabbit Ears. Awesome. So good to have you as a rabbit ear. Hellrider, yep. Action, roll 'em. Widespread, I wonder if Donna gets to ask questions too. I'm trying to remember my last time I was voir dired was just like a year and a half ago, and I'm trying to remember the defendant was sitting right there. I definitely remember the defendant sitting right there. I don't remember if they asked any questions. I think it was just the lawyers. Just the lawyers got up and they just talked to you. And we were in the courtroom sitting in the jury box. It was not anything like this. And they brought in like groups of 20 or so. So this is a little intimidating. I think I'd be intimidated. If I had to walk into that, I'd be like, meh. I think that is a little intimidating. Right? What do you guys think? Would you guys be intimidated if you walked into that? Has Wendi remarried? That's a good question, Sally. I'm not sure. Chat, do you guys know if she's remarried or not? I'm pretty sure people were saying that she went to Texas, but then she might be in Colorado now. So I'm not sure if she's remarried or not. Defendant would not ask directions. Texas Rex says, defendant would not ask questions directly. She could ask her attorney to ask something, though, to make sure it's proper. It's not improper. That's true. That's true. Yeah, I thought I heard Colorado too, Green-Eyed Cat. I thought I heard that as well. She was in Texas. Kelly, try just refreshing the stream of the feed or just go out and come back in. Sometimes YouTube does that. Alice, you'd be intimidated? I think I would be. I'd be a little intimidated. I prefer a group setting, one-on-one that looks like you're being called to the principal's office or something. Sherry, you'd be nervous? Yeah, I would be. Mallory, I can't speak. Psychosaurus Rex. Depends. Do they have snacks in there? I love it. That's fantastic. Not remarried, but has a boyfriend, Joanne, and Katie says she has a boyfriend. Mo Freedom says, not remarried, boyfriend very wealthy, though. All right. Seems like, okay, I'll see you guys on the other side. Okay, no audio yet. So, Mallory, I do love this power duo, right? CJ says, yes, new boyfriend. The lady's adding a little extra volume for the cam. That's really funny. I thought the same thing. I thought the same thing. No audio yet, you guys. Here we go.
Report back up, but digital, I think, we covered that part.
The state's gone.
State left? Yeah. Well, I need time to report back up. Call.
Are you taking care of it? Thank you. Nope, go back. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's not that.
Just need to tell them on the time to report back. That's fine. Did you get a response, Deputy Hamlin?
They want to voicemail on the settlement on trying to see now.
Okay. Right, we'll come back at 1:45. I believe that should give an adequate time to have a break from there. I think as the jurors get rounded up downstairs, we'll go ahead and finish out the process as we described. Does the defense have anything to raise? We'll go on break for this morning. No, Your Honor. All right. If the bailiffs or the clerks can inform the state as to the time of the way they stepped out before they heard it at 1:45.
Yes, sir.
We're in recess for this morning.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I'll walk up there and
Thank you.
She does seem to be hobbling a bit, right? Doesn't she seem to be a little hobbling? I don't necessarily saw a limp per se, Psychosaurus Rex, but she did seem to be hobbling. Maybe a limp, I guess. Yeah, she definitely seemed to be doing something there. All right, so from this, told about 15 jurors, potential jurors have been struck so far, with 5 left to be questioned in this round. So obviously that round is done. That would put us at 90 plus jurors left in the pool. Judge Everett wanted 100 to 110 after 4 phases of questioning. Remember, they're doing morning 50, afternoon 50, and yesterday and then today. So they looked at 100 yesterday and they came up with 64. And so far they've got 90 plus. So he wants 100 to 110. So with still 50 left to go, they very well may get, now that they're not seating a jury, they're just getting potential jurors weeded out, right? So they would go to like basically 200, 50, 50, 50, and 50. So they'd have 200 jurors. And if they can get to 100 to 110, and remember, Georgia Kappelman's done this 3 times. This is her 4th time. This is their 4th time. She's done Catherine twice and Charlie. So she's done Catherine twice and Charlie. So she's gone through this process with the Adelsons in Tallahassee 3 times. This is her 4th time. That's why she was saying at that pre-trial last week, she was saying I think we can get it. I think we get opening statements Thursday. So here's what's mind blowing is if they get potential jurors by the end of today. These cats are like out of control right now. I wish I could show you. It's kind of a mess back there. They're just going crazy. I'm sure you can hear them. So if mind blowing is that if they get 100 to 110 jurors today before the end of the day, they voir dire them tomorrow morning. By lunchtime, they could have 15 jurors, 12 plus 3. I mean, we could very easily be seeing opening statements tomorrow afternoon. I could absolutely see that happening. I do not think that is a wild statement to say. So let's see. 2 weeded our questions Thursday morning. 2 weeded our questions. I don't get that. Northwest, I'm sorry, I don't understand that. Joe says, you only need to end up with a jury of 16. Why on earth are we aiming for 100? Judge Bresky totally rocked this process, got them seated in one day. He's shooting for 100, probably so that they don't want this to get botched and then they have to redo it all over again. Or just, you know what I'm saying, Joe? Maybe it's just an abundance of caution. He's making sure out of 100 he can get 16. You know, I'm thinking maybe just an abundance of caution. And here's the other thing. Judge Everett tried Charlie's case. So he has been through this before. Meaning with the Adelsons. So it's not like this is new to him. Oh my God, what are you guys doing? All right. It's like total mayhem over here right now, you guys. All right, so let's go back. So they're going to be out until 1:45. So let's go back to what we were showing, which is almost done. We'll go back to this. Put myself back over here. All right, we don't have to worry about them until 1:45. All right, so this jailhouse calls. It's almost done. It's actually only about another minute or two. Then I'll go ahead and I'll put on, we have another one, which is about an hour. So that should get us pretty close to when they come back. So let me play this first and I'll put on the other one.
Mike, see what he's thinking. I got a couple ideas of who may be able to look after him.
Okay.
But listen, if it was Enzo, it would be a different story. So
I know. Oh, I know.
I mean, Enzo was my boy. I love that dog more than anything.
I know you did.
So I was just thinking I'd be getting out and I'd be like working to getting like a good head plan and moving forward and not. Let me let you go. I'll call you guys later, okay?
Sounds good, Charlie. I love you.
You do.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you for watching.
All right, so that was the end of that string of calls, which was from November 7th. So that was the day after Charlie was convicted. We heard from the day that he was convicted, the 6th, and then that was from the day after. So I'm going to play... actually, this is more from the day of. I'm sorry, the day after. Sorry. So that was 7:50 a.m., 8:44 a.m., then 10:49 a.m. So this next group I'm going to play is here's the next group I'm going to play. All right, so this is the next group of phone calls. It's the next group of phone calls I'm going to play. It is complete monkey mayhem over here right now.
This video contains 4 calls between Charlie Adelson.
All right.
Hey guys.
Hi, did Dan get there yet or not yet?
Yeah, I spoke to Dan.
Okay. You're still there, right? They haven't moved you yet. Or come to see you?
They haven't moved yet. I spoke to Sergeant and said, talk to the chief. See if he can get me out to my other pod to get out of the room. So it's like, I can't, at least I can see out through the window before. I look into my cell. Here is just mirrored glass.
There was nothing in that regard that Dan could help you with, right? You have to do that yourself in there.
Yeah, they're just gonna move me once they have me here not long enough for observation, I guess.
Do they keep you 24 hours in there? Is that what they're doing?
Oh yeah, you don't come out of your cell.
No. I mean, do you need to stay there for 24 hours in that cell before they would let you out, or no?
I don't know. I mean, I've been in here since 6 o'clock last night.
Yeah.
Whatever they put me in there.
This morning.
But
yeah.
Listen, it's gonna be. Obviously, I've got a tremendous amount of regret. And I trust that I've done a lot of things. That would, I just.
Hold on one second. Are you off the phone?
I am.
You are. Okay. Charlie just called again. Yeah. Just doing some business stuff.
Yeah.
So anyway, listen.
Dan was very nice. He stayed with me a long time. I literally, from the time I hung up with you, probably within 3 or 4 minutes, I was up talking to him till just now. So I wanted to ask 40 minutes.
Probably. Let me see when I got off with you before. Called at 8:44. We're on an hour. 8:44. Yeah, we were on an hour and 5 minutes. So yeah, he came right after us then. Yeah. Right after you spoke to us, he was coming.
Yeah.
I'm sure he filled you in on some things that were interesting, right? Possible?
Yeah. I mean, it's like, you got to understand something, Mark. The amount of publicity that this case has gotten is worldwide. It's the bloggers, it's the media, it's wherever this case goes, it's going to have such a not a normal case. It's just not. It's not going to get treated like a normal case. And he said the judge pretty much let us get everything in the case that we wanted to get in. It's not really much to appeal. As far as we should try just for the sake of trying. But from what I gather, like you gotta try, because if you don't try, you don't know.
Right.
And the appeal is with judges, but there's judges that are going to be judging a judge, and he pretty much let us get everything in. Like he didn't make any rulings that we're going to come back at, I think
it's appealed to judges. It doesn't get tried again. It doesn't get shown to a jury. It's just the judges, and they don't hear the case.
Yeah.
They review what happened.
They review what happened, and if something was done improper, you could get a new trial. Technically, and listen, Dan wasn't sitting there telling me like this judge fucked up here, he screwed up here. It's like you tried just because you got to say you did everything you could.
Right.
But he told me not to, he knows these sources aren't what the state says they are. So he's like, you don't want to deplete the money that you have saved up for Roman on your appeals, because you can only appeal,
certain reasons you can appeal. Yeah, I guess.
So there's only so much you can appeal. The things have to be done law to appeal. And they said, what you got to do is just to give it a shot. And they're going to look into the other couple little things.
Right, that issue, okay.
And then, listen, if appeals can take a year and a half, around about a year and a half to be heard, maybe 2 years. So
to look into other things then in the meantime. Let's see what happens.
He's looking at other things, but in the meantime, I need to figure out what I'm doing with a couple things.
Okay.
And figure out what I'm doing with Buddy.
Right.
I'm going to call Mike Ferrari up and have to pick up the last vote. I just wish I wasn't in such a good mood on Sunday. It's been a whirlwind of emotions. Can't even, just shock.
We all felt the way you did on Sunday. But
What's that?
I said we all felt the way you did on Sunday. We were all looking forward to Monday.
Like I said 50 times, I just wish I was my gut instinct and didn't look at the fucking people. Because this was not a real case. This was Dan said to me, he said, listen, when we were doing jury selection, I realized, this was going to be, this was going to be tough. Yeah. He said, when he saw the amount of people that were coming in with knowledge of the case and saying they couldn't be fair, he said, I had to trust that the people who were saying they had knowledge of the case and could be fair weren't lying to me.
You had no option. You had no option.
I mean, you shouldn't have a case where people know about the case that they're about to judge because they already have an opinion. Like that guy Judge Stephen said, where in your brain are you going to put your opinion that you just stated when you come in to deliberate? Like you just said, you have an opinion on this case. It was a good question. He goes, you have an opinion on this case. Tell me where in your brain are you going to put that opinion that it's not going to affect how you can judge this man? And then some people would say, well, it's a good point. I don't think I can take it out of my brain. I think it will still be in there, and I'll still be thinking about it while I'm deliberating. Okay, well, you're off the jury.
Yeah.
But what about the person who comes in and goes, you know what, I can totally block out, I can definitely, whatever preconceived notion I have from the judge, I can totally listen to the judge's instructions, block out any preconceived notion I have, and treat this young man fairly. Okay, you're a liar, but you make it to the next one.
Yeah.
And then that's what we had. So he's like, I don't think I fully trust the people that we had if they were telling me the truth.
I know. You said that.
Whereas, if you have a normal case that goes before the court, and it's just a normal case where people show up for jury duty and they get sent to a courtroom and they get sent for jury selection and they hear the prosecution and they hear the defense and they go ahead and they have an idea of what happened or reasonable doubt. That's Like, that's like how it's done. But this was like Georgia Kaplan's whole career rested on taking me down. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
Like her whole career. I mean, trust me, you don't think she knew on Friday that I held up well under cross?
Yeah, she knew. There was a lot of talk, a lot of information. She knew that.
A lot of, I mean, like, she didn't, everybody was saying, like, Bree was saying, like, all these people were talking that never were talking before, and they were like, they were really, like, going ahead, and they were really changing sides, and holy shit, she went to work, and I'm sure she had a bunch of people helping her. And she fucking came out with the closing of her lifetime and made a movie. She made a 2-hour movie.
Yeah.
You know, she even, you know, was able to manipulate stuff and be like, you even heard his own sister say this. You heard his own sister say that.
Yeah, that's like, what she said. It wasn't in context.
No, out of context. You know, these things aren't said on an island. It's said as part of a conversation or a response or trying to prove a point or like you cut and paste sentences. You could make anything look like something it's not.
Yeah, that's right. That's what she did, and that's what she got away with.
Well, she's allowed to. That she has 2 hours. You know, when she was done with those 2 hours, I sat there and I remember looking at Kate and I go, this is not good. I don't know how you felt when you got done seeing her 2 hours, but I was like, I was like, this is not good.
Yeah. I wasn't so concerned with that after I heard Dan. I was just upset after she got the final word. That was the problem.
Well, she basically anything that he said in that first, you know, in his rebuttal, anything she said, anything point he made, she just torpedoed. You know?
You know what she did?
So it was, well, I hate to say it, but it's fucking exactly what I anticipated out here. It's exactly what I anticipated.
Yeah.
And even worse. I mean, look, I'm sitting in a jail cell. Some guy's been incarcerated since 2008. Goes to a man from 20 feet away. And he's been in prison since 2008.
Yeah.
So just listen. It's kind of part of my problem right now is that my mind is totally focused and thinking about a totally different direction than where I'm sitting right now.
Yeah. I know you were. You were. Not what we expected.
Well, I hate to say it, but it's kind of what you guys were foolishly optimistic for a long time. And I was looking at me going, what's wrong with him? I remember how many times everyone would look at me and be like, what's wrong with him? Yeah.
I know.
I mean, I literally, I mean, it's almost like I'm the only one who saw it.
We saw what was being done all along, and everyone had hopes because what we had on our side were facts. They did not have facts.
Yeah.
They had Tallahassee stuff that they had.
Listen, I'm just saying, I'm talking about not what I was up hearing about Tallahassee. I'm talking about when I can't believe it. Mom, I was up here a year and a half. I've been up here over a year and a half of my life already.
I know.
I mean, I looked at myself in the paper, I looked at myself in the mirror. Now there's like actually the first time I have like a real mirror. Dude, I don't look the same anymore. I was nothing like that photo they put up the court.
No.
Looks like a different person. I look like ash white.
You've had no outdoor time, of course you're white. Everybody understood that. That's not the point.
No, I know. You know, having a kid that's 5 day outside, literally, honestly, that is the only thing that fucking tears my heart apart.
I know.
That is the only thing. Like, outside of that, like, you know, outside of that, I can pretty much handle just about anything else.
I know.
I
know you too.
Because I see, like, I know the dad and I wanted to be with him. I know I wanted to play ball with him. I know I wanted to do stuff with him. I wanted to, like, I'm a successful guy. We've always had fun with him. I was taking him places. We've been, like, best friends. I was looking forward to, like, a life and having a son. And, like it's gonna stop, dude. I mean, I don't know how else to say it, but, like, it's going to be mental torture sitting in prison watching you grow up on the outside. And the only time he'll see me is to come to prison to see Dad. And then I'll be tight with him, I'll talk to him, but it's going to be mental torture. Mental torture probably more for me than him. He won't remember any difference. So always just remember Dad. Like, it's literally the definition of mental torture. Like, I don't know. I'm just telling you all. It's like hitting me, and you're right. I don't want him to have bubbles for that reason.
No.
I can only imagine if, like, his only memory from childhood is having bubbles with me and having photos with me, him and bubbles. What is he, 5 now? Bubbles is 3. He lives another 7 years. So he'll be 12 years old, and the only thing that he has to remember his dad dies when he's 12. That'll be great. That'll look good. That'll be like a piece of me being with him, because it would be like the one thing that the two of us used and did together and had fun with and played with. That here's videos of is going to die when he's 12. Like, that's the worst thing I can do to him. Like, this is. Just thought about it. I just got to get out of the cell. If I get out of the cell, I'll be better.
Yes, they just have to get you out of there, I know.
I just can't trust it. Like, I can believe it, but it's like, you know, I talked to Dan about a bunch of different things, and he's just like, Charlie, you've been convicted. You are convicted. Unless you get a new trial, you are convicted. There's no other way. That's sort of like, it all hits me. I'm like, holy shit. Like, that's what I don't think anybody realized when they were fucking giving you their advice. I don't care who it is, who gives you fucking advice. You gotta just do what's right for yourself. You know, and not do what your gut tells you. That's probably you're gonna go crazy thinking like that, talking like that. And like, man, I can't help it. Like, it's fine. I feel good when I'm talking to him. But he had to know. Like, he eventually was like, nudging him. He was like, hey, give me 5 more minutes. Give me 10 more minutes. Like, he gave me his time. But it's like,
no, I know they do.
it's very.
I can't believe it's reality either. We just can't believe it.
What?
This is what happened. But there's no out of this. I can't believe this.
It's a new trial. 2 ways out. A new trial or another way. I'll do that. I mean, I don't want guys getting sick.
We're fine, Charlie. We're fine.
Well,
You'll get out of that cell. You'll feel a little bit better. You'll get your head going. You'll start thinking. You'll start telling us things, and we'll follow through with whatever you tell us, or you tell us to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I'll start to do that. Like, honestly, just take care of yourself as long as you can. It's not like I'm going to count on Wendi coming in the office. She's got a busy life. Bree said that she will come and visit me whenever she can with Roman. She's like, I will always make a point of bringing Roman to see you. So I'm hoping I can get contact visits. I don't want to be doing, holding the phone up to blast in the booth. Like,
nope. Yeah.
I've also heard that fortunately when people come and visit you and leave, so I don't even fucking. So I do want to see people. Cool people, of course. But holy shit. It really is. Bree's like, listen, I'm always going to be there for you. I'm always going to bring Roman to see you. He's going to know he's your dad. You're his dad. She's like, I'm never going to change his name. I'm like, the jury has spoken. Holy shit. It was exactly, as Dan said, he knew when we were taking the jury, he knew this was going to be a problem. That's what he said to me. He said, when we were taking the jury, he whispered to me, he was like, this jury consultant is the best money you've spent on the case outside of hiring me.
Yeah, that's right.
He's like, without the jury consultant and sorting through everybody and talking to them and getting to a point where they were like, but the 2-hour movie that Georgia put together, she dumbed it all down for y'all. Like, she put the big Tallahassee accent on for everybody. Like, like, my buddy Jimmy didn't live past 40. Harvey died at 43. Anthony died at 38. Buddy just died at age 71. It's, it's still alive. It's just going to be a different converting. You know, I just gotta. Dan says if you're gonna work on getting me someplace where I could be in protective management, maybe get me a facility. I don't want to be closed custody where it's like, you know, they put you in a cell and you come out 20 minutes a day by yourself.
No,
like,
that's not it.
Yeah, no. There's actually prisons that have either areas or groups that are like general pop, but there are people that have to be protected.
Right.
So you're not in with the whole general population. Oh yeah, no, I don't think they wouldn't want the publicity anyway if they did that.
The same reason they didn't want to have a problem with you here. So no, they're not going to look for that. They know that.
No, but they could also do if I don't have someone get on it. They can also do what they did to me here, or they put you in for 5 months of solitary. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, look at the bright side. At least, hopefully, I get someplace where I could get outside. I could get visitors. You know, I don't get outside, and I don't get visitors here.
No. No, I know that.
It's just very surreal. All kind of hitting me, and it's like putting me in this fucking box. I'm in right now. It's not the best thing for mentally. I wish I could take advantage or something, you know, and just relax.
I know. I know. It's going to feel like a long day until they get you out of there. So, yeah.
It's so counterproductive.
Can you listen to something can you listen to any music or?
I can listen to a little music, but it's I can't get my mind to like just calm down. Like you don't understand. It's like
no, I do.
It's like a hamster wheel running. It's just like.
I know. Listen, if you, Dad could talk a little later if you call back. You just can't talk right now. Okay?
Is that sitting with you now?
You could talk now.
I can talk to Charlie. Anytime, Charlie. Anytime. You can call anytime. Just trying to get stuff arranged.
No, I know you got to take care of a bunch of stuff.
Yeah. Gotta work on stuff.
Listen, that one thing is take care of yourself.
Yeah, I will take care of it.
I need you to be able to come and visit me.
We will.
We will, of course. We will.
It's going to be, listen, it's going to be long, it'll probably be like maybe 2.5 months from now. Probably by January, you'll come visit me.
Whenever it is, whenever we find out, that's when we'll be there.
We'll be there.
Yeah, I'll keep you posted with everything. But I'm fine. I'm going to stay strong. I just need to
do you have any idea when they're going to come today?
No, he doesn't know.
You don't know?
No, I don't. I'm going to give Janice a call and talk to her for a few minutes.
Yeah.
But that's just, I know we got to figure out stuff with the house and all that stuff.
There's a lot to do. Are you going to talk to her about the dog?
Well, yeah, I know she's going to talk to me about, like, what are we doing with the house?
Yeah.
I don't want to put together because I don't have an idea of what we're doing with the house.
We'll take care of it, but not immediately. There's too many other things to take care of.
Yeah, no. I mean, that's why it's like, listen, until she's moving out of the house, technically it doesn't need to be out with the dog.
That's right.
At some point, I think you got two choices: is one is either to rent it or sell it. You know, but that's entirely your call. What you want to do with it.
Okay. Rent it or sell it, and then the other place where there's another showing sitting on rent. So the preference now has changed, obviously. You know, the preference was to rent before. The preference is not to rent anymore.
The caller has hung up.
And he didn't hang up on us. But all right. We're going to get back to work. There's a ton of stuff that we have to do, calls, papers, everything to take care of, and we're going to do all of that and over the next few days. But we're getting started on it and contacting people that we have to. So once we get all of this done, you'll probably feel better too, because you'll know that things are right and Roman is good and all the things that have to be taken care of, so you will be. But in the meantime,
you're doing like a trust for Roman.
I have to contact the attorney to take care of some changes. Yes, I have to take care of things for Roman.
Oh my God. Thank you.
Just take care of yourself. Just take care of yourself.
Please take care of yourself.
Call anytime and let us. If you call this number and I'm on a call that I can't get off, just wait 15 minutes and call again. Okay?
Yeah. Don't pick up. I'll wait 15 minutes. Listen. I love you.
I'll call my number.
I love you guys a lot, and I'm sorry for you calling me like this. Like, it's not. I've been in better places before that.
Love you too.
Love you, Charlie.
Take some deep breaths, okay, honey? Please.
All right, guys. Well, thanks, Charlie. I'll call you a little bit later, okay?
Please, thanks, Charlie.
All right. I love you guys.
I love you, Charlie. I always
love
you. Please.
The caller has hung up.
Hey, honey.
Hey. How are you?
Sorry, the call just, I'm fine. The call just didn't go through. I kept saying.
Yeah, no. No, I knew that.
You do? Okay. So tell me where you are.
I'm still in the same cell. They took me out to meet with Dan earlier. I met with Dan I talked to you after I met with him, right?
Right. Yes, you did.
All right.
We spoke twice after that, but you said, you were hoping somebody was supposed to come by, and then a nurse or somebody to check you out.
Yeah, a psychologist came by, spoke to me. She's like, okay, when I go back to my office, I'll write the report. And then hopefully by tomorrow.
Okay, well, at least that's new. I didn't know that person came by, so that's at least one step in the right direction. So she has to write a report that you're okay and you can go back.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I thought you said there was somebody else that had to, I don't know, a chief or somebody you said had to.
Yeah, sorry. I missed the last 30 seconds of what you said before I went down.
Oh, okay. I said, I thought you also said something about a chief that had to come by.
Yeah, the chief.
Charlie, if you're talking, I'm not hearing. Charlie, if you're talking, I'm not hearing. Honey, if you're talking, I'm hearing nothing. Charlie, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Charlie? You can't hear me. Damn it. Hey, honey.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No, last thing I heard was you said, and the chief, and then it just went down.
He was supposed to fly. He's the same guy who said he was going to call Dan back when I first got here. Never called him back. But Chief's back. He's the chief of the whole jail. So come by and check me out.
So he has not been there yet.
He has not, but the psychologist PhD, whatever she is.
Yeah.
She came by, and I said, listen, I'm getting claustrophobic. Like,
sure.
I'm used to looking outside of a window, inches out into the pod, and this is like mirror. You're sitting in like
a block.
Like the same textile that I had before, but I could look out the window into the pod. Here, it's like a box.
Yeah.
So you can't see. It's a mirror they can see in, and you can't see out.
Is it any help? Can Dan get this guy to come sooner? Would that be of any help?
God, she's back once the fucking jail. I don't care about what we're calling.
No.
Hey, it'll come slower.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure the psychologist thought you were fine. So it's just a matter of waiting for that and waiting for the chief.
Yeah, she has to write her report, and then it's slow, and then maybe tomorrow. I got 33% left on my phone, and 2:50 in the afternoon. And it's okay because once it hits the 15%, so you switch the little battery saver on, and then I can probably get that. But it's like you just isolate. Like I'm used to being able to talk to people, move around,
of course,
chat at myself. It's like you're doing the complete opposite of what I would need to have done.
Right.
In this situation.
I know. All right. It sounds like if it's not today, they'll do it tomorrow, but hopefully today. But they're not in a rush, Charlie. You're in a rush. They're not in a rush.
It's like, it's bad enough all this happened, and now I'm like taken out of my normal surroundings.
I know.
Going into like a solitary. I mean, I get why they do it, but this is like, it's trust me, it's a bed on like a plastic box. I rolled up my mattress upstairs and brought it down here, and it's just my bed sitting in my box. Like a 3 feet by 6 foot box. Put on the ground in the center of the room, where I'm used to walking back and forth in the middle of the pod. Now I just like walk up and then around the bed and then back. And it's like,
and it's the same story with like they'll shut off the phones at 4 and not till 6:30 back on. Is that everywhere? Yeah. Hold on. Just checking in. Okay, there's Bree just checking in with me. Okay.
I talked to Dan.
Yeah. Ben.
He's like, and he's working hard. He's still in Tallahassee. I thought he had left. He's staying here an extra day, I guess, to write up.
Yeah.
So whatever it is, if they open up an inquiry, they ask the judge.
Okay, good.
They investigate. He said, listen, it may be the kind of thing that 9 months from now, the juror writes something stupid on a blog, and they investigate, and they find out, and they find out something, and they're able to open it, and then it could possibly lead to an appeal. I basically got the judge let a lot of stuff in to the case, and he did that because he didn't want there to be an appeal. The harder the judge rules, I guess there's more appellate issues that can come up, like if that guy, Hankerson or whatever. I guess the harder the judge rules on issues during the trial, the more likely there is to have an appellate issue. If the judge is in favor of the defendant, the more likely there is to have an appellate issue.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
So, my general feeling, this is just my feeling, I'm not a lawyer, but my feeling is that he ruled, if anything, he gave us the benefit of the doubt because he didn't want there to be an appellate issue.
Yeah. Is that what Dan thinks?
Well, I mean, he made that comment today that the judge ruled in our favor a number of times. You know, he let him bring stuff in. And I either said it or I heard it, that he meant it that there's not going to be, blessings to say that we're done wrong. I mean, you have to either say that the judge did something, but then it gives you your due process. You know, if the jury didn't do anything improper, like, what's your reason for wanting a new trial?
If there was an appeal, would it have to be in Tallahassee, or can you move it? Because I don't understand why they wouldn't let you move the venue. I don't. That was blatantly, I mean, look, I have, I didn't say this to you before I picked up the phone, but there's a lot of things that we have to do, and we've got a very tight time frame. So one of them involves taking care of some things for Roman, taking care of some things through Steinberg. Dad's been on the phone all day, and Susan was nice enough when I called her. She said, I'm going to gather everything up and I'm going to drive down. So she and Rick got here about, 10 minutes before you called, so that she could work with us, because we got a couple of hours of stuff to take care of for Roman. So we're working on that, and just a lot, but you're going to be okay. You're going to get out of that stupid room. Once you do, you'll start to feel a little bit better. I know that. And when I have something that I do need to tell you, I'll speak to Dan. Okay? So, and then I'll let you know what time to call him. Can you hear me, Charlie? Shit. You can't hear me again, right? Charlie, can you hear me? Can you hear me? I'm sorry. The fourth time that they cut the line each time. You have to pay for every minute, but they keep charging every time you reconnect. They say that doesn't happen. Listen, it's that he's in the.
So I want to pause it because I think this may be the phone call that Donna thought she hung up, and she kept talking. She thinks Charlie hung up, or they cut the line. She thinks she hung up, but her phone was still connected. So I'm pretty sure this is, I wanted to hear this one because this one everyone talks about, right? This is the phone call that she thought she disconnected, but in fact she did not.
This room that so the psychologist, they want to make sure he doesn't kill himself. So the psychologist finally came, and he said to her, if you leave me here, I'll kill myself. There's no light, no nothing. I'm in a cement block. Let me go back to myself and see where I am. Please don't leave me here. And spoke to him for a little bit. And she says, no, you're perfectly fine. I know that. I just have to go back and, I've got a few of these reports I have to write. And once I get those written and then submit them and then get them approved, you'll be able to go back. So he thought he was going back in an hour, but that she better get that thing done because I'll lose my mind in here. It's just all spirit on the inside. But all you see is yourself. The lights never shut off, day or night. These fluorescent lights, he says, are on all night. He said, I just want to go back where I was. At least I know people. I can see people. He says, here, I'm in a box. So he's just... What? I'm sure he'll pull back or just keep getting disconnected. I didn't even know if they were drinking. They wasn't buying Coke, nothing. Thanks very much. Thank you. I don't want to. Please, you alone, it's fine. I am myself. Go to prison because he took me through. I can't push it. I'm not that strong. And I also know how she is a year ahead. His body and everything has slowly started to deteriorate. I'm old. I have a life with a great marriage. Happy, traveled, lived good, and really not unhappy. And I wanted to live just big life.
They still have to bring it up too. He would be one of these. I would with them. When he looked for it, he didn't see it. I don't know what I'm doing. Nothing. Okay. But I told him I'll be over to take it.
Thanks for the heads up. I thought she was like in a restaurant. So thanks for the heads up, guys. I thought it was just Donna. I thought all that background noise was Donna was in a restaurant. All right, so we'll go back to that because I think that's the call that she doesn't hang up and they're talking and talking and talking. So yeah, they definitely are back.
Did you get the court reporter one? Yeah. That was there was I need to swap out my battery. Hey Gary, you want to give me a spare battery?
So apparently, there's a day from this next study. There's like yeah. Oh, you should be related. I said I love that. Because she wasn't on the list. That I seriously yeah, I love that they got rid of the address. I find it. That's all I need. They have things. Two generators. And then apparently what they do is make a phone call. Phone free, and they purchased it from someone. They got like customer service department. There you go. So Michael actually found he lives down there. Parked his own car there. So we I can't hear you.
She represents my mom.
How long ago was that? You want to say?
Many years.
Yes, that's apparently one of the people that got through the first round of screening yesterday. Her former spouse. That'll come up tomorrow. No, that wasn't I don't have my own South Florida lens. It's a lot better.
I'm just going to remember that no, maybe he's just he tried this thing, he was doing it for the American Shield, got the mattress moves, but she's still I like that. Now, Marsh. Yeah, so that's yeah, I had to, and I have a receipt there with them there in the month. All right, court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Stephen Everett presiding.
There, everyone can see it.
Judge, before we bring in the prospective jurors,
go ahead.
My old office manager contacted me last week or the week before saying that she thinks that she thought she had received the summons when we got the jury list last week. She was not on it, so I didn't raise it. Although I previously said something to the state. She's number 86. Or 186, yes.
Ms. Kappelman, concerning this, do you still wish to inspect the prospective juror?
No, sir. I'm hoping we don't go that far, but I'm fine with excusing her right off the bat, if you like.
And this is number 186, you said?
Yes, Your Honor. She worked for me for over a decade. My kids refer to her as Aunt Allie, so I don't suspect that the state would end up choosing her anyways.
Well, please let them know downstairs 186 is excused from further consideration.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, if we're ready to bring them upstairs, let's move forward.
get to 200?
We'll start again with 1. Yeah.
We shall let you know that's how.
Okay.
Yeah, no, we don't have it.
I want that phone one.
Yes, I have tried everything on my son's video player, which has yeah, we're working on specifics there.
That's right. Oh, you missed that from it.
Mighty ass of the air.
I don't even know.
Your after emergency.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
I just want to make sure my radio is okay. Yep.
All right.
Your message just confirmed. Step by.
Ready on surprise department. Yeah, so, it's okay. Come straight up through.
Want to break anybody?
No, you are just fine. Thank you for being here. All the way down here, please. 52, 53, good afternoon. Right here, 54. Right here. Good afternoon. You guys can be seated. I'm telling you. Right here. She said we could sit down. Thanks. There's a ramp right here. There's a ramp right here. Yes, ma'am. Will you be okay in there, going down there? Would you like me to put you on the end? Okay, yes, ma'am. If you got, yes. Yes, ma'am. I will remember that you're 56, but we're just going to put you on the end. Yes, ma'am. Yes, and then so. Yes, ma'am, right over there. And just yes. Is on the end.
Everyone can be seated. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Oh, that will not do at all. Let's start again. Good afternoon. I've answered the call to serve. Thank you. Much better. I'm Stephen Everett, one of your circuit judges here in the Felony Criminal Division for Leon County. You have been summoned here this afternoon as prospective jurors in the case of the state of Florida versus Donna Adelson. This is case number 2023 CF 3226. This is a criminal case. The state has charged Mrs. Adelson with the crimes of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and solicitation to commit first-degree murder. You will notice at times during this jury selection process that I will be reading to you. It's not that I do not wish to have a free-flowing conversation with the members of our prospective jurors as a panel as a whole, but rather the instruction on the law that you're to receive during this process must be uniform and it must be specific according to the Florida Supreme Court. Is the state ready to select a jury at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready to proceed as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
And for the record, I'm noting that Mrs. Adelson is present in the courtroom with her attorneys. The first thing I'm going to do this afternoon is to confirm the information that took place downstairs during the qualifying. Tricia, who performed the qualifying this afternoon?
Judge Riggins.
All right. I believe you earlier spoke with Judge Riggins. You all remember Judge Riggins, correct? Yes. All right. The information that you went over with Judge Riggins, I'm just going to confirm to make sure that everyone is eligible to serve, and also as well, no one needs to be excused at this point for statutory reasons. Please raise your hands by answering yes to the following questions. Are you at least 18 years of age or older?
Yes.
Every hand should be raised unless you're 17. Please raise those hands again. Keep them up so I can actually see them. For the record, the prospective jurors have answered yes to the question. Are you citizens of the United States of America? For the record, the prospective jurors have raised their hands, and response is yes. Are you residents of Leon County, Florida? Once again, the prospective jurors have raised their hands, yes. Do you possess driver's licenses or identification cards that were issued by the Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles, or have you executed an affidavit as to your eligibility to serve as a juror? Once again, the prospective jurors have raised their hands in the affirmative. If your answer is also yes to any of the following questions, please raise your hands as well. Has anyone ever been convicted in any state or federal court of any felony crime or a crime of dishonesty, and you have not had your civil rights restored? None of the prospective jurors have answered in the affirmative to that question. Is anyone at the present time under any prosecution for any crime in either a state or a federal court? None of the prospective jurors have raised their hands in the affirmative. The next set of questions that I'm going to go through with you are bases for which someone can be excused from jury selection based on their status. If your answer is yes to any of the following questions, please raise your hand. Is anyone a full-time sworn federal, state, or local law enforcement officer or investigative personnel? No hands have been raised in response. Is anyone an expecting mother or parent responsible for the full-time care of a child that is under 6 years of age? No hands have been raised in response. Is anyone 70 years of age or older? No hands have been raised in response. Has anyone performed state jury service within the past calendar year? And I'm referring to August 20th, 2024 to the present. No hands have been raised in response. Is anyone responsible for the full-time care of a person with a physical or mental incapacity who is incapable of caring for themselves, and you being present here is creating a hardship for them? No hands have been raised in response. Is anyone a full-time student between the ages of 18 and 21 years of age who is attending high school, any state university, private post-secondary educational institution, Florida college system institution, or career center? No hands have been raised in response. And finally, the last question. Has anyone given birth within the 6 months before the reporting date on your summons, which would be today? No hands have been raised in response. The first thing that we're going to do this afternoon is to discuss what you may know about this case. This case has received publicity, and there also was a related case that took place about 2 years ago. This process is going to be handled individually because you don't need to know what others may know concerning this case. However, before we start the questioning, I need to give you some very important instructions. Many of you have cell phones, computers, and other electronic devices. Even though you have not yet been selected as a juror in this case, there are some rules that you must follow about using your cell phones, electronic devices, and computers from this point moving forward. You must not use your phones or devices to search the internet or to find out anything that is related to this case. Between now and when you have been discharged from jury duty, you must not provide or receive any information about your jury service to anyone, including your friends, co-workers, and family members. You may tell those who need to know where you are that you've been called for jury duty. If you are picked for the jury, you may tell people that you have been picked and how long the case may take. However, you must not give anyone any information about the case itself or the people that are involved in this case. You also must warn people not to try to say anything to you or write to you about your jury service or about this case. This would include face-to-face phone and computer communications. In this age of electronic communication, I want to stress that you must not use electronic devices or computers to talk about this case. This includes tweeting, texting, blogging, emailing, posting information on a website or chat room, or any other means at all. Do not send or accept any messages, including emails and text messages, about your jury service. You must not disclose your thoughts about your jury service or ask for any advice on how to decide the case. Further, you must not read nor listen to any news accounts about this case until you have been excused. Avoid the newspaper and television broadcast, particularly the local news stations. Also, avoid social media or any internet news sites. I am now going to provide to you a statement of the case that has been agreed upon by the parties. On July 18, 2014, FSU College of Law professor Dan Markel was shot while seated in his car. This happened in the driveway of Markel's home on Trescott Drive in the Benton Hills neighborhood. The killers traveled to Tallahassee from Miami to commit the murder in a rented silver green colored Prius. The defendant, an alleged conspirator in this murder, was the former mother-in-law of Dan Markel. She has entered a plea of not guilty. I will also now read to you from the material part of the indictment that has been filed against the defendant. Count 1. It is alleged that on or about July 18th, 2014, Donna S. Adelson in the county of Leon and state of Florida did unlawfully kill a human being, Daniel Markel, by shooting with a firearm, and the killing was perpetrated from or with a premeditated design or intent to effect the death of Daniel Markel. This is contrary to the Florida statutes. Count 2. It is alleged that beginning in 2013 until October 1st, 2016, Donna S. Adelson in the county of Leon and state of Florida did agree, conspire, combine, or confederate with Charles Adelson and or Catherine McBanois and or other persons to commit first-degree murder contrary to the Florida statutes. Count 3. It is alleged that beginning in 2013 until October 1st, 2016, Donna S. Adelson in the county of Leon and state of Florida did solicit another to commit first-degree murder, and in the course of such solicitation, commanded, encouraged, hired, or requested the person, Charles Adelson and or Catherine McBanois and or other persons to engage in specific conduct which would constitute first-degree murder, which resulted in the death of Daniel Markel, contrary to the Florida statutes. The statement of the case and the indictment that I have just read to you are not evidence, nor are they to be considered as evidence or any proof of guilt. You must not be influenced by the statement or the fact that an indictment has been filed in this matter. It is merely informing you of the accusations that have been made by the state against the defendant. We are now going to talk to each of you individually and privately about this case. Some of you may be excused at this point in the jury selection process. Others will be told when to return tomorrow. Individual voir dire is time-consuming, but will go a lot smoother if you are prepared to tell us what we need to know. These are the basic questions that you will be asked, or some variation thereof. What do you know about this case? What sources have you obtained this knowledge from? Based on what you know, do you have an opinion about Mrs. Adelson's guilt or innocence? Can you set aside your present knowledge, disregard it, and render a verdict solely on the evidence presented in the courtroom? Can you be fair and impartial? Do you have any reason that you cannot serve on the jury for up to 3 weeks? It will save us all a lot of time if you think about these questions and you are prepared to give a prompt answer when we call you back. We are also going to discuss with you individually the time period that is involved with this trial. We expect the jury selection process to last until Thursday of this week. After that process is complete, we expect the trial to begin on Thursday and to continue for the next 2 weeks. In all total, we expect that these proceedings from today will take up to 3 weeks. We understand that that is a burden for anyone to serve for that length of time. However, we cannot make our system of justice work unless we have good people that are willing to do their civic duty and serve as jurors. Similar to military service, we do have to call on our citizens to make serious sacrifices. Jury duty is one of those times. You will probably never be called upon again to serve in a trial of this nature or this length. However, I understand for some of you that serving in this case may not be possible. To give you a little more information about what serving as a juror in this case will involve, you will not be sequestered during the trial itself, meaning you are going to be able to return home each day and return the next. For the most part, we are expecting to work a regular business day, but on occasion it may be necessary to work longer based on the witness schedules. I will do my best to adhere to a regular schedule over the course of the trial. So please give some thought to whether you have a major problem, including a physical issue, that would prevent you from giving this case your full attention and performing your duties as a juror if you are, in fact, selected. Please be patient with us. We will be working as efficiently as we can. The bailiffs, the clerks, and court administration will be assisting here in the courtroom. Please follow the bailiff's or clerk's instructions. Do not discuss this case while you are waiting or anywhere else until you have been excused. Do not read or listen to any media accounts on your phone or anywhere else until you have been excused. Also, while you are waiting to speak with me and the attorneys, you are not to speak to your fellow prospective jurors. You may read your phones. You may read the reading material that has been provided in the form of magazines, but you are not to speak with each other or discuss any matters concerning the case. If the parties can join me in the juror room, we will begin the process.
That's probably going to be it until they come out. Let me turn that down. All right, so this is still the general. This is the general voir dire, if you will. They're just asking high-level questions. This is the back room that they go to. So that's the back room that they go to. I'm trying to find a picture. Yep. Stop. Nope, that's not for you. All right, buddy. Trying to find some pictures for you guys. I can get this picture to load. All right. I don't think I can get that picture to you. All right. Let me. All right. Anyway, so that's the back room that they go to. And let's see if there's anything over here. Hold on a sec. See if they're posting it over here. There's some more photos I want to show you guys, but all right, there are some more photos of the back room, and not able to find them easily enough. All right, let's go back to playing. I want to get through. Juror number 186 was excused because she worked for Mr. Zellman for over a decade. So that basically is the end of the general voir dire, if you will. I'm sorry, just the general statements. Now they're going to go and they're going to do individual questioning in this back room, as you can see there. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back to phone calls. We were right in the middle of the phone call where Charlie got disconnected and or hung up, and Donna was still talking. So this is the one I've been dying to hear because I forgot which day it was. All right, so this is the one. I'm going to rewind it because I want to hear this. All right, so we're going to put that down here. So this is the one. This is the phone call where Charlie gets either disconnected or hangs up, whatever. And I definitely want to go back and listen to this because she keeps talking. All right, so I'm gonna rewind this a little bit.
I think would be a nice way to just leave you alone, say goodbye. I am not your myself. I'm so depressed. It's something he didn't do. I can't push it. I'm not that strong. And I also know how he is a year ahead. His body and everything just slowly started to deteriorate. I'm old. I have a life. We had a great marriage. Happy, we traveled, it was good. I really am not unhappy. And I'm more than willing to just say goodbye and let me lie down. It doesn't painful. I just want to go to sleep. We bought our cemetery property a couple months ago. We're good. I'm good. But when you did this weekend, because I said something that made her feel like I had enough, and I'm not going to watch. If the trial doesn't go well, I know what I need to do. When it came up, now, you know something was wrong because we lived here 9 years. Yeah. She's never once just come over and said, I need to talk to you. I'm sure. Probably. Sexual she sat down on the couch right there. I was sitting here, and she didn't say, "Look, Mom, this is a horrible time for all of us. Charlie's on trial for his life. We're all aggravated. But if this is what you're thinking, just sat there, and she said, listen, you're suicidal. I'm going to make her ex you. So I said, I'm not suicidal. I'm fine. I'll see the boys tomorrow night. Yeah, we said Sunday night. Yeah. Now, am I suicidal? No. Do I want to go to sleep and not see my son? I do. Perfectly honest, I do. And we'll do it together. We'll do it together. Leave a note. They'll know when to come and get us. And we'll do it together. The boy. Look, got to make a decision at some point. So after speaking to Dan this morning and knowing what they're thinking up there, I don't know if we'll make it out in time. I really don't. Because Dan said, you might, or you might do all of this, get to the airport, and they'll stop us. And that could happen. It could happen. I don't know, but it's worth a try. I've tried and tried and tried. I don't know what I'm doing. I've lost it, but I don't know what I'm doing. And we have to let that stuff go on and so that we'll argue with that. What do you think? How is it normally done? With stipulations as to who's in charge and it's got to vote else in a trust and get his name to guardian under independent and the trustee. And so the trustee and the guardian will be open then the trustee on 30 somebody would be watching. Well, we want someone to take care of it. Guardian of the person. So, I would make some effort to respond and certain calls. If she would do that, I could sit here with you and say, would you do that? But I can't because there was some. So, do you tell her that I could call George?
No, I'm good.
I don't know how to get in touch with her. So I said, let me ask George. So I said, George, I can't get in touch responded. She told me my lawyer to call her lawyer if it's about the case. And I wrote back, it's not about the case. I have When I said, I just got off with Charlie, he's worried about you. He wants to know what, oh, because I said, yeah, we know you never ask anything about your brother, and she doesn't, and she told me it's because her lawyer said she shouldn't ask.
Unfortunately,
We found out it's not true, but we just got off the phone with him.
my attorney said no. And he asked her attorney. Her attorney said,
I never told her that.
well, I've never confronted him.
No.
I don't want
So I wrote this last night. We know you never ask anything about your brother. This is 8 o'clock last night. But we just got off the phone with him, and the first thing he asked was, how's Wendi holding up? I didn't have the heart to tell him that you never called us or asked about him. I just said, we weren't up to phone calls right now. Everyone looks to protect you. I bet you've got a lot to think about. But then she didn't answer. But then I got another call from Charlie tonight, and I said, just got off the phone with Charlie. He's worried about you. He wants to know why we didn't speak. I told him a lie. I said, we're only speaking with you and Dan right now. I couldn't bear to tell him the truth. Your sister never even called us, is the truth. So she says this morning, I thought she'd be racing over here last night. Yeah. Dear Mom, I know you are upset by the verdict, but the anger directed at me is not justified. I don't know how much anger is. We don't. I'm not responsible in any way for Charlie's situation. I am not guilty because I did not do anything wrong, and I was not involved in any way with Danny's death. Here she was. When I was interviewed by the police and testified in court, I told the truth, as I was required to do. I cannot control how the prosecutor used my statements at Charlie's trial. Again, I didn't say that. Also, as you know, my lawyer has advised me not to talk to my family or anyone else about this case. No, about the case, which is true. We've never done it. I followed his advice despite your disagreements with this guidance. Please do not text me about this case anymore. Not about the case, is it? Not what I said. About her brother, and that he wants, how are you, Wendi? How's my sister holding up? Yeah. If you have anything further to say about the case, please go through our lawyers. Right now, I have to be singularly focused on taking care of the boys during this difficult time. So I wrote back, okay, we have no desire to speak with you about the case. I guess Dad and I are just shocked that you didn't think of coming to see us or even calling us. We are your parents. We are and have always been there for you and the boys. None of what we wrote matters about the case. That's over. I just want you to know how many times Charlie is asking about you. Not only do you not ask about us, but not one question about Charlie, right? We will need to give you some information shortly, and we need some business assistance. Please let us know if you can be of any help. I have a space here. I want to give her codes. We're going to be gone. I want her to have all this information. I have the cemetery property. I want her to see all that. I want her to have all these papers and the wills. I want her to see all this. So please let us know if you can be of any help. The other thing is the visa, which she would know about. No, I said we need some business assistance. Please let us know. If not, we'll try to find someone who can help us. This needs an immediate reply so I can start asking other people to help. And then she always gets nervous if we want to talk to her. So I wrote, don't get nervous. Again, nothing, in capital letters, nothing about the case. Just would like to show you some business stuff and personal things. If you can't do it, we must find someone who can. I hope you understand that it has nothing to do with the case. There is no more case. And then I wrote, by the way, you said you have to focus on the boys. Have you told them? So when I got George before, I said to him, he says, I was over there last night. I said, well, I asked Wendi, but I haven't got any word from her, so did she tell the boys? And he said, she did. Now, I know Ben was very close. He was writing to Charlie all the time. So I said, how are they? And Ben was very quiet. He didn't really talk much. He says, Lincoln kind of faced it and said, so he's never coming home. And he's never coming back. And so He said it took him 10 minutes and he was into basketball. I said, fine. He's a child. That's okay. I don't want to see them miserable and upset. That's not my goal. I just want to know how are they. So that's what I said earlier to George, because it was technical stuff that I couldn't do on the computer. I think just because we were out of it. So, and he's a computer tech person. So I said, can you help me with some computer stuff that I can't get done? And he was on some business calls, so that he texted me just before I can be there, maybe 5:30. Would that be good? I said yes, but if I can get stuff done, then it's no.
I told Rick we have the space in the passport.
We have the photos.
So.
We have to get them downloaded. And the other thing I don't understand that my daughter could help me with, but we've been looking it up over and over, because things change if there is extradition from Vietnam. Because we've looked at all the places. I mean, I could go to Korea and China, but there's no extradition. But we're looking for places where there's no extradition.
In 15 minutes.
Oh, really? Good. Maybe she knows about. Maybe she can look up the extradition issue before we waste our time.
Is she going to tell on you that my parents are in the country? My lawyer told us to do that. Okay, but if you mention it to Wendi, is Wendi going to tell somebody?
Well, you tell her beforehand. I need to tell you something as an attorney who doesn't talk and has nothing to do with the case. It just has to do with Mom and I and some decisions that we have to make.
Yeah,
I know you want to bring her up and show her where everything is. It's a plane crash. No one's going to know where anything is or who belongs to what. So I would like her to come upstairs so she could see it. I don't think that's asking too much. She can live 3 hours away. Every time she says, can you do this? Can you come here? Can you do this? Everything. How many times do we have plans that I really can't and have to cancel? Wendi needs us for this. Wendi needs us to babysit. So we've been really good nannies, and I guess our job is up. Because now the boys are older, they can go out with friends, they can do things on their own. So she doesn't need grandma and grandpa. Okay, pretty hurtful. I have one son that I don't speak with. I have one son who's close to being dead. And my daughter, whom I love, is doing this. I don't get it. I don't get it. I said to Harvey, I swear to God, our family was cursed. Absolutely cursed. And I don't know how to take care of it anymore. So. I'm going to try to do these aspects. Rick, is it better for you to sit at a table than a chair? I know, just click it off. Because there's numbers and emails up under our faces. So I have to at night shut off the sound because it doesn't stop. I'll show you what we did. A hotel, because you need an address to put on the visa. Nobody knows where we are. I just some address on my visa. Look up. The hotel. Whatever it's under my position. I don't want anything super sensitive. I just want a place that I can. When did it tell you what the price is, or do I have to go on to school? Oh, you have to go on the Which one is this? It's called a Kitten. Like this, from this.
real custody.
Thank you for watching. Please like, subscribe, and turn notifications on so you don't miss the next.
All right, so that's from phone calls from prison. We have more. We have more to play, but I mean, how much more do you need? She's talking about extraditions. There's no extradition. Extradition. I can't say that word right now. You know the word I'm trying to say. Extraditions from Vietnam. I mean, how much more? Like, how much more do you need? And then Wendi, she's pissed off at Wendi because Wendy's, they were a nanny. Her, Harvey and Donna were nannies, and now Wendy's like, you're not going to see the boys anymore now that they're older, or whatever she's going on and on about. Wow. Harvey said something, which call is this? That was on the day after Charlie got arrested. I'm sorry, the day after Charlie got convicted. That was, I have it as 2:57 p.m. So it was sometime after 3. I mean, I don't know how much more. I know there's people in our chat that don't think she's guilty, but I don't know, man. That's going to be a hard hill to climb up, in my opinion. I just don't know. Defense is going to come up with something. They're going to spin that some way. They're going to be like, oh, well, she just wanted to go visit. Blah. But why are you talking about it in that way? I mean, I just don't. Right now, I don't see how they can spin their way out of that. But that's why that's why she's going to trial, because she thinks she can. So, all right. Let's go on to. All right. So this next one is. So this one is at 3:26 p.m. So there's all these phone calls on the 7th. There was one we've got one 7:50 a.m., 8:44 a.m., 10:49 a.m., 11:22 a.m., 2:53 a.m., 2:57 p.m. And now these are 3:26, 7:51, and 8:20. I mean, these people, they just spent their entire day on the phone. This is unbelievable. I mean, they were just literally on the phone all the time. All right, so these phone calls are... All right, so these coming up, let me pull this up for you guys. This one's about 54 minutes. So let me pull this up. And again, these are coming from phone calls from prison. So we are extremely, extremely thankful and grateful that they are able to, that they are providing this for us. So if you guys are not subscribed over there, definitely go check them out. They do phone calls from prison. That's all they do. It's awesome. All right. Gina, nice. Ray Charles could see that she's guilty. I don't know. Flight can be considered conscious of guilt. And Richard, to answer your question, I think I posted it. They, after that phone call on the 7th, the law enforcement had eyes on her, and they saw that she bought a one-way ticket to Vietnam. So that's when they came up with the search warrant, I think, and they got it immediately, and they caught her literally, as you guys know by now, on the tarmac, on the airway, whatever it's called, that gateway, past the gate, and she was arrested. So, all right, let's get to, so these are more phone calls. So these are from, as I posted, let me go back to that. So these are more from November 7th. Charlie was convicted the 6th. So these are more phone calls from that day, the next day. We already just listened to some of them in the morning. Now these are more in the afternoon going into evening. So, all right, let's check this out. Let me get rid of that. Okay.
What's the matter?
Hey, yeah, nothing. The phone just went down, so
it
took me a while to clear.
I figured it did it like 5 times already, and then when I was talking to you, I realized you're not hearing me, so I waited and waited, then I hung up.
And then I tried to get my PIN number to work, and my PIN number was in use, so I kept hanging up and calling back, so Sorry.
Oh, I knew it had to be. No, I knew it had to be something. So, did you hear the part about Rick and Susan are here? Did you hear that?
No, I didn't know that.
Okay, so there's a lot of things that need addressing very quickly, and I called Susan. It's all Roman, and it's because certain accounts had to be pulled, not because we wanted to, but we were forced to. So I needed to straighten things out for Roman, and I had to do it fast. And Susan was very kind, and she and Rick got here about 10 minutes before your first phone call. So they're here, and she's doing all kinds of paperwork with Dad, and I'm doing some other stuff with, we're going to get everything straightened out, okay? It has to get done, and unfortunately there's a time on this, which I wish wasn't the case.
I don't even know what to say.
There's nothing to say. You got shafted is what happened. You got shafted.
No, I fucking knew it. I mean, it wasn't even like I just should have gone with my gut. And I fucking hate myself. It wasn't even. It honestly wasn't even. It was literally like you get an appeal, 1 in a million. Go get a fucking new retrial. Most people who get a new retrial don't have a case like mine. My case will have more median on the retrial than there was on this trial. There's no way. I mean, what am I going to do? Get another case in Tallahassee? Going to move it to somewhere in the Panhandle? Like, wherever you try this case, it's going to be the same shit with the bloggers and the press and the this and the that. It's like, Dan said to me, like, look, it was very real. He said, look, we're going to try. We're going to look at everything. You never know when something pops up. 9 months from now, a juror can write something that's stupid, and you can find out something was done improper. Then you got to try the case again, obviously.
Right.
It's like the same. It's like we went in there with the same mentality, but it's like what Kappelman did for her closing with all the lines and the made-for-TV drama of all of what she put up, like. There will never be another outcome with what she did up there, with the pictures being left up there for 5-10 minutes at a time. Like, she dumbed it down and put in a bunch of lies, and it was like,
she dummied it down. She dummied it down for a bunch of dummies, and it flew.
Yeah, and that's who was buying it, and she put on her Tallahassee show and put on some emails that were written by somebody else, and took segments of the text messages out, and then and then twisted everything around and shoved Wendy's, the white successful girl's book that she wrote, that she was so proud of while she was dissing Tallahassee, in the book. Like, what happens to me? It makes people hate you. They hate you. And you're hating on them and their town. Now you're here. That was not a closing of like evidence or like credible people. It was the closing of like, what do you think's going on, guys? Use your noodle.
I know.
If you think he's guilty, just both guilty. Like, if I would have known what I was dealing with, trust me, I would have followed my fucking gut with a lot of things.
I know. Believe me.
It was a fucking joke. It was a fucking joke. And instead, I don't follow my gut. I don't listen to other people that really give me good advice. And then I sit there and I'm like, believing in the system. Like, no, maybe the system works. It's not, the system wasn't meant to deal with cases like this. Not when it's on the radio, TV, newspaper, bloggers, podcasts, everybody's house having their blogging, it's just such a fucking clusterfuck. Yeah. It's nothing else but
That's
that.
what it was. That's exactly what it was.
To the point that you're putting in things that have nothing to do with the case and you're closing. Nothing. Made up friends, made up things they say you said, like, So Dan said, like, look, you know, you got to be strong and, like, you're going to have to, like, make a life for yourself in prison until you get out. So you can win an appeal and win it and get a new trial and then win a trial and then you get out. You got to get all 12 people in that next trial vote your way. Not 11, 12. That's all. That's all. You know, it's like, trust me, if whatever it's had this time, it's going to have twice the amount of people next time that are paying attention if I was limited on appeal. Like there's not other people that are trying to appeal the same case. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. Believe me.
So I just feel like I feel partly like a fucking idiot for not going with my gut instinct.
Believe me, I know.
Like it's not like I just voiced my opinion on things, but I'm fine. I just go in and out, like just going. You know, the prison building making me go crazy in this fucking cell.
I know.
And then I think about it, and I'm fine, so I think about rolling. I think about other things, and I just lose it.
Yeah,
I mean,
of course.
You understand? It's like, I called up Janet.
Yeah.
I told her, asked her, you know, she's like, oh, of course I want Buddy.
I can't say it again. I told her what? She wants them.
And I said, no, I'm not kicking you out of the house. I said, I just need I said, this place is either going to get rented or sold. I have no idea which one. You know, it's my parents are going to be dealing with it. But she's like, well, when I move out, I won't want to take one of these 2 TV sets. I go, Janet, don't take the fucking TV set. I'm like, you're going to leave a wall and then you're going to go put a TV set on. I'm not buying a TV set. Like, go buy a TV set for $500. You can buy a 60-inch set these days. Yeah. Not a TV set. I'm like,
you got to be kidding.
Yeah. Yeah. I thought she was kidding when she first said it. Seriously. I think she was serious. And I'm like, Janice, like, it's got brackets on the wall. Someone's going to walk in. The place has to be shown. It's either going to be rented or sold. It has to be staged. You can't just pull it off the wall.
Exactly.
I thought she was kidding. She was serious, but I set her straight. She understood when I said, like, the place can't look looted. You know, it has these big brackets on the wall. Just they're used TV sets. Get yourself for $500. You can buy a 60-inch set. So she understood. But I said, listen, I'm not kicking you out of the house. You know, I said my parents will probably reach out to you by maybe Friday or something. Or instead of them calling you, I said you call them. I told her that you got the seat cushions at Jerry's patio. I guess we probably already paid for them, right?
I did, but you know, I could send her a picture of the paperwork and she can go get it.
Yeah, she said she would go pick it up for you. So you don't have to go up there and do that.
Yeah, I think it's
so like no.
For 2 more days. So.
Okay. So I told her that's great. I'll tell my parents and you can pick it up. Yeah. And I said, listen, I don't know what they're doing with the house. I don't, you know, I'm not going to be there. I don't, you know, it doesn't like it.
We'll deal with it. It's just that's, you know, we've got a few other things that have to be done. So I'm not going to rush, and I'm certainly not kicking her out of the house. I just want her to.
Yeah. So I said, Jen, it's not going to be like she's going to leave the house in the next week or two. It's not going to be like that at all. But I said, just be aware that I do need to do something in the house. I said it costs me a couple $1,000 a month to maintain it. Right. And obviously, you know, I'm glad I was able to help you out for the last year or so. But it's not going to, you know, the last year and a half, I'm glad you were able to make use of it and enjoy it. But I said, I can't be paying that kind of money every month. That we got to do something with it. I go, actually, I need the money. So she said she understood. Yeah. But she doesn't think she's going to get out and leave that cake.
That's okay. I'm not rushing her. But I am happy, though, to hear that she wants the dog because she really takes good care of him. Yeah, she's attached
Yeah,
to him,
no.
and she's good with him, so it's good.
She's good with him. She's attached to him. He's attached to her. You know, they get along good. And he gets along good with her little dog also.
Yeah.
So he's going to do both taking care of her. And,
All right. Take a breath. Take a breath.
I mean, they should have put me in this room and it's getting 10 times worse instead of me walking around with a basketball court and getting in my room. I'm like in a fucking box.
No, they shouldn't have.
It's just 4 walls. And it's like, I just, it's sad for lonely. Sad for myself. It's all hitting me with everything that I've lost.
I didn't hear the last. I didn't hear the last thing you said. I'm sorry.
That's hitting me with everything I've lost. Like,
I know.
It's like, it's really like, it's all fucking hitting me. Like, I don't know how I was so oblivious. Like, I was so positive. But it's like, you know, and then it's really at the end of the day, the only thing I really care about is going. It's like, this is how he's going to grow up and be in fucking prison. Like, you know, it's like, you know,
look,
is that?
Very young now, doesn't understand any of this. He'll still be talking to you. To him, it's not going to be any different. He's not going to know any different.
No, that's all he'll know. It's like, dad's in prison, I want to see him. I got to come down to Florida. You know, I'll never be the dad that like takes my kids to a baseball game or go to the ball with them or does anything. It's fucking horrible. It's literally mental torture.
Yeah, I know.
And then they say, listen, Dan said you got to make a life for yourself. Like, Jesus, this is like, I mean, especially the way I am with ADD and like just being wired to always go, do stuff and like, this is like,
it's insane. I know it is insane.
It's like almost fucking nightmare. Like, I would rather be.
I know what you'd rather be. Just take a breath, because it's going to take a little time for you to get out of this place. I'm sorry that things haven't moved you. You may not even get moved till tomorrow at this rate.
I'm hoping tonight or tomorrow that Sergeant really come back around. But it's like, I haven't talked to him since like just stuff out. I mean, and the thing is like I had it in my head, like all this plans I was going to go do and see and start my life over again, and it's like, and everyone was saying how good everything was going, and everybody's so upbeat, and then I sat there with a 2-hour presentation, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, it was. She told it like a story. She put together a dateline.
You did.
Like,
you did.
No, you know, you can't like, that was the whole case. I mean, it was done after that. Done. I turned to Kate and I go, Kate, this is not good. She had saw the look on her face and she shook her head. Like, she knew what they did. They fucking lied, dummied everything down, exaggerated everything, shifted the focus.
Lied and twisted. I know what you did. We watched every second.
Every time I was sitting at the dinner, Dan kept saying like during the trial, he goes, they don't get it. They don't get it. It's not that they didn't get it. They didn't want to admit to what we were saying because they would have to confront it. So they were just like talking over us. It was really weird. It was like every time we said something, they just ignored what we said.
Yeah.
You know, it was.
That's what it seemed like. I mean, people who saw Dan's closing all said, "Oh my God, amazing, amazing," and then she went on and really said nothing of value, just a lot of crap. Just everything aside,
like, yeah. Like beyond a reasonable doubt, like you got to pretty much in a case like this. You got to know what happened if you're going to say this is what happened. Like, you got to prove that this is what didn't happen. Not like, oh, I think the Chiefs are better than the Dolphins. Okay, then vote for the Chiefs. Like, you gotta know. You don't know if you weren't there. It was like, if I would have, all I could say is if I would have known, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know, but I feel like people who have more knowledge than me did know. If I would have known that this is what I was walking into,
I know.
I would have.
I know what you would have done. I know what you would have done.
A whole lot differently. I really thought it was a fair shot, and like, you know, I attended that. And when Willie Meggs came out and said, "What you have here is not evidence. If you want to wrestle with what you got here now, go get ready for your civil suit." I mean, I thought that was a pretty strong language for someone who's been doing it for 43 years of the evaluation of a bunch of emails and nonsense. Like, I didn't realize that can be spun into put the date on with autopsy photos.
I know.
It's like fucking insane. I mean, if I just wish I wasn't so positive and in such a mindset of like it's all opposite. Like, what the fuck was I thinking?
The same thing we were all thinking. The same thing everybody was thinking because we saw what was going on until the end. Until the end.
Yeah. I mean, like, literally, like, it was like everybody was, it's almost like she knew she was losing. And then she pulled this out and just was like, here, a bunch of third graders will eat this shit up. Look at what they're shitting on Tallahassee. Look, she wrote a book. You know what she said in that book? You know what the name of that town was? It was a little town in the middle of nowhere. Like, and then she even went and quoted, I didn't even hear what Wendi said, but she's like, even his own sister said, when they asked this, she responded with this. Like,
you know what she did. She lied, she twisted, she turned, she did everything, and these people couldn't see it. They couldn't see it. I don't know. Or they didn't want to. Maybe they just didn't want to.
She's their savior of Tallahassee, coming in. The good folks of Tallahassee versus the bad folks of Miami. The bad folks of Miami. Good folks of Tallahassee. Anyway, I'm fine, but I start thinking about all the time.
Don't drain that battery, Charlie, so that you have something left over. Because when can you recharge that?
Tonight.
Tonight.
Yeah, after 11 o'clock, we'll come get it.
Okay.
We'll get back.
All right, and then you'll let me know what's left on your phone, okay? Because I may have to put money on that again.
Yeah, I'm calling you collect.
Oh, good. Okay. No.
Yeah.
I just have to add my account. That's good.
So Rick, I'm going to call Bree in a few minutes. So Rick and Sue Shagman are there with you?
Yeah, they're in the other room with Dad, and I'll go back in there because, as I said, she's working with Dad, and I'm doing stuff with Rick that has to get done. So
you're setting everything up for Roman.
I am.
Oh,
Dad, hold on. Dad just walked in. You say hello to Charlie for a minute, and I'll go back in there. I don't have him on speaker. Hold on. Let me get Okay. I'm going to say goodbye and let Dad talk to you, okay?
Charlie? My son. So,
thank you for taking care of stuff for Roman.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. Yeah, they came down, Susan and Rick came down, and that's what I'm taking care of to make sure that he's taken care of properly. You know.
Yeah. No, that's really the only thing I care about right now is that I get taken care of.
Yeah, that's what we did. I got it. Actually, Susan did the wills, and it was in 2020 when it was done, and So I got that. I just wanted to go over a couple of things and make sure that it was good for him. I know, and the good thing is, I know that it was good for you when we did it. You felt that that was the right thing.
as long as I have enough commentary and food on the money on the phone, I'm fine. My needs is very different nowadays. But I'll be fine, Dad. You guys just take care of yourself. Don't get yourself sick overnight.
No, okay. We're I just want to be able to talk to you. I just want to hear your voice. It makes me feel much better.
I call you guys all the time every day.
That's what we have to do. Yeah. We have to talk to each other every day, and
so you don't get a heart attack.
Yeah, no, I won't. I'll try my best not to. Okay, I'll try my best.
Just keep taking it so you don't get upset.
Yeah, I'm trying my best, Charlie. I'm trying my best. I love you. I love you so much. I love you so much, hon. I hope you get out of that the confinement that they've got you in now.
Yeah, I just do. It's crazy. I haven't even been here 24 hours. I'm just fine.
Yeah. The mom was saying that the psychologist did the evaluation. She says she's got to do some paperwork, and then they'll get you out of that. Yeah.
Yeah, they'll get me out of it. I'm like, put me back in my same pod. I'm like, I'm fine. I'm getting claustrophobic in here. A box with like no windows.
Yeah.
And now I got 3-inch windows to be frosted, and the windows that I used to be able to look out of my pod or mirror in here. So it's like you just see yourself in front of the mirror.
Yeah.
It's a one-way glass.
Yeah.
So I actually see what I look like for the first time in a real mirror in 2 years.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. You're still very handsome, though. You're still very handsome.
I just need to stop you on it. I just want to make sure Rola's taken care of.
I will. I'll make sure that, that's our job now, Charlie, to take care of him for you. We'll do it.
Yeah, I trust that. I got it. Maybe take a trip up there if you can. You can't stay here, but if you can take a trip up there.
Yeah, we'll try to do everything we can. Really will, Charlie. Okay.
And if you could go there and see about it, that would be great.
Yeah, we will. We'll try to do that too. Okay.
I'm trying to give them a call now. I'll let you get back to Rick and Sue, okay?
No, that's fine. Look, okay, I love you. We'll talk later, okay?
All right. I love you, Dad. I'll talk to you later.
Okay, I love you. I love you.
Bye. Bye.
Bye, Charlie. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, bye, Charlie. Take care. Talk to you soon.
The caller has hung up.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Charlie.
How you doing?
How are you?
We're okay.
Good.
Yeah.
They let me take a shower. So I got out of the cell for 10 minutes and took a shower. And went back into my cell.
Okay. Dan said it could be 48 hours till you get out of that.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I spoke to him earlier.
Yeah, supposedly the chief was supposed to see me today. He didn't see me, so I guess he probably wanted the doctor to see me first, and come by and see me. Probably just protocol,
I would think so.
Yeah.
That would make.
So, and I got in here yesterday at 6 o'clock, so hopefully by tomorrow night.
Yeah, because it's really like just 24 hours then. Okay.
So at some point tomorrow, they'll probably move me out, I guess.
Yeah. I would think
because then it'll have been Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense, Charlie. So,
yeah,
I want to let you know. Can you look on your phone now, please? Can you, or after, and then call me back and tell me how much is in your account?
For telephone, it's probably like $75.
Oh boy, you gotta get that in.
Well, no, because I had $13 and you put on $100 the other day. That's probably my first. I've been on the phone a bunch. And I got 75 on my commissary.
75. Do you need commissary money?
Yeah, just put 100 on the commissary and 100 on the phone, and then I'll be good for a while.
Okay, 100. Okay. All right, got it. Yeah. So
Rick and Sue stay for a while.
They're wonderful. They ate nothing. They had a glass of water, and they stayed here from the last phone call you made to me. They left, what, about a half hour ago?
That's it.
Maybe 30, 40 minutes ago. They've been here hours and hours and hours. But they truly helped tremendously, especially Susan. So, that was good. That was good, Charlie. So trust me, everything is fine in that regard.
Yeah. So all straightened out.
All straightened out, all taken care of. I feel better.
That makes me feel better.
I thought so. So, yeah. Roman's going to be fine. Bree's going to be fine. She'll be able to take good care of him. He'll have everything he wants or needs. So, you've done that. She's done that big time, way over the top even, that needed to be done.
Yeah.
So he's fine. And I didn't talk to Bree today. I think she texted me once, but I'll talk to her tomorrow. Really, so many people are calling, and I'm not taking calls, so just don't feel like it. So really, I only called Rick and Sue because we really, really needed them. And other than that, I only talked to you and Dan. So for the next couple of days,
I'm sure. You better off make sure you're taking some Xanax. You don't stress out too much about stuff.
No, we're good. We're taking what we need, and we're good. So only care about you.
Sound a little better. I'm fine. Like I said, the big thing I guess is moments. Outside of that, I handle everything pretty good.
I know that. And in time, because he doesn't know where you are, he's going to be okay, and it will get better. It's just right now, it's just 24 hours old. It's just too fresh.
Because I got to deal with it all in 24 hours. Like, I'm fucking shocked. Like, it's a shock going from Sunday to today. Literally, Sunday, I'm giving away all my food and, like, feeling like, you know what? Everything came in the way it should have. Dan is the expert at closing. Closing is his specialty. You're going to go in there and kick some ass. And, like, it was Wendy's book making fun of the people of Tallahassee as a small shit town on the way to her big time Miami. Like, holy shit.
Nonsense. It was stupid nonsense. It was just nonsense that they did.
It wasn't the case. It wasn't the case. It was a Dateline special with horrible photos that would make anybody sick and angry. And then cut and paste things out of context. Like, sentences have no meaning when they don't have a context. Like, what was said before and what was said after. Otherwise, it's just words. Like, is there an explanation? You're not giving an explanation. You're just cut and pasting words that look bad. Like, I gave an explanation. I gave context. I gave meaning to what I was saying. Like, they're sitting there. Yeah, they're sitting there going, Donna's got crazy emails. Wendy's writing a book. And what is the name of that town? Like, God only knows who picked it.
What does it have to do with anything?
Because it showed that she was thought she was so smart and so much better than everybody else, and putting Tallahassee down as a small stop on the way to civilization. Like, she's leaving Tallahassee and she's going to Miami, and she's foreshadowing it in a book, and she's making fun of you people from Tallahassee. And look at these crazy emails. And there's code, there's a TV, there's no fucking TV code, but TV, like, holy shit. Like, this was made for, like, a fourth grader, Dateline, 2-hour special, with a southern accent from Tallahassee. Like, and it never, with your best friend, Ryan Fitzpatrick, saying this. And even his sister said this on the stand. Like, even she, who should be his biggest defender in the whole world, even she is saying this. Guys, come on, you're smart. You're smart people from Tallahassee. Just, you know what's going on here. Y'all know what's going on. Like, I turned to Kate and I go, this is not good. Like, this is not, I never in a million years pictured it being a show.
I know. And as far as what Dan did, it was a brilliant closing. It made sense. It was organized.
She belittled it, and she came back and she said, it's not like puzzle pieces. It ain't puzzle pieces. Guys, you know what's going on here. She's writing a book. She doesn't even believe her brother. Listen to what she said. She didn't say she didn't believe him. They're making that up and then putting that in there and then taking a few words out of context and making it out to be like, hey, look, even she doesn't believe me. Come on, Tallahassee people, you're smart. Like, this isn't like, what I saw there was like, holy shit. Like, these people are going to eat this up. Like, this is, they would have convicted my dog if they brought my dog up there.
No, what happened, Charlie, is that nothing mattered. Nothing mattered. They didn't care.
It's also the way it was presented. It wasn't like they were presenting facts of the case versus facts of the case.
No, they didn't.
You know, they even said, like, our key witness, you don't have to believe her. Well, who the fuck else are you going to believe if you can't believe the key witness? Like, you know, witnesses, real people showing up, asking questions, seeing if they're truthful on the stand. No, that don't matter. Look at Donna's emails. Like, Charlie's buying his dad catering for the birthday party. Like, no, it must be something else. No, it was paella. I remember I paid for it. Like, they're trying to pull it over on you guys. You're smart. You guys know. I mean, like, beyond a reasonable doubt, it should be like, for a case like this, should be like, you know what happened. Not like you hate these Miami people who think they're better than you, right? They're arrogant, who think they're untouchable. Who said I was arrogant or untouchable?
I know. No, I know. I heard it. You were cringing.
Like, who said I was arrogant or untouchable? How about innocent? We'll start with that word. But like, if your southern accent, you're looking at the Playboy Parent Honest, who's arrogant. Like, who makes more money than you has to be arrogant. Anybody who makes more money than you from Miami who's younger than you is arrogant. Like, you guys know nothing about me. You label me as arrogant. You label me as untouchable. You label me because you're smarter than everybody else, because you're a doctor. Like, you're dressing me up with all these fucking adjectives, and then you get all these people who probably make $35,000 a year, who live in Tallahassee and are hardworking people, and they're looking at you like you're an alien. And then they're reading emails that are horrible, taken out of context, but none of the things were ever done. It was just saying, go be a jerk to someone who's being a jerk to you. That's actually
all it was. I thought that was pretty clearly explained, but none of that was done.
Put a yellow highlighter on it, and it's like she even wanted to dress the kids up in Nazi uniforms. Like, no, like, there was no attempt to go to Target by the Nazi uniforms. They sold out.
It said in the same email, it says you can put on an act.
Right.
The same email.
So then they're like, oh, are you putting on an act now? You're like, hey, people, you don't know who these Miami people are. I mean, this was a fucking, like, this was just a Broadway show. It was a Broadway show. Cut and paste, take things out of context. Sometimes I said things because there were other people around. Like, there was a wire when I was on the boat. After June was standing next to me, the last thing I said to Katie was, I said, make sure you install those AC units and I'll pay you on Monday. I said that because I didn't want June to know what the hell I was talking about. And I wanted to sound like I was ending the conversation talking to Danny, he was always charging me for an AC. Oh, doctor, one of the AC units went out. I had to go put it in. No, he was stealing $400 from me. But like, on that tape, I go, make sure you install the AC unit on Monday and I'll pay you when I see you. Because I wanted June to think I was talking to Danny, the repairman, on the phone. Like, so sometimes you say things because someone's standing next to you.
Of course.
Sometimes you say things because you're standing in an office. There's assistants, there's front desk. You don't want them to hear certain words and know what you're talking about. Like, there's different reasons. Like, it's not a hard concept to understand. It's not always, not always the most negative answer you could possibly think. I mean, you gotta understand, like, I know how hard Dan worked on this case. And
like nobody else would have done, trust me.
No, he dissected everything. He worked like a maniac, dissecting everything, spent a lot of time with me, going over all the information, keeping me up to date with everything, let me give you an update. I've never heard an attorney just giving you an update. Usually, as long as they know what's going on, why do you need to know what's going on? He kept me involved. He'd give me updates. He'd talk to me at length about everything, decisions, approaches, everything, right? And honest to God, dude, I don't know, listen to it. You there?
Yeah, no. Oh, yeah. Trust me.
I'm listening to everything you say.
Honest to God, if Bubble came up to Tallahassee, at the end of that 2-hour Dateline special she put on in the courtroom, Bubble was in trouble.
Yeah. Yeah.
It put these people in a mindset that it was, they think they pulled one on you, Tallahassee. What she wrote in that book, it made it seem like she was planning everything.
Yeah.
But what was the one thing they said that Wendi let the boys finally see their grandparents because she knew it wasn't going to look very good when she came to trial if she didn't. Like, I don't know, but I have a feeling that's not why Wendi was letting the kids see the grandparents. But she knew it wasn't going to look very good for her if she didn't let them see them. So she just let them see them.
You know that.
To make herself that wasn't going to reflect good on her. So and then what was it they said? They said they were going to arrest me sooner, but they thought it would interfere with the grandparents' first visit with the children. So they delayed my arrest.
Charlie, you were arrested 12 hours later. That's exactly why. That's what they did. They knew what they were doing.
After the Markels visited the kids?
Yeah.
Well, I thought they made it seem like they were going to arrest me months earlier, but they held off because the Markels were seeing their grandkids. I didn't know. I thought that police were just saying that before.
No, they saw them on the 20th at about, 3, 4 in the afternoon for 1 hour?
Yeah.
4 in the afternoon for 1 hour at a where was it? At a local eatery. Wendi brought a friend of theirs, is a very big guy, who has a kid the same age as Lincoln. She brought him with her so that she felt a little more comfortable. And the boys, because I asked her, I obviously wasn't there, and I said, so how did it go? And she said, it was the strangest thing because she said, I thought they were going to just literally fall all over the boys, fall all over them because they hadn't seen them. And because Lincoln looks just like Danny.
Right.
They didn't hug them. They didn't kiss them. They spoke to them. They asked them about school and things like that. And Wendi said, barely an hour, and they were done. You know why they did it? They did it because it looked good for them. Because they could have cared less. They were totally disinterested.
And then that was the only time that they've seen them since then?
Since 2016, when they wrote that letter, the foster care letter. Yep. That was it.
I thought they'd seen them. For some reason, when I was in court, I thought they'd seen them a bunch since 2022.
No. No. They saw them the day, 12 hours before you were arrested. That's when they saw them.
So you think the police wanted to arrest me sooner because they were holding off on the grandparent visit?
I do.
Oh, yeah.
I do.
Yeah, without a doubt, Trump. Without a doubt.
Because once those arrangements were made for them to see the kids, why were you arrested not 12 hours later? You want to tell me why?
I thought they went to the grand jury. I guess they went to the grand jury on the 19th, I thought. And then they took it to the grand jury on the 19th. So I guess then a warrant was written on the 20th, and then it was picked up on the 21st. So that's probably once they knew when the grandparents were coming in on the 20th. Yes, sir. Bringing the grand jury on the 19th.
You got it 100% right. That's exactly how that happened.
I wish Wendi would have stood up there and said, well, they've only seen them once. They saw them for an hour. They didn't hug or kiss their grandkids. They made no attempt to see them since.
Okay, you know how it goes. You have to answer the question. You can't go give a spiel, you know.
But Dan could answer.
He could have. He could have. It wouldn't have made a difference. Wouldn't have made the least bit of difference. Look, they have a grandparent bill going through the Florida legislature. Grandparents have no rights. Let's face it. You have no rights. So it's up to the parents to let you see their children, at least in the state of Florida. But I think it's pretty much all over the country.
Right.
So unfortunately, that's the way it is.
So anyway, they see Wendi Adelson seem like, she's preventing them from seeing the grandkids. Well, how many times have they come to see the grandkids since the last 18 months?
Yeah.
Well, one time for an hour and then give them a hug and kiss.
Yeah. And I guess
for some reason I thought they saw 3 or 4 times since.
No. In fact, I asked the boys separately from Wendi, how did that go? And they both said it was just weird. Like, we don't know who they are. And they just asked us questions about school. And he said then it was time to go. I mean, it's like they introduced a stranger. And they did it because they wanted to say that they had been to see the children. That was important. So,
right. It's for the show.
Sure. It's all a show.
It's all a show.
Photo ops. Remember that? Where they would take pictures of everybody?
Yeah.
With the...
Doesn't matter. The point is, that's exactly what happened. They came on the 20th.
When I was here in Tallahassee, I saw the Tallahassee Democrat Ruth Markel had a book here in the trial. She had a book signing in Tallahassee.
Yes, I know that. Yeah. I think Dan told me ahead of time, but I knew that was timed.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, she spent more time at the book signing than she did with the grandkids, which she hadn't seen in 6 years.
Yeah, I know.
I just think there's so much I'd like to say.
I know, Shirley. Let me tell you. I know you're in shock, and so are we. And I think Dan is too. He did not expect this. He did not expect this. He's smarter than her. He talks to a jury. He doesn't have to read off a piece of paper. He walks around. He knows. I mean, no reason. No reason.
I mean, this was, normally people go to court and they got a prosecutor and they got a defense attorney and they take the facts and they put it out there and like some all extraneous stuff comes in. This was a cheap, and you know, it's funny when I was listening to one of these talk shows talk about the case, they have this mentor lawyer call up and give commentary on the case. He goes, watching Georgia Cappleman do that masterful closing was like watching the TV production being played before our eyes. She brought it from beginning to end, laid it all out, hit all the high points, told the story. Yeah, that's exactly what she did. She told the story. She told her version of a creative story. She supported it with Ryan. She supported it with even his own sister. You chopped up what she said, took it out of context, and now you can start the sentence off with even his own sister. Like, doesn't believe him. Like, that's not what she said, but that's how she made it sound.
Yeah.
So you're sitting there, you're thinking like his best friend, his sister, she even said to the cops, like, you know, and the whole thing was a fucking sham. And I felt all along like I was being a real trial. Like this was a real trial with real facts, and like the main points, and prove their side. It wasn't at all. This was not. This had a fucking. This was like something out of like even the bailiffs were like, we've never seen anything like this up here. This is crazy. Like people were like with the news crews and people do a podcast and the reporters and like I mean the frenzy in the courthouse from this case was the talk of the courthouse. It was the Super Bowl going on there. And Georgia Cappleman wasn't gonna lose this case. This case is how you make your career. If she lost this case, she'd be known as the one who lost this case. You know, I mean, it would have been. So she realized she can't get there the big fact. So what is she to do? Bring up emails. You can't debate an email. An email says what an email says. But you're taking everything out of context and meaning and realizing these people didn't do any of this. Well, it shows where they're headed. They're crazy. They're crazy about this. Like, I guess once you paint them as crazy, then everything else gets much easier to paint. Like, if any of those things were done, it would have been crazy. None of them were done. They were just personal emails saying, be a jerk to him and he's being a jerk to you. Like,
it was crazy. It was crazy.
I thought Wendy's attorney got up there to show basically what a jerk he's being. She seemed very likable, very Tallahassee, very like pleasant, her attorney. But when she showed what, yeah, I was thinking to myself, okay, like when she should have played, it should have been anything to do her. Maybe it would have like resonated with these jurors. Like, okay, like he's pushing people's buttons now. People are being told to go push his buttons. That's it.
That's all it was. That's all it was. Ridiculous. An email.
But the highlighted email, and it's like Donna's crazy emails. Like, holy shit! She telling me when to do this. Go do this. Like, nothing was ever done. Saying be a jerk to him. It would have been better if he just wrote be a jerk to him and be a jerk to you. But he didn't realize that people were going to tear it apart. I kept looking at comments. It's like, you know, it also was like, while I was preparing for trial and talking to Dan every day, like, I was still nothing but...
This call is being terminated. No third-party calls are allowed.
Hey, hon.
Hey,
yeah.
Hey, guys. So, I was just saying, like, when I was going through everything for trial and looking through all the evidence and looking through everything, I was literally just filled with nothing but like hope and like, and literally like there was someone wrote on my wall in my cell before I got there. Hope is hell. That's what's written on my cell. Hope is hell. And so I was filled with like hope, and like I talked to Dan every day, and Dan kept me posted with everything, and all the developments, all the things, the research he did, and found, and like how good things were looking, and how upbeat he was, and like, you know, we got Dubin, you know, on the team, like we got the complete team, we got the jury consultants, which were important to have for Tallahassee, like, and he also was able to ask them personal questions about themselves, which you have to be careful because they may not like you, and then they end up on your jury. So it's better that someone else is asking them personal questions about them.
That's true.
And he was excellent. He was excellent. Like, I mean, he really got people talking and, you know, group discussion and, like, brought out different points. And he was able to do it better than Dan could have done it, for sure.
Yeah,
and
that's what...
also, yeah, he would have done it better than Dan, for sure. And he also could ask more questions that wouldn't upset other people. But at least let them get mad at Dan, not Dan, because they can end up on the jury. But like, we had a couple people that would have definitely given me listen, juror number 15 the 15 guy was going to quit it. That was like one of the first ones that they X'd off. And then what happened was they X'd them off, and then we had 12 jurors and 2 alternates, and they said, you want to have 3 alternates? And the state was like, yeah, let's have 3 alternates just to run a mistrial. You know, if something happens with 3 jurors, we'll have a third juror, and they go, you want to have that guy on there? Have a third, and we're like, fantastic, we'll take him. So he sat there for the full 2 weeks. He's sitting there, and he's like nodding at me and smiling and like totally on our side, like gets it, right?
I know.
Because he was a white guy that looked like he was about 50. I think he said he was in something with respirators or something, like medical equipment. It sounded like he had an important job, like working in a hospital, saw a lot of people. Like, God, he's someone who's a jury of my peers.
Yeah.
You know, not a guy who was a 20-year enlisted sergeant in the Army and now works in the post office, retired Army sergeant that works in the post office. In Tallahassee. He's sitting there shitting on people from Tallahassee. Oh, I'm sure that went over well on a little stop on the way.
This call is being terminated. No third-party calls are allowed.
Thank you for watching. Please like, subscribe, and turn notifications on so you don't miss the next one.
All right, so that's they just talk and they talk and they talk and they talk. Just unbelievable. All right, I want to give you a quick update here. So I got some reporting on the jurors. The afternoon session has started with the defense saying his former office manager is in the jury pool. Remember, we had that. So juror number 186 was excused because she worked for Mr. Zellman for over a decade. So that ended up being his office manager. We didn't know that at the time, but that ended up being his office manager. All right, so judge wants 100 to 110, so they're at 97. That's how many it was from 64 to 97. So it's at 33 they seated in the morning. They had 64 and they made it up to 97. So they got 33 seated in the morning. Man, they are cruising. They are cruising. So the next panel is entering. That's the afternoon session of 50. This reporter in the courtroom says, saw one potential juror looking at the TV camera, others looking around the courtroom. This is scheduled to be the last group to be examined. I don't know if they meant that for today or not. Saw a few reactions when the judge announced the charge of murder and conspiracy to commit murder. Judge Everett says one of the potential jurors was a previous defendant in his courtroom. The defendant. Wow. Can you imagine? Hey, Judge, how you doing? You're the one that put me away for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, or maybe they were found not guilty. Okay, so the juror number 52, she knows what the local news has on the case. I know the problems that are there, she said. I watched the TV news clip that the jury was being picked. Judge asks, what's your opinion? Juror says, I don't have one and I can be fair to both parties. I want to hear everything before I make a decision. That's how I am, she said. Juror 52 will be in the pool. So we were at 97, so that's 98. Keep count. We're at 98. Juror 53 enters. She's a Hispanic woman who is smartly dressed. She says she listened to some podcasts about the case and calls herself jaded. My opinion is she's guilty. Guess what happens to her? Wink, she's yeeted. 53 is excused. Juror 54 is a middle-aged man in a mechanic's shirt. I heard they are getting ready to pick the jury on the TV news, he said. Says he's seen details on YouTube where he sees local news clips. I watch a lot of crime TV and police videos, he said. I love it. After what I've seen, I don't think I can be fair. Guess what happens to him? Boop, he's yeeted. 54 is excused. Juror 55, so remember we're at 98. We're at 98. Juror 55 is a white woman in her 50s or 60s. She read and heard about it on the news when Dan Markel died, and she knows 3 people have been convicted. But the real number is 4 people have been convicted. What else did you learn, the judge asks? That the trial would take about 3 weeks. How often do you watch the news, judge asks. 55 says, Juror 55 says, I wake up to it. Do you have an opinion? I believe she's guilty. Could you disregard? She says, yes. Judge asks, could you be fair to both the state and the defense? She says, yes. Is there any other hardship? She says, no. What sources of info have you seen that lead to your conclusion? Juror says, local news coverage, it made me believe she was guilty. Defense asks, you said you read the Tallahassee Democrat online. How frequently? She says 2 or 3 times a week. Defense says, did you see any articles after Christmas? Juror says, just about jury selection. The defense asks, what content leads you to the opinion that she was guilty? Knowing her son was convicted. Defense asks, can you truly set aside your opinion? She says, yes, because it was based on stories, not the court facts. So juror 55 remains in the pool. That gets us to 99. Remember, we were at 97, 98, 99. And that's where it cuts off. That's where it cuts off. So we're at 99, you guys. We're at 99. You like my boop? You're yeeted. Yeah, so we're at 99. And that's where it gets cut off. So that was an hour ago. That was 59 minutes ago. They very well could have, well, he's looking for 110, between 100 and 110. So they'll probably get through this. I would assume they're going to get through this. They're at 55. They have 45 more to go. They are absolutely going to get to their 100 for sure. Will they get to 110 at this rate? Why not? I mean, they very well may get to 110 easily. So they are close. They are close. Seagate, I hope the jurors don't lie. Leslie, they are close. Sinbad, 55 also in. Yep. Ellen, no, the suspense. Yeet, you are yeeted. 99 jurors on the wall. 99 jurors on the wall. Nice. Seagate today, yes. I think they're going to get it today too. Sure. Golden Girl says they will get it today. Shirley Roth. Yeah, they sat 64 the first day. They sat, what did I say, 33, 34, whatever it was. They sat over 30. I mean, they're basically getting 30 every group of 50. So they will absolutely get to their 30 for sure. And that was an hour ago. They may already be there. So you know what? I should stop talking and get over here. All right. Okay, so the feed is still kind of quiet there. So, all right, we're going to continue on with more phone calls. This is awesome. This is the last phone call that took place the day after he was convicted. So this was the last one that the day after he got convicted. I may have to cut this short because I have a meeting at 5:30. So this is an hour and 45 minutes. So I may have to cut this short. So just so you guys know, don't hold it against me. All right. And again, phone calls from prison They are the ones that are bringing this to us. So we appreciate them. All right, hold on. Let me get us there.
And I don't know why it's doing that, but no, it's just, I had so much hope. And like, the crazy thing is that I really wasn't getting that excited until this past weekend. And then after that, you know, you had Thursday, Friday the week before, then you had this whole week, last whole week, and then I had the Wendy's attorney testified on Friday, actually, maybe Thursday. And no, it was all day Thursday.
Yeah,
Friday.
She was Friday.
Yeah, okay.
Friday morning.
So I sat up there and testified from Thursday at 8:45 till 5:45 at night. I come back, they put me on the stand for another hour Friday morning. And Kappelman has me for another 2 hours.
2 hours.
And I'm like, okay, you're full on questioning, ask me anything. It doesn't come down to that. And Dan said to me, he said, if I were to give you a score, I think you'd get a 95. He said he was very happy with how I testified. You know, my demeanor, my delivery, how I was like to the point, but like not, you know, elaborated on some stuff, was personable. Like he came across fantastic. Everybody, Bree was telling me, like, reading to me things that people were finally writing online about like positive things. Like finally people are writing positive things about the case.
Yeah.
And I was literally like, I was on cloud nine over the weekend. I was like, I'm going to see my son. I'm going to get out. I'm going to go to see Scott. I'm going to go there. I'm going to have these plans over there. I'm going to have these plans. I'm going to enjoy my time with my dog. I can't wait to be on my boat. I can't wait to see my son. I'm planning on what restaurant I wanted to go to. Like I'd given away my food on Sunday night because I'm thinking like, okay, like they're not going to let me go from the courthouse. Like I gave away all my food to two guys and friends, and like I'm feeling good. Like I was so sure that I was going home that like I didn't want to have people just pick my food. I'd rather give it to the two guys I'm friends with. So they gave me 2 packages of fish back, and once I go back in the pod, they'll give me some of the food back. And they just walked me through the pod, and I'm like, go get me some tuna fish. And they went up and got me some. But I was like, you know, I was like 90%.
People said he has an answer for everything because it's the truth. Okay? Then they said, I believe him. He was definitely not part of this killing. Another one. They made her look absolutely desperate several times with incredible reaches like, quote, you're untouchable, right? She had to go to those kinds of traps because they have nothing substantial. He will walk. You may think he's guilty, but they haven't been close to proving it. And another one. If I were on that jury, there's no way I could say 100% he's guilty. His ex-girlfriend is totally unbelievable. She was shown to be such a liar. I mean, on and on and on and on. Wendy's ex is not believable.
Bree's reading me what they're saying. Like, Bree's reading to me what they're saying. I'm on cloud nine. I'm making phone calls over the weekend. I spoke to John Hader. I spoke to Mike Miz. I was like, just feeling great, thinking like everything is going as good as you could have hoped. Absolutely as good as you could have hoped. Like, Kathleen got to the point that she wanted to ask me what does Bree do for Dave, and how old is she? Like, why are you asking me her occupation and her age? Like,
because she had nothing to talk about.
Because you know that she's his nanny, and you're about to make me look bad. So instead, I said, well, Bree went to college, and then after she graduated college, she worked for Dave, and she was 24, and I was 39, and that's the mother of my child. Like, I shut her up. Like, she didn't have anything to say about how old is, she was hoping that it was going to be, oh yeah, she's a nanny and she's 17. And then she'd have another Georgia Catholic. Whoa! Did you get in trouble? No, she was actually 25, not 24. But it was like, it was, I felt when I was, honestly, Mom, I felt when I was on the stand and she asked me, what does Bree do for Dave and how old is she? I was like, you have nothing else to ask me.
I know.
You've run out of questions. I mean, Mom, I've never in my life gone from one extreme of emotions to the next like this. I've never come close.
No.
Not.
We were all on a high. After you testified, we were all on a high. And Bree is right. All these messages came in positively. They couldn't believe how...
Miles called up. He couldn't wait to tell us.
He said his kid's totally innocent. Totally innocent. And his son-in-law, who's a lawyer, called. He is totally innocent. He said he's getting off because they have absolutely nothing. I mean, this is from intelligent people. That's my problem. Yeah. That's the problem.
Yeah. That's the catch. That's the jury of my peers. The jury of my peers was not there. There was one juror, number 15, that he would have said he's a juror of your peers. He knows that if you're going to find a guy guilty of first-degree murder, you better be so sure you know what happened. You better be really, 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 really sure you know what happened. But they just had Georgia going, listen, if you use your common sense and you see what's going on here, all this code talk, just, you know what guilty is. If you feel he's guilty, vote guilty. That's like saying, like I said before, like you think the Kansas City Chiefs will beat the Dolphins. That may be your feeling, but you sure aren't going to bet more than, you're not going to say I'm 90% sure, 95% sure, 99% sure. Like, that's the realm that you have to be. You're going to take somebody's fucking life.
Yes.
Like, I can't.
No.
I can't get over.
No, I can't get over.
Like, you're taking somebody's fucking life from them, and you're destroying lives, and you're being shown fucking emails, or like a book that Wendi wrote, or autopsy photos. Like, the autopsy photos are horrible. I didn't write the book, and she can say whatever the fuck she wants. She used it to rub it in their face to be like, look, this rich, educated white girl is laughing at you on her way to civilization. And isn't that what she did? Isn't that what you did? Tallahassee was just a stop on your way to civilization. You even said it in the book. You were foreshadowing. Well, you were making fun of people.
Emails, nothing. She had absolutely nothing. And they had a liar for their big witness. So nothing.
And two big witnesses. The guy.
No, listen. No. Yeah, but I don't want to talk about that. But I'm just saying, like,
no.
Yes, but I'm just saying, like, even when somebody was lying, they're just like, well, it's okay if they're lying. You read these emails. Like, holy shit. I was just sitting there thinking, honestly, you know what I was thinking? You know what I was thinking, because I knew it was going to be like this.
I know what you were thinking. I was thinking.
This is a fucking TV production. This is a TV production she's putting on to wow everybody. Like, look at the audience and look at the TV production and look at this Tallahassee putting on her show. Am I like that? Like, Dan couldn't have done a better job. He could have done the case 100 times up here. With an Adelson attached to the case, he wasn't going.
Yeah, I know it. He knows it.
Yeah,
believe me.
Heart and soul into it.
He did. He is sick about it. Oh.
Because I don't think Dan's blowing smoke up my ass when he tells me things.
No.
And he made it like, he's very straightforward. And he dissected the case and broke it all down. He never planned on walking into a circus with a TV show.
No, he did not. He did not. He was excellent. His opening with everything he did, his cross-examinations. I mean, he was terrific. He really was.
Yeah, I mean, there were people he knew he didn't want to beat up on the stand, and he just let him go. There was nothing to beat him up on. Like,
right.
He didn't want to lose points trying to go after law enforcement. You know, like, okay, like he could have objected to some of the stuff Sanford was saying. He was just like, it makes us look bad if we're going after them.
Meanwhile, none of that would have mattered, hon. None of that would have mattered. This was just
the God's honest truth. The God's honest truth is that it's a bad chance. And it wasn't because of the evidence. It was because of the TV show. It was because of 2020. It was because of Dateline. It was because of the blogs. It was because of the podcast. It was because of the newspaper, the local stations, the out-of-town stations covering it, Court TV covering it, in a small-ass town, and you're an outsider from Miami. Rich, white, Jewish. Holy shit.
Yeah. Wow.
Just.
Cannot believe it. I still can't believe it. I can't believe it.
I mean, I feel better when I'm talking to you guys, other than when I'm not talking to you. I'm looking at the shit I'm feeling myself. It's like, painful. It feels good to be able to talk. It's like,
I know.
Voice my opinion.
I'm hopeful that he will see you earlier tomorrow, and that you'll get out of there, because
some point during the day.
Some point during the day. Is he there? He's there just like regular out, like up to 5?
I think he's just regular hours. Yeah.
All right. So hopefully during the day. And
did you notice the friction my nose between my eyes was all red?
What was that from?
Did you see that on TV or no?
No.
No, I check this out. So you don't have tweezers. So I'm sitting watching the Heat game, and I've got my index finger and my thumb, and I'm using my fingernails, as like little pinchers. So I'm like grabbing I'm tucking the eyebrows between my two eyebrows, like in the center, right? So like if you take your two fingernails, you can pinch it, and then pull the hair out, right? So I'm just sitting watching the Heat game doing that, and I must have had that on my fingers. It's being so fucking disgusting. And it looked like I was breaking out with like a pimple, another pimple, another purple, and it looked like a herpes virus. So I didn't put anything on it thinking it was going to run its course, but I didn't touch it or rub my eye or anything. It literally scabbed up with like a really thick scab. I didn't pull the scab off. It had the scab up in 2 weeks. It was the first week of June. I have permanent scarring between my two eyebrows. Like it's all, if you look at pictures of something, it's all red, right? You have that little scar, it's like all scarring up and down it. It's like real red. But it's also because the skin is so pale. I'm like ash white. So, but it's real red. This is from the cherry. The skin looked cherry red for like 2 months afterwards. I mean, people would come up and be like, "What happened to you?" I mean, it's still scarred, and that's from June, July, August, September, October, 5 months. And I haven't been in the sun, so it hasn't been sun damage. But
you didn't see it. You didn't see it because
okay, not the Democrat.
No.
That didn't matter. I was looking forward to seeing Jerry and trying to get back to my life a little bit, while taking my dogs for a walk and going to get sushi and meet my son. And like, you don't realize, like, I just kind of view being here like, I would say to you, this is like, you're so strong. Like, oh, you're so strong. And I'm like, as long as I get out of this, I'm fine. I'm fine with it about a year and a half. I feel like as long as I get out of this, I'm fine. And I'm like, I did it every time, right? Like, as long as I get out of here, I'm fine. I did my 18, 19 months in county jail. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. And now it's like, I was so fucking excited last weekend. Bree sending me that stuff. Everything's going good. Dan's very, very positive. And it's like, holy shit, Monday morning came. And it was like, she gave a 2-hour summary, like that guy on the radio said. She put the movie pieces together for everybody. She put a masterful movie together. Like, yeah, this one's lying, but you don't need to listen to her. This one is backing him up with what it could be. You don't need to listen to him. Those are people involved in the case. Let's focus on this book. Let's focus on Ryan Fitzpatrick. Let's focus on what his sister said. Let's focus on text messages and emails. Like, Mom's talking about his dad's birthday present. You mean the time he made that day for? No, the birthday present. Big birthday present. You know, yeah, his birthday is in 4 or 5 weeks, and we hadn't picked out exactly what we're going to do for it.
No evidence. Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah, well, usually like 4 or 5 weeks before a big birthday, you're really crunching down on the plans. That's pretty normal. You don't take a birthday present and stuff now. No.
So Dan's driving back tomorrow. He's not going to. He was there today. I know.
I saw him today. I saw him behind glass. I mean, the glass is like 3-inch thick glass that you can't hear through. I mean, literally, like someone can scream on the other side of the glass, you wouldn't hear anything. You hold the telephone, they hold the telephone, and you talk on the telephone, and you look at each other through the glass. That's the attorney booth. So the attorneys can pretty much always come in here in the jail and see their clients very easily. It's just an attorney booth, so they don't have to have a bar. They get led into a booth, and you get led into the booth from the pod, and
right.
You're on 2 pieces of glass. But when I had the contact visits, they always had to have a guard sitting outside the door, and then I got to sit in the same room as him.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we spent so much time, like, if I told you how much time we spent coming up here and, like, going over everything with me and making sure I was so well knowledgeable, any questions he had, which is, he worked. I know how hard he worked at Holman's case. He told me that he's been working for 20-something years as a lawyer, and he said, I can honestly tell you I've never come close to working this hard on the case. Because usually I don't know if I'll start putting the work in until 6-8 weeks before, because I started a year before on this case.
I know that. Unbelievable what he did. Really and truly unbelievable.
Yeah. No, I mean, he's coming up. I can't tell you how much time we spent on the phone together, going over stuff, going over wires, him asking me questions, really knowing the discovery in the case. And you have to, because the big questions of witness, you got to be ready to refer to stuff and question them and cross-examine them right after. It's not like the state questions a witness and you get to do it the next day. The state questions a witness and you're going up 30 seconds later. So, I mean, he was so, not only was he so prepared, but, he had Kate, and then he had the jury consultants that he got, like the best. Like, bringing out the best. This was not like,
no.
This was not like, oh, well, I'll take this case, pro bono, I want to get my name in the press, I want to try to make a name for myself. Like, this was like, he did this to fucking win.
Oh, yes, he did.
Yeah, he did, Charlie.
Yes, he did.
He did. He certainly did.
And he believed that if he outworked everybody and knew the case better than anybody else, knew the facts, that they weren't going to be able to come close. And I don't really think, like, sitting there in the case, I don't really think that they came close to any regard.
She just fluffed it over on that at the end. She just fluffed it over like it was nothing. Nothing.
I mean, everything he said, we kept saying, like, things wrong. And we're like, she still doesn't get it. Like, you look at me and be like, she still doesn't get it. She still doesn't get it. She didn't want to get it. She just wanted to pretend like that wasn't her defense, and she's just going to talk over us and say, look at these emails. Look at this book. She knew if all else failed, I could get this jury to fucking hate these people. And David even said, like, you don't have to like them. to acquit him. But you know what? They can't hate. If they hate you, and they feel like you're making fun of them, you're belittling to them, and you think you're better than them, you're arrogant, you think you're untouchable, they ain't gonna go there. Then they're like clay in her hands at that point. She has nothing else to say.
So she had nothing. She had nothing.
I mean, and it's funny. That's what Mike Vince said to me when I spoke to him over the weekend. He's like, Charlie, he's like, I saw her questioning you, and it's almost like she gave up. Like she just left her.
Who said that to you?
Mike Vince.
Oh, Michael, yeah.
Yeah, I saw her. It wasn't like she came to like abrupt end. Like she ran out of things. Like she got frustrated. She like kind of put her hands up. Like she wasn't. Like Bree was reading the quotes to me that people were writing, and it was like people were saying like, "I can't wait to see Kappelman hammer Adelson," and then like someone was writing back, "Looks like Adelson hammered Kappelman." Like these are people who are watching the trial.
Who really watching it, right?
Like watching a real trial, and it was a real trial going on, and I think she realized after Friday where she was, and said, "You know what? I'm going to put a code together that will make every single person on this jury despise these people when I'm done. Despise them. There's only one reason you're bringing Wendy's book and reading about the small stop and out of the big sound of the city that sounds just like Tallahassee."
But she had no evidence. Everybody knows that she had no evidence, nothing. She just played around. No facts. No facts.
Cut and paste, put your sweet southern accent on it, finesse it, and like y'all know what you got here. Why are they talking like this? Oh, there's a good explanation, and I gave it over the course of a day and a half. But you just asked it like, even his own sister said, even his own sister said, okay, well, now you got the jury believing that, like, even his own sister doesn't support it. The way you said it, that's how it sounds. Like
she summed it up for them, so they didn't have to think for themselves. She just gave them a quick note.
First, I'm going to get you to hate him, and then I'm going to give you a couple retard-proof clips of things to settle in your stomach. Then I'm going to show you some horrible photos and leave them on the screen and let that soak in. And then I'm going to show you the photos again, let that soak in again for another 5 to 10 minutes while I talk to you. Make you real angry. So now you hate these people and you're angry. Like, I got done watching, I told you, I said to Kate, I go, this is not good.
Yeah.
Like,
I looked at Dad, he finished, and I said, who's she talking to, third graders? I mean, it was ridiculous.
There was 5 black women on the jury, 1 black guy that was a sergeant I told you about, 1 kind of redneck looking a little bit, like 50-year-old guy, and then 3 guys that looked like they were inbred, that were like out of shape, 30 years old, looked like they never had a girl in their life, and like one of them worked at the Florida State bookstore. He was wearing his Florida State sweatshirt during the trial a couple times, and he worked at the Florida State bookstore. Another one's wife was a professor at Florida State, and another one had, so there were 3 people in the jury affiliated with Florida State. 3 affiliated with Florida State, and 5 with family members of law enforcement and a sergeant.
Oh.
And that's who we got. Can you imagine what we had to get off?
Yeah.
I mean, we had people that we had to get off because they were married. Her husband was a sheriff's officer, so she could be fair.
Yeah.
So her husband's a sheriff's officer, all the friends are sheriff's officers, but she can be fair. Yeah.
No.
And direct the court, they can come up there and get a fair trial.
Wasn't going to happen.
What's that?
No, I said it wasn't going to happen, and I really, we all believed it would because you had the evidence and they did not. It didn't matter.
And Dan explained it to them so well.
Oh my God.
You know, if you're in doubt, you have to.
Yeah.
No, but Georgia thinks there's no doubt. I think that. So she's like, if you think they're guilty, you got to vote guilty. Like, you can talk to someone who really knows, has a brain on their shoulders, to go beyond a reasonable doubt on a murder one case. You have to be so sure you know what happened.
That's right. And Dan explained that. It was clearly
you have to be so sure you know what happened. Not like, oh, I think, or like, if they knew what happened, they wouldn't be showing Wendy's book, trying to rub it in their face. You think anyone on the jury has ever written a book?
It had nothing to do.
No.
Nothing.
Threw shit in there that had nothing to do with anything. Just as you said, just to antagonize, just to flavor it.
It goes towards the motive. It sets Mom. It's like throwing everything in a salad to make it some flavor.
They throw a lot of shit on the wall and see what sticks.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I was flabbergasted when I heard her say even his best friend Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Oh, I know. When he said about even his best friend Ryan Fitzpatrick, I was like, "Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Where are you getting this from? Doesn't matter where she's getting it from. Pull it out of your ass and just say it. Doesn't matter."
From him to me in 2014. Doesn't matter. You just called him my best friend. Now it seems like I opened up to my best friend, and then we had a falling out, and that's why I said what I said on the stand.
Yeah.
That's why I said what I said on the stand. And, you know, he was a friend that I opened up to. He was my best friend. No, he wasn't.
And Dan also was. Dan went after him.
He did.
He went after him.
He tore him apart. But then it made it look like he was a friend that we had a falling out. So maybe we were really close at one time.
No, I don't think, honestly, Charlie, I don't think they thought that. I don't think they thought much in general, to be honest with you. They weren't following that. They really weren't.
No.
That wasn't a...
They were probably sleeping there.
I'm like, you know, this is honestly like...
You're never going to have to see. Wait a minute.
And 12 people, all 12. Like, holy shit.
It was 5 o'clock. They wanted to go home. So that was it. Honestly, if they actually deliberated, it would have taken at least 2 days. At least. You couldn't go over
through the evidence.
To
go through. What Dan was telling them, look at this wire, look at what he says on this wire at this time. This wire is like ZZ at 3 minutes 34 seconds. He says this. Look it up. I'm looking at the jury. I was getting sick. Nobody was writing anything down. No. He was giving them exact instructions on where to look. It's just to fast forward and go to this. Nobody gave a shit. They weren't looking it up. I mean, I was sitting there getting sick to myself. Then they bring me down to the cell. My hands are chained to my waist, and I got leg shackles on. I'm talking 1 o'clock, like 1:15. I probably ate lunch till 2, and deliberated probably 2 to 5, right?
No, they were gone at 5. They were gone at 5.
Yeah. So for 3 hours and 45 minutes, I sat in that cell by myself while the jury was deliberating. They didn't deliberate. And they came and they got me and said, we have a verdict. And it's like, do they have a question for the judge? Anytime there's a question for the judge, they bring you up. I go, they have a question for the judge? The guy looks at me and he goes, no. He goes, no, we got a verdict.
No.
And I go, can you tell me what it is? He goes, I can't tell you. And then I said, well, you have a verdict, could it be under? And he goes, no. He goes, the verdict means either they're all saying innocent or all saying guilty. So then I had to go walk up to the 2 different elevators and walk across two different shackled and chains. And then I'm like, hey, can I put my tie and belt on? And he goes, no, the judge wants you in your chains. That's all. He goes, you're going to sit down and the jury won't see you because you'll have your hands underneath the table, but he doesn't want us to take the shackles off. I'm like, oh, fuck. The way he said it like that, like the judge doesn't even want you putting the tie on. I thought to myself, the judge knows.
No. We knew because of the time. We knew because of the time.
You know, we saw the time, Charlie. You know.
And I saw your face. I mean, I knew before that just from the time, but I saw your face when you walked in. I mean, it was obvious.
They should be walking in.
What did we see? We see him.
I saw you sitting without the tie.
Yeah, without the tie.
I saw the time.
Right.
And we know. We know.
Oh, I knew too. You could see it on my face. I wasn't even like.
Yeah.
I mean, I was upset. I was in shock. I just put my head down for a second and then picked my head back up. But I was like, it literally, in 24 hours, I went from feeling like I was ready to win the Super Bowl to finding out that I got cancer.
I know.
We were on the same roller coaster. Trust me, the same roller coaster. Everybody said that.
We were getting
so excited.
Texts from people just telling us, you know, how good you were. And I kept saying to Mom, I told you Charlie would be fine.
Yeah.
I told you.
Yeah. We already knew Dan was going to be great. I didn't know how you would be.
Listen, I said, like, I didn't know how well I was going to do either. I mean, like, that was not rehearsed with Dan. I did not know anything he was going to fucking ask me at all. Nothing. I knew none of what he was going to ask me at all. He's like, the reason you can't know is because when Kaplan asks you questions, if you come off too good with me and you're not good with her, it's going to look like we practice this. Because you got it. So his answer was really smart. He's like, listen, you have to know the case, whether I'm asking the questions or she's asking the questions. Otherwise, you're going to look really smart when I ask questions and really dumb when she asks questions. So you might as well know everything, and I'm not going to give you my notes. So I was nervous sometimes because I was like, I didn't know how I was getting it, you know, how I was looking or how I was sounding. And then she got to me, and I thought I did really well.
You did. You beat her up. You beat her up.
Yeah. It was no, that's what people were saying. It's like, he's hammering Kaplan. Like, you know, everyone's saying, like, great stuff. The people are following it are smart. The people on the jury, Mom.
Oh, God.
And I hate to say it, but I fucking knew it. I knew, and I said it 100 times when I was in South Florida. The Tallahassee jury, the Tallahassee people, they're going to fucking hate me. I'm going to look like some rich white Jew coming from South Florida. I had no idea she was going to put on the production that she did, but up until that point, I thought everything was coming to good. Until she totally derailed from, like, don't listen to the evidence, just listen to what I tell you is the evidence. Even his friend, his best friend, Ryan Fitzpatrick, even his sister. Here, let me show you snippets of, like, cut and paste. Like, I honestly, I would have been so much better off.
I know.
Looking at it from a different perspective, if you know what I mean.
I do know what you mean.
Yeah. Like I hate, you know, you can't live in hindsight, but I had some smart people say things to me. I really believed in the system, and I thought, like, I thought it was a winnable situation, and I thought it would come across, and I feel like it did. Like, literally, up until she put 2 hours of, like, you know, TV show on.
Yeah.
It did.
After that, because what she was showing was in black and white. She went away from testimony. She went away from what people were saying. She was putting her new spin on the testimony, and she was giving it like the George Kaplan flair. They want to put the kids in Nazi uniforms. Oh. people are fucking crazy. Oh my God.
They didn't realize what they were doing. Stupid, yeah.
Stupid, really stupid. You don't just take stupid and take someone's life away.
Yeah.
Like, I still can't believe I lost my wife, but I did wrong. I really, I know it's not over. I know we're still going to play. Let me explain something to you. It's the likelihood of something getting like Dan said. He said, you got to get an appellate lawyer. Just don't spend a fortune on them. They're expensive. You got to at least do it just in case.
Yeah.
You get something brought back on appeal, or maybe in 9 months from now, a juror writes or says something stupid. But he's like, this judge let a lot of stuff in. It's not like we have a lot of grounds. I definitely didn't have ineffective counsel. You can either go ineffective counsel, blame the judge, or blame the jury. Other than that, the jury has spoken. It's very weird for me. Like, I'm fucking going crazy in my head and this shit is set to sell, thinking like I actually thought I was going to get a fair jury up here. This was a fucking shit. Like, I never should have. When Enzo died, it should have been my side.
Yeah.
I should have.
I know.
I know exactly what I'm saying.
I know exactly what you're saying.
We know.
Things you don't have to say. I know exactly what you're saying. We both.
It's like and now I feel like a fucking.
I know.
Now I know.
Have you talked to Dan about this? All about the jury.
Yeah. No. I trust me. Kate wanted to get up and leave while I was talking to Dan. He spent 45 minutes with us today. She was ready to go, and I'm like, she was up on the side. I could almost take her. I could tell she was touching him. Dan's like, give me 10 more minutes. And I'm like, Dan, I know I'm competing myself. I know I am. And he's like, it's fine. I'm like, Dan, you did a great job, but I should have. I said it. I told him what I really thought I should have done.
Yeah.
And I'm like, look, and you could have done this case 100 times up here. You are not going to win. And he said, not with that jury.
Yeah.
But that was with Josh Dubin helping us weed through the shit that was there.
Yeah, that's all that was left.
Everyone can be seated. Well, I do have some good or bad news for the rest of you, depending on your perspective. After speaking with the attorneys, we have decided you will never see your families again. It's a joke. It's a joke. You are released. Your jury service has come to a conclusion. Before I change my mind,
I'd like to go back to that neighborhood.
What's that?
Just go home. Just go home.
Everyone can be seated. Let's briefly go over the logistics of the jury selection tomorrow. Once again, the prospective jurors are going to have their paddles with their numbers. We are not going to use names to identify them in the open courtroom. For setting up the list at this point, although the list has been linear in terms of total number, we are going to need a list that goes from 1 to 110.
And Joy's already working on that.
Okay. Once they're placed in that order, from there we will have some additional chairs out in front. So we're examining 21 witnesses 21 prospective jurors at any one given time. Again, the parties are to refer to the numbers when examining the witnesses, the jurors. If need be, if you need to approach to address a matter that might involve the names of the prospective jurors for any reason, please approach to do that. Once we've gone through both parties, going through their individual one-hour examinations, we will do strikes as we would normally. We'll just retire to the jury room to do so. Are there any questions before we break for the vote?
No, Your Honor.
Your Honor, are they going to be randomized based on the order that they've come in already, or are they going to be in the same order?
In all likelihood, randomized, but as Joy indicated, anything concerning those?
And we may have to go in the order that it's there. Basically, the results doing the numbers down the list. We may have to go in that order. And Joy's going to work on, we will bring a new list for everybody with the people on the list. With that, how many are you going to want to come up at a time?
Well, with that, really, we'll have the 21 in the box. We'll probably have another 30 plus on the benches. So more or less half will be up here, half will be downstairs. Downstairs, do we have enough bailiffs to ensure no one is speaking to each other downstairs while we're waiting?
I have to ask our supervisors. I don't know what staffing is. Do you want me to get them started on that?
Maybe the easier way is to have them all report at 11. We'll deal with the first batch. We'll put the other batch out on a break. And then if we cannot select the jury out of the first 50 or so, we'll move on to our second batch. Any other questions?
No, sir.
You want to see her at 11, Your Honor?
Actually, you all will probably need to be here ahead of that. Please be here by 10:30. I intend on getting at least the order on the motion to suppress and the motion in limine out this evening. Concerning the calls, I did review the calls yesterday. I am going to review them again. I don't know if I'm going to have the time to do a written order, but if we need to address it at sidebar, I'll be able to give the ruling as to the calls as well before we get started. 10:30, and then at 11 we will move into the jury selection. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Just go ahead and randomize it.
I just got to make sure this is
Yeah.
All right, you guys, you heard it here. You heard it here. They got their 110. They seated 110 jurors, and they're going to do. They're going to seat the first batch. They're going to start at 11. It does seem like after I just said that Northwest, I can see openings tomorrow. I thought that they would report at like 9, so now they're reporting at 11. They'd have to pick that first batch. They'd have to get them all seated, so that's probably not going to happen. So it does look like openings will probably be on Friday. Because even if they seat them, even if they pick in that first batch, it's going to be 20 in the box, 30 on the benches. They come in at 11. Yeah, they're not going to, and then they take a lunch at 1. Yeah, they could be done by 2 or 3. Yeah, they will not do openings. I don't think they'll get to openings. He's going to report, he's going to release his motion to suppress, and his motions in limine will be released tonight. So, let's see. ST says, do you think they will convict Harvey as well? I really don't know. I think Harvey's probably down the totem pole. To me, he's probably last if that's a big if. To me, he would be last, even though he knew that Catherine was working there. He knew Catherine was working at the institute, his dental institute. Donna was signing the checks. So, they both knew that she was there. So, right now, Wendi is a unindicted co-conspirator. That's what Ms. Kappelman is calling her, an unindicted co-conspirator. Haven't heard anything about Harvey. So, all right, you guys. Do you want to get back to? I can keep playing. I can play for about another half hour. Do you want me to keep playing Charlie? Let's go back to Charlie. I'm going to play him until 5 o'clock. So we'll play Charlie until 5 o'clock, and then I got to call it a day.
And the problem was we were using our exes to get people off that could not be on the jury in a million years. They were using their exes to get people off that would have seen what happened, seen my side. That's really like we should have gotten twice as many exes if we were going to play that game, because it wasn't the people coming in were so tainted. To give us 10 and them 10 was a joke. We should have had 30 and they should have had 5. You put the change of venue motion in. But I just feel like if they change the motion to a small town in the Panhandle, it would be the biggest event that ever happened there. It would be, it's on, I'm riding into the court in the morning, and Preston Scott is obsessed with my case. Yeah, and he has a lawyer that calls in, his mentor lawyer call in, and he's like giving the play-by-play and like giving his scenarios on it, and like he's obsessed. Every morning he talks about my case. We're driving in the transport van, and the officer's listening to Preston Scott. And I'm sitting in the van and I'm listening to Preston Scott and the lawyer talking about me. And my course suit is all shackled up, and I'm like, this feels like a fucking movie. Like, and the only thing people know is you were convicted, Kappelman won, you lost. You lost just the way anyone else loses. But it's like, George said beyond a reasonable doubt. Like, if you use your reasoning and you think you're guilty, you're not guilty. Like, these people fucking hated me. And they used all this extraneous stuff of like, when he advanced the worst and it was tumultuous. Well, most of the worst is art. But like, they made it out like, I mean, they painted such a fucking picture. There was not a chance in hell I was going to get a fair shake in this town. That's your bottom line.
I want to tell you, we were where you were over that weekend. We were all where you were.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nobody thought anything different other than pretty obvious. I mean, he put on an amazing case. Charlie testified perfectly. It's done. He got it.
Yeah.
Everybody said the same thing.
We were very happy. Really,
Like, what the fuck? These people, like, it almost should be like a do-over if you have such a bad verdict from, like, but it's the verdict produced by a prosecutor that brought it to be able to bring in mounds of shit that has nothing to do with me. But it's enough to make you hate my sister. It's enough to make you hate my mother. It's enough to make you hate me. And it's one thing if they just hate you. It's another thing if they hate your whole family and they feel like you're shitting on them in Tallahassee. Miami people coming up here and really like belittling us, comic book. There's only one reason why Catherine read that line from her book. There's only one reason. That's to drive home the message that Wendi thinks she's smarter than everybody else. She foreshadowed her move in a book. She even wrote a book about the move. She knew this move was going to happen. She even wrote a book about it. What was the name of that town, Wendi? That you refer to as a small stop in their plans on the way to civilization. I mean, it is kind of crazy that she wrote a book and put that in there, don't you think?
What?
I mean, it is kind of creepy that she wrote a book and put that line in there with that town. Like, she could have left that line out of the book. But she didn't know. Like, she was just writing a book.
Of course.
Like, she could have called the town Biloxi. She could have fucking left the line out about it being on a small stop along the way to civilization. Like, it sounds like she's foreshadowing a future event in her book, doesn't it?
Well, she made it sound like that. I know.
I mean, how many kids does this lady have in the book? 2 boys? What does this lady's husband do? He's an English professor? So he's a school professor? What school does he teach at? What school does he teach out of the book?
I don't know. Do you know?
What's that?
I don't know.
Like,
what school he taught at? I have no idea.
What was that?
In Wendy's book. I read it ages ago.
So many years ago.
I think it's North Florida State University.
Yeah. She made it up. I don't know.
So the husband's a professor at what school? He's at North Florida State University. And how many boys does she have? 2 boys. And what's the name of that town? Sounds just like Tallahassee. And what we say is that it's just a small stop on the way to civilization. Like, that sounds, I mean, I'm just telling you, if someone read that line in a book and the author was Wendi Adelson, it sounds like she's foreshadowing her big move to Miami, right before she buys a bottle of Old bourbon. Like, and then she's driving by, and then did you like when Catherine goes, she couldn't help herself. She had to drive out her crime scene to make sure it was done.
Yeah.
Like, that's the only liquor store she's ever been to in Tallahassee and bought something. So she went home with it. She always could. But you know what it looks like?
No.
It looks like let me tell you something. That right there is 1 in a million. That she goes on that date at that time by the street on the house, and then they say that she wanted to make sure the job was done.
Right.
I mean, those things like that. Listen, you can't dispute that she didn't take that route. She took the route.
She did.
But she was there, and she did a 3-4 turn.
That's right.
So when you're sitting and you're evaluating the case,
it wasn't where they said.
Right. But I'm just saying, like, I guess you could see police paper. Who knows? But I'm just saying, one says 2 or 3, one says 4 or 5. But the point is, right, the fact that she put her fucking car there on that time at that date on the way out of her way is enough for people to go, whoa, she must have known something was going on. There's no way she shows up there on that date, on that time, without having prior knowledge. She's involved.
The same nonsense about the bullet bourbon.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the bullet bourbon got squashed because they had the email.
Yeah. They had the invitation. Yeah,
they had the invitation that was sent for 2 people getting married for a stop the bar party to show that, to request a bottle of liquor.
A specific one.
Yeah, which is crazy. Like,
it is crazy.
That's crazy. It's crazy. Which is crazy. I mean, it's crazy. she's going to buy a bottle of Bulleit bourbon to celebrate that night. Like, if she didn't have that email, there's no explaining it. She doesn't drink alcohol. There's 5,000 bottles in the store. She passes by the crime scene, and she goes and buys a bottle of Bulleit bourbon to celebrate that night.
Yeah. Insane.
There's no
the
if I heard,
are so ridiculous.
Listen, calling my parents' home line, that's not crazy. But that, driving by the scene, out of her way, and going to buy a bottle of Bulleit bourbon, I would have to say, like,
I know.
If it smells like shit, it is shit. But no, she really was going to buy a bottle of liquor. She really wasn't. And that's the only liquor store she ever been to. But she said, listen, she couldn't help herself. She had to go check it out to make sure it was done. Okay, that sounds really good. It makes her sound like she's a part of it. And if she's a part of it, then I must be a part of it. So, which story do you think makes more sense? I mean, what is the fucking chances of God's green earth that she goes out of her way and drives by that street from that time on that day?
It's insane. It's crazy. It's crazy. It is. I mean, you can't even believe it.
I hate to say it, but it's almost like it's things like that that can make somebody shut out everything else, all the other things that you're saying, and you go, look, on this date, on this time, she leaves her house. She takes a route that's 5 miles longer. She drives by the scene on this date at this time. Why on God's green earth is she doing that to go to a liquor store when she could go to three of them that are closer? It's called being at the wrong place at the wrong time. But that's not a good explanation. The explanation they want to hear is she's a part of it. She knows. She has to know. How else would she be there? And that's what the jury listens to. And they go, I mean, to me, does that make sense? I mean, if I'm on the jury, yeah. She's showing up, isn't she?
That's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Fucking crazy. But think about it. What are the statistical chances of her leaving her house and driving by that scene on that date at that time and not being involved?
Yeah, I mean, it's insane. It is. It's absolutely crazy. It's crazy. But it's true. It's what happened.
Yeah, but
it's what happened. But I'm asking you, what are the chances that her husband was just murdered? She's leaving her house and driving by the crime scene, but has no knowledge of anything going on.
And they made a big deal like, well, why didn't she call daycare? Why would she call daycare?
She got a tree fell.
That's exactly because it used to happen all the time from the storm. Yeah.
Because they have those summer storms and the trees fall, and like she just was like, like, didn't think anything of it. Thought a tree fell, and they were cornering it off, and then cutting the tree and opening up the road when it's over. But, what are like, if I was sitting at the bar and somebody was telling me this story, that's one part of the story I have a really hard time getting over, is what is she doing there on that date at that time, leaving her house to go out that she doesn't need to go and go to turn on this street.
Yeah.
It's a coincidence, you know?
But people don't like to hear it's a coincidence when it's one in a million.
No, they don't.
No?
They don't.
They don't, because you can
And
only think word.
That was 1 in a million. That was insane.
That was 1 in a million. That literally was like...
It blows your mind.
Yeah.
That was your mind. I mean, what else do you have to say? Like, if I was on that jury and you start hearing, well, okay, that was a coincidence. Okay, and then the TV repairman, the TV joke, the mom saying this TV is about 5, lots of TV talk, just a coincidence. I wish you picked another object on planet Earth other than the TV set to say it cost they wanted $5,000. We should just said they wanted $5,000. My response was they wanted $5,000. I mean, by the way, you didn't bring up TV until the third call. If TV was a really important code word, what did you have said in call 1?
First call.
What did you have said in call 2?
Well,
you don't mention TV until call 3.
That's what they don't get. Yeah.
But when you put TV, three things surrounding that same TV, her outside of the TV costing $5,000, problems with that fucking cover shows up and the TV joke all over the record. What are the chances of that? What are the chances of TV showing up 3 times in relation to, I think there has to be a code word, and they give it a code name.
Yeah, she had a chart with all these code words. Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
It has to be a part of it. It has to. Guess what? Had nothing to fucking do with it. Nothing. But listen, if I'm on the jury and I'm seeing the TV joke, the TV repairman at the house on the 18th, and then when you're describing how much the guy wants, you have to reference the TV. Guess what? That looks really, it's a coincidence, but it's a strange coincidence because you couldn't take any other object. I wish I didn't have a repairman there, and I wish I never made that joke, but you've got all 3 kind of revolving around the same subject matter. Why? Coincidence.
Do you see any evidence in there? No.
But coincidence that Wendi was showing up at the house at that time on that day, out of her way, 10 miles from her house, leave Georgia Kaplan to go. She had to check to make sure it was done. So you're sitting there on the jury and you've got to think of one of 2 things. If she showed up there to make sure the job was done, she'd still be held. If she's guilty, then I'm guilty. Or it was just a coincidence, which is what it was.
She thought it was.
But it's a 1 in a million coincidence. And how many times can you say it's a 1 in a million coincidence before you're explaining what they think is what are the chances of it being a coincidence? You know, I mean,
hear what you're saying.
I mean, then you start telling people playing people for stupid. You know what I mean? It's like, if you want to prove everything as a coincidence, eventually you're going to be like, wait, I am stupid. Like, that was a perfect example of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Like,
yeah.
But they would never back off of it because everyone knows what are the chances you're 10 miles from your house. I mean, how far did she live from it? 10 miles?
No.
Oh, was it?
No, I think it was closer. It only took about 15 minutes, and we're talking about slow and mostly back roads. So no.
10 miles? 6, 7 miles?
Yeah.
Okay. But you look at where you are 6, 7 miles away, and it's unrelated.
Yeah. The only way she knew how to get there, she doesn't normally go to a liquor store.
Right, but there was not a shorter route, but it doesn't matter. You're there on that date, on that time, 6 miles from your house, and what's the reason?
Right.
You went out of your way to go to a liquor store when you could have gone another way? That's just creepy.
Yeah, it is. It is.
But it's just a coincidence.
I know, but coincidence.
You know, and then what she wrote in the book, that's just a coincidence. So it's like the TV is a coincidence, showing up there is a coincidence.
How many years ago did you write the book?
I don't know.
08 or 09, something like that.
Yeah, 08.
Many years ago.
08.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a long time ago. It was a coincidence.
I took a picture for the front page.
Yeah, many years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was writing about the immigration lawyer. She's an immigration lawyer. The lady's got 2 boys. She's got 2 boys. Her husband, school professor. Her husband was a school professor. She was stuck in some town in the middle of nowhere on the way to civilization. Like, that's a nice slap in the face for a town that sounds just like you're describing you and your family, and a town that sounds just like Tallahassee, and now you're going to say that's a coincidence? And you were happy in that being stuck someplace on the way to civilization? Like, you start, I do see the other side, and you start rolling that together, and you gotta start explaining what the coincidence is, and it sounds like she's writing about herself.
But there's also a North Florida State University.
No, it was a school she made up the name.
Yeah, but I'm saying there is a North Florida.
No, there's a University of North Florida, something like that. But it was like North Florida State University. I mean, it was like one letter off from Florida State. Listen, she was probably writing a book about herself. You know, I mean, she was using her characters, drawing upon herself, but it makes it seem like she's just like shitting on Tallahassee, and she's like giving them the middle finger on the way out and writing a book about it.
I know. I'm listening to what you're saying, and it's just
it was
coincidence after coincidence after coincidence. That's all it was.
And it's a book with a line that she never probably thought about, and she just threw in there, like as an offhanded comment, because Tallahassee was a place she probably didn't plan on staying. She never planned on staying. But, like, she'd grown accustomed to it and was fine with staying. But, like, the way it sounds in the book is like she got stuck someplace on the way to civilization. The way it sounds when you're showing up at the crime scene, going out of your way, when you live 6-7 miles away, hard to explain. TV sets getting repaired on that day, the same TV set that I bought her in the joke, the same TV set you referenced when the Lion King guy wanted to extort you for money. You need to reference a TV set, like 3 TV sets in a row, all the same topic. Come on now, we're not stupid. Like, I kind of see like you're dumbing down coincidences. I mean, if she didn't have that email for the bullet burner.
Oh, the invitation, yeah.
If she didn't have that email invitation.
That would look really bad, right?
Well, you think she just drives by the crime scene and there's 5,000 bottles in the liquor store, and you buy the one that begins with,
yeah.
And you buy the only one that says bullet to go celebrate that night? Now you want to tell me that's a coincidence? You're going to say, Donna, that's a coincidence now too?
Yeah.
Like, how many times do you want to give an explanation if that's a coincidence? It was. She got the invitation to prove it. 15 years ago, TV sets did cost a couple thousand. Family Feud, said what's the most common item that you could think of that cost $4,000, $5,000? People listen to TV sets.
Yeah.
Not anymore, but 15 years ago, yeah. You probably bought your last set in 10. So, yeah, it happened. But it's kind of like when you start telling people, this is a crazy coincidence. This is a crazy coincidence. This is a crazy coincidence. That's really hard to start doing that with each fact that comes into the case.
No, I know. I mean, when you talk about it and analyze it the way you are,
you don't need to hear much else. I mean, when it told you how she felt in the book, thank God she had that invitation email.
Shirley, you're breaking up. Shirley?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Hello?
Okay. Yeah, I lost you for a second. I can hear you.
Okay.
All right, you guys, that seems like a pretty good spot to break because I need to go deal with, how much more time do we have? Yeah, we still have a lot of time left in this. All right, so I need to sign off for today. So I am going to do a quick recap here of what we saw so far, or what we saw today, I should say. So Erin's going to put together. She did this last night for day 1, and we showed that at the beginning of the stream. She's going to take the entire day and she's going to condense it into just speaking. So if you guys want to watch that, we do have it on our YouTube channel, but we also watch that at the beginning of the stream today. So she's going to do the same thing for that. What happened today, we'll condense it down into just one video. So if you missed day 1, go check that out. If you missed day 2, you can go check that out. That'll be done later today. With some shorts. Erin's putting together these shorts of Judge Everett because he's just the coolest. He's just the coolest guy. We love Judge Everett so much. So all that being said, a jury has been seated. They have found 110 jurors. I wish it had been 111 because I would love to have done my Bilbo Baggins 111. So they got 110. They are going to be coming in tomorrow at 11. Oh, there's my 11. 110 jurors report at 11. So they report at 11 o'clock tomorrow. The lawyers report at 10:30. We're going to go on at 9:30 because we have so much still to go. If you were following our deep dive, our episodes where we got up to 3 episodes officially with who is Dan Markel, the state presents its case, and then we had Jeff and Wendi, right? So if you saw Luis Rivera, Catherine Magbanoa testify, we did that in episode 2. Episode 3, we had Jeff and Wendi testify. Episode 4, which is today, was supposed to be about Charlie, and then episode 5 is going to be, actually episode 4 was yesterday. I'm sorry. In episode 5, today is Donna. So anyway, tomorrow we're going to have time to fill. So we'll play some more of these phone calls. We're going to play Donna's pretrial hearings because we covered, I think, 4 or 5 of those. So we'll definitely cover those. We'll do her bump again. Maybe we'll show her arrest. We'll see. Because I know a lot of you have seen it. Some of you may have not. So we're going to try and put that into one video instead of having it sporadically in a couple of different videos. So with all that being said, you guys have a wonderful, wonderful evening. Thank you so much for being with us. Michelle, have a great evening. Love you all. Joanne Jedi Platypus saying chat love. Leslie saying thanks for the stream. Blazy, which link do you want? From yesterday? Do you want from yesterday? I can pull that up for you. If you go to our channel, and you can go to our playlist, but let me pull that up for you. Hold on a sec. Let's see here. So the video. All right. So this is from yesterday. You can check this out. I streamed it this morning, but here it is yesterday, condensed yesterday. Condensed video from day 1. All right, so there's the condensed video from day 1. So for those that want to rewatch or just watch day 1, that's condensed. It's like an hour and 3 minutes, something like that. So if you want to check that out, please don't fix our bot. See you at 9:30, Michelle. Have a wonderful evening. Let's see. Shays says, now I need to rewatch the closings on Charlie's trial. Stacy says, good night. See you tomorrow. All right, you guys, be sure to thank our mods on the way out. They do a fantastic job for us, for our community, for our channel, for you guys, for us. Please thank our mods. We have, if you're a member, we have icons, mod love, and also thank Erin. She does a fantastic job as well, creating graphics and working the bot, all those commands. She does so much on the back end. You guys have no idea. So we do a lot on the back end. You guys don't realize it takes a lot. I had no idea to produce what we do. It takes a lot, and I would be nowhere and nothing if it wasn't for Erin. So please thank Erin on your way out as well. So all that being said, Leslie, I can never get enough of Donna being arrested. The perp walk through Miami International with the music going on in the background. It's great. Wait, okay. Oh, Nora is still live. Okay, yeah. Let's send. Okay. Let's send. We're gonna do a raid on the trial channel. Let's do a raid on the trial channel. All right, we'll do a raid on the trial channel. Let me just give me a second. Erin's going to set up a redirect. So before you guys go, let's go raid the trial channel. I'm not sure if it's she or the he, whatever, they, maybe. They are live. Oh, no, you can't. Can't do a, oh, no. Hold on. Let's see if we can get that. She needs to give us permission. Oh, no. Oh, bummer. All right. You know what? We can do this. Instead of doing a raid and a redirect, we'll just give you the link. So she's watching. She's live right now. Here. Guys, join me over here. I'm only going to be there for a minute. Here's the trial channel. This is live. So if you get there, all right, she's live right now. Sherry, when can we all meet Erin? Yeah, you already have all the work that she does. All right, so go over and check out the trial channel. They are fantastic. What they do is they take live streams and they record them, and then they take out all the breaks, the sidebars, all that stuff. So they give you just a really clean stream. So we really appreciate them. So go over there. I'll be over there in 2 seconds. And let's see. All right. Yep. I'm over there right now, guys. I'm going to end this here, and I'll see you over there for about 5 minutes. Then I got to jump off and take care of another client of mine. So with that, I always give you Super Ball. Super Ball is over here. Super Ball is relaxing. And the kittens are in the other room creating havoc. I put them in the other room. They're creating havoc over there. Thank you guys so much for joining us. We really appreciate you all. Thank you to our mods. Thank you to Aaron. Everybody, just we had a great day spending it with you. Please join us tomorrow at 9:30 Eastern, and we will continue on with jury selection, and we'll also be continuing with our deep dive into the Donna Adelson trial. So until then, have a fantastic evening, and we'll see you at 9:30 tomorrow. Bye.